Welcome back to the party, everybody. I am your host, Lutch, aka TheIndianJesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. How is everybody doing tonight? I want to give a quick shout out to the replay gang. Yes, I am talking to you. I am very excited about this one. So I know that you are about to enjoy yourself, but you missed the party. So make sure you are here every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, so you don't miss the party. And I can chat right with you in the chat. And I sometimes, will just kind of go and do my own thing. Maybe not on a Monday, maybe not on a Wednesday, maybe not on a Friday. So hit the subscribe button, ring the bell, and let's party. Before we get into it, a quick shout out to the sponsor of the stream, mysickshirt.com. Whatever your oh, this looks like a new one. What do we have here? Oh, geez. Uh-oh. I'm not going to say that out loud, but I like this new shirt. Woo, I like that one. And of course, it is the only place to get your very own Indian Jesus merch. Only at mysickshirt.com. Welcome, everybody. Hey, we got Trey in the building. Welcome. How are you doing, my friend? So tonight, I saw something quite interesting. And I think you guys will agree. So we've talked a lot about Sneako. Even if it's your first time here, welcome. You've definitely heard of Sneako. If you haven't heard of Sneako, been on YouTube since you're 14 years old, started live streaming recently, got into the manosphere, the red pill, all that stuff. And now he has his own creator course called the Creativity Kit. Now, every creator has some kind of course of some sort at some point. When and where and how good, that's, luck of the draw. But I had always assumed that that Sneako's course would be pretty legit, if for no other reason than because he's literally, well, actually not literally, I was thinking about my age. I was going to say he's literally been on YouTube for half his age, but he's literally been on YouTube for a decade. So I was, and I'm not going to spend, money on that, but I've been curious. So finally, we got a little bit of a sneak peek, and it's not too much, but Destiny was reacting to a video of somebody who had taken the course, and then Sneako is not too happy about it. So without further ado, let's dive right in. And guys, StreamYard sound can be terrible. So if you cannot hear the video, please let me know as soon as possible so I can give you the best experience. And also so I don't look like a moron talking about a silent video. Ready? Let's go!
It's just super horrible ideology, and I've seen so many people fall to it.
Can I ask? Wait.
Sneako has always
that's been... not, but by the way, that's not sped up. Well, I mean, it's sped up to the normal 1.25, but that's not at 2x. So it gonna get heated.
One of the most controversial creators on YouTube, and if you've been keeping up with him recently, he launched his own creator course. It's called the Creativity Kit. From 9 years on YouTube, working for Mr. Beast and getting weekly, I figured out the formula for anyone to profit off of social media. And what comes with the product? Well, it looks like on the website you're gonna get a library of training videos for one. You're also gonna be able to talk to Sneako weekly in the community calls to get feedback and ask questions. And you're also gonna have access to a Discord.
So I know there's a lot going on the screen right now. Thankfully, Sneako posted his own version of this conversation. So we only need the first portion from Destiny. So he's, Destiny down here. He is reacting to the video of the person who took the course. And then this is just, his Twitch bullshit. So just so you're not lost.
Server of other creators to network and learn from. So what is the cost of this? Well, according to the website, it's going to be $50 a month.
Damn.
I was just about to say the same thing. Damn. $50 a month? What is that? A year? That's what? I should be able to do 150 to, what is that? 3. I'm going to stop.
It says it, but it says you can get Sneako's blueprint for less than the price of your daily coffee. I don't know where you get coffee, but it's not $50.
Wait, yeah.
For a month, it is, unless you're getting what? Of course it is.
It's easily over $50 a month.
Yeah.
But okay.
What is Sneako's course gonna be about? How good is it? And is it a scam? I know that's what everyone wants to know. Is this a scam? Going into the course, I was still more skeptical than I was not skeptical. For one, yes, while Sneako
Actually, you know what? Let me see if I can. I highly doubt he fucking. Let's real quick. Let me see if I can actually just find that guy's video, because that would be a lot better, and that's really what I'm interested. I just found it through. So let's do Sneako's creativity kit review. All right. Oh, looky what we have here. Looks like.
Very predictable. They're
Okay, hold on. Let's move this up here. All right, let's see.
They're sad. Their lives aren't great. Mental health is declining because of social media. And as a result, instead of getting mad at the people who made them upset, they get mad at the people trying to expose the truth.
Sneako has always been one of the most controversial creators on YouTube, and it's only gotten worse recently, for lack of a better term, as he started streaming on his second channel, Shneako. And this is a channel where he champions himself as a red pill content creator, a speaker of truth and nothing but the truth. And if you've been keeping up with him recently, he launched his own creator course. It's called The Creativity Kit. Here on the website, he says, stop scrolling, start monetizing. From 9 years on YouTube, working for Mr. Beast and getting canceled weekly, I figured out the formula for anyone to start on social media. And what comes with the product looks like on the website, you're gonna get a library of training videos for one. You're also gonna be able to talk to Sneako weekly in the community calls to get feedback and ask questions. And you're also gonna have access to a Discord server of other creators to network and learn from. So what is the cost
Hey,
of them?
shout out to
Discord. It's gonna be $50 a month.
Come
I don't
on.
know.
Shout out to Discord. We got the link to my Discord in the description. Go check that out.
Why it says it, but it says you can get Sneako's blueprint for less than the price of your daily coffee. I don't know where you get coffee, but it's not $50. As a creator myself,
of course it is.
that has succeeded on the platform. Also, as a creator myself, that's looking to actively help creators grow their own channels. This is something I'm truly interested in. What is Sneako's course gonna be about? How good is it? And is it a scam? I know that's what everyone wants to know. Is this a scam?
All right, so that's where we left off. Let's see. Is it a scam?
Listen, I've bought courses before. I have like 5+ courses bought on Udemy. I've had a Skillshare membership before. People who make products, they don't force you to swipe your card. At the end of the day, it is up to you.
Have any of you guys done Skillshare? There's one creator whose course I bought, and very happy that I did so. But I've seen a lot of channels sponsored by Skillshare, and it really seems like a good place to learn stuff. I'm just wondering if any of you guys have checked it out.
I don't have a problem with Sneako making a course. All this video truly is about is just seeing if it's a good product or not. I think Sneako being a creator himself, a creator that has 1 million+ subscribers on YouTube, has really big platforms, and has done this for 5+ years, does give him a level of authority and expertise on the subject that a lot of people just don't have the privilege of having. But also the combination of the length of his experience in combination with the content that he does make, I think
What is happening?
he's going to be able to get some good insight on the
Dreaming.
nuances of the game, the mental health aspects of the game,
All right, at least it's not just me. Both of us struggle streaming.
the emotional aspects of the game. He is on camera a lot, so growing on camera confidence. He definitely also has a lot of experience dealing with hate and being a polarizing figure on social media. That is something that not a lot of creators can speak on. Sneako has also succeeded on a bunch of different platforms. He has 2 channels with over 600K. One of them being more thought out, edited videos, and another one being a live streaming platform where he has clips. He also has a really successful Patreon that, again, not a lot of creators can speak to. He has an Instagram presence. He has a TikTok presence. He is a creator not pigeonholed to just one platform. He is
And that's gonna remember. I saw this. I wasn't exactly reacting to this before, so I watched this and got the main picture of what this is, and that's going to come up later. So let's run that back just a little bit and remember this part.
He has an Instagram presence. He has a TikTok presence. He is a creator not pigeonholed to just one platform. He is a multi-platform creator. He is also someone, from what I know, that's really knowledgeable about the whole production process, from editing, recording, scripting, making titles, making thumbnails. You can tell by watching his videos and just looking at the numbers that, hey, Sneako is really good at what he does. Sneako has also worked for Mr. Beast, which from my understanding was a short stint. But regardless, working with arguably the biggest creator in the world, that is an experience that not a lot of people in the world can say that they have.
I did not know that. I didn't know he had worked for Mr. Beast. That's definitely, a feather in your cap. I mean, regardless of what your role was, the dude, Mr. Beast, has figured YouTube out. He won the game. So, all right. I'm on board so far.
But if I'm being honest, going into the course, I was still more skeptical than I was not skeptical. For one, yes, while Sneako has been extremely successful on social media, let's just be honest, a majority of the growth, a majority of his content is through social commentary. The only part of his resume that
Okay, is that a bad thing? Why is that being highlighted?
Really wasn't about social commentary was, again, his stint with Mr. Beast, which wasn't a long time. Just because Steve Nash was a 2-time MVP doesn't mean that he's going to automatically be a great NBA coach. Just because Ninja blew up on Twitch when Fortnite was ascending doesn't mean that he has the requisite skills to actually teach the craft of streaming to other creators properly.
I'm really good with faces. I don't remember people very easily, but I definitely saw somebody react to this guy's course. And from what I saw, it was terrible. Like bad. Like didn't even know how to run his own channel type bad. I mean, so just beware. If you're going to buy a course from somebody, number one, you should definitely make sure that the person is, if not older than you, at least significantly more experienced with whatever it is. Somebody can be younger than you and still teach you something. But when it comes to courses on how to do a specific thing, then being good at doing a thing and teaching other people how to do that thing are two very separate things. Now, if you know that somebody's good at teaching you something, that they're, I have some. Well, I was going to say they're good at doing it, but then I'm thinking like coaches and teachers. But point being, you want to, if you're even thinking about buying a course, whether it's for finance or maybe you want to get into real estate, you want to get into crypto, you want to get in content creation, whatever it is. There's a lot of courses out there. So make sure you trust the person who made the course, and then make sure you talk to people who have taken the course, not just reading reviews, because that can be, effed with quite easily. So make sure you have conversations with people who've had who've taken the course. And especially if you come from the perspective that like, oh, I'm so ready to buy this. Anybody else? Then you're less likely to get like stands who are just gonna, say that is good just because they love the creator.
And also, what's worked for Ninja might not work for someone else who's doing a completely different type of stream. Now, listen.
Remember, I'm just gonna highlight.
And also, what's worked for Ninja might not work for someone else who's doing a completely different type of stream. Now, listen, I think it's normal for creators, creatives, and artists to take inspiration from people, right? They don't have an obligation to give you advice that's, going to be completely general. It's going to be up to you to extrapolate the information that they give and, again, just apply to what you are doing. However, like we read earlier on the website, this is not one of those cases. Sneako is advertising on the product website that he has the blueprint to help every and any creator make profit on social media. And in that regard, I was worried going into the course that the material was going to be too specific to what's worked for Sneako. And it wasn't going to be advice that can apply to a Minecraft YouTuber.
Hey, we got Jimmy Dean in the building. Where have you been, my friend? Welcome back. Our resident sausage is here. The party has begun.
We're a sports YouTuber, a fitness YouTuber, a cooking YouTuber. And no cap, I was also skeptical because I'm going to just keep it a bean, I'm just keep it a buck. This business model sounds pretty familiar. Come on, man. A red pill YouTuber charging $50 a month to be in a community and have access to information that's going to make you money online. Come on, bro. That sounds like Hustlers University. Let me just say, I'm not skeptical that the business model is similar. If you want to take inspiration from Andrew Tate's business model and apply that to yourself, that's fine with me. What I'm ultimately worried about is the product being rushed, being incomplete, and not fleshed out enough because, you just saw what Hustlers University was doing, and I wanted to get this similar thing out as soon as possible and get it out to the public. And now you've released a product that's rushed, not fleshed out, and honestly incomplete. And it worries me even more that the actual website was up I believe 2 weeks or a week before prior to this.
So let's fast forward a little bit and see what we're actually getting from the course. So this looks like
20 seconds long, and then he had is rushed out and it's not fleshed out or not.
Of course, that happens to me all the time. All the time. Let's say I'm watching a show while I go to sleep, and I'll wake up and it's on like episode 10. So I'll be like, okay, I must have fallen asleep somewhere around like episode 6 or 7. So I'll put on I'll put on one of them, and I'll be like, okay, I think I was like right around like here, and like I'll have been right before that. So I'll go and I'll watch and I'll way back it up, and all I missed was like one scene of a guy giving a guy a look. It's like, really, just 10 minutes of just trying to not miss anything. And I really didn't miss anything. So let's just listen to the motherfucker.
Because I already did it, but again, that was my concerns going into the purchase. So enough about what I was worried about going into the course. I actually took the course. So what did I find? You know what I'm saying? What's the review like? So let's start off with the videos. There's 24 videos. 16 of them are like main lecture videos. 2 of them are like intro and conclusion that are like 20 seconds long.
So for comparison, the course I took was the lead attorney's course. And that's specific to live streaming. And I think, I definitely would recommend it if you want to be a live streamer. Definitely not if you're doing regular video on demand. But there was 18 hours of content for a one-time fee. And, usually you'll get 2, 3, 4, maybe 6 hours of content. And I can't see how long any of these videos are, but don't look like 18 hours. Just saying.
And then he has 6 bonus videos. Listen, I'm not going to sit here and act like I didn't learn anything helpful. I actually did. Like I was expecting going into the course, I think Sneako has the ability to and actually did deliver on giving great advice on the mental health aspects of being a creator. He talked about his methods of how he doesn't get distracted and what he does to stay focused. He talked about in the beginning, listen, your videos are going to be straight garbage. Your first 100 videos are going to be straight trash. It's going to be slow. It's not going to be overnight success. Again, this is great advice. This is great advice. Him saying you have to live life and actually have real life experiences to have something to talk about in your videos is, again, it's great advice, truly.
I've been missing out on that part.
It's great advice. I also really like the bonus episodes of the course as well. They weren't really like lessons. They were more so like podcasts and conversations with creators that he knows. Young Don was on there. Steezy Kane is on there.
We saw Don in the stream where they were talking about when they were talking about religion and Islam and all that stuff. Gene says, Wayne, ain't Sneako like 22? He just turned 24. Yeah, he is a young dude. This is a very relevant question. So keep this in mind. What does he know about the stresses of life? He's not selling a course on how to live your life. He's selling a course on how to make money on YouTube. And this is a man who's been on YouTube for 10 years. So, what does he know about life? Probably not too much, but it's not like he's some trust fund baby. He grew up in, I think it was like Brooklyn or the Bronx or something like that. I think he just moved out of his parents' house, or if not, the last place he was at was like some little like typical New York apartment. But again, the course is not how to live your life. The course is how to make money online. And so he has definitely done that. But again, there's a difference between being good at something and being able to teach other people to do that same thing.
Ever watch a call-in interview? It was kind of a long, where, let's just sit down. Let's talk about your experiences, how you dealt with things. I'm going to ask you some questions. Let's have a discussion, and the viewer can take away from it whatever they want to take away from it. However, y'all knew it was coming. A lot of the things I was worried about transpired within me taking the course. Too much of the advice he was giving was way too specific to creators that want to be like Sneako.
This is precisely what I was saying to pay attention to before, is that this is a common problem, from what I understand, with these types of courses, is that certain people will go down a path that ends in success, and because something worked for them, then they just assume, oh, this is the key to everything. It's almost as bad as if you think back to the Oprah days when that book, The Secret, came out, and the whole thing with vision boards and the law of attraction. And it's like, if you just imagine it, if you just envision it, it's going to come true. And then you'd have all these stories about people who envisioned something and then it came true. What you don't hear is all the people who visualized this, that, and the other, and it didn't work. So you have to be very careful with that. There's a the name of the bias is escaping me, but that bias that, oh, what works for me must work for everyone, or this is how I see it, so that's how everyone must see it, or this is how I would act in that situation, something like along those lines. Sneako is Tony Robbins for Zoomers. We're aft. Not a bad take. That being said, definitely do not spend the money to go to a Tony Robbins seminar. But I watched what was it? There was something on Netflix. It was either a limited series or a documentary with Tony Robbins, and he was not nearly as cringe as I thought he would be, based on the idea of what the exact sentiment that you're talking about. So again, the idea here is, especially when we were talking about Andrew Tate, you don't want to be taking these people and putting them on a pedestal and making them your god. My whole thing is against dogmatic thinking, and that includes people who are, whether they're politicians, they're YouTubers, they're athletes, they're actors, they're whatever. You shouldn't be putting anybody that high on a pedestal. But you can learn something from anyone and everyone. So let's see. Let's continue, because this is just the warm up. I just wanted to see what we got, and then we'll be able to dive right into the conversation with them.
Creators that want to talk about social commentary, creators that views content creation as an art form. Newsflash, not every content creator views this as an art form. Creators that want to be successful, being themselves, being personalities. While a lot of creators do share that mindset, the reality is that is not every single creator. There's a difference between a video titled "How I Blew Up on YouTube" and "This is how you blow up on YouTube," right?
Woo! I like that. Yeah.
A video titled "How I Blew Up on YouTube" and "This is how."
This is a great point. These are two very different videos, and you can see the numbers. How I blew up on YouTube, same thumbnail, and I assume the same video. How I blew up on YouTube has 20,000 views. Well, okay, so this is in the first hour, so that's not really as helpful as I thought. But 20,000 views in the first hour, and this ended up, after 7 months, getting 5.2 million. So, like I was just saying, they're two very different things. Jimmy Dean says, taking into account your profession, Lutch, your whole thing should be for dogmatic thinking. Now, I'm just for dog thinking. Dogmatic thinking is very different. Is that the joke you're going for? I don't really understand why my profession. That's the only connection I can make, but good joke if it was.
How you blow up on YouTube, right? And I feel like a lot of the course was talking about how Sneako blew up on YouTube, but the title and what's being advertised is how you blow up on YouTube. Does that make sense? He criticizes creators like XQC, Hassan Abi, and Destiny for being complacent and one-dimensional, and they found their audience and they're never going to stray away from it, and they can't pull 200 at a meetup, and how they're not true artists and true creatives, which if you don't feel like they're true artists and true creatives, which I would actually tend to agree with you. I don't think they're artists. That's fine. But again, given what the purpose of this course is, how are creators who have found their audience monetize their audience to the levels and tune that XQC and Hassan Abi have, which are like becoming millionaires? How is that a bad thing in the course? If Hassan Abi, if XQC, if Destiny took your course and became the creators that they became, that would be a positive testimonial for you. That makes no sense.
Hey, we got JH in the building. Welcome back, JH. Haven't seen you in a minute. Says, do you train police dogs or just regular people? Neither. Regular dogs. No, I do not. I do basic, obedience training. I got into dog training just kind of, as needing a career. I didn't know what else to do. I like dogs. I have a degree in psychology, and so it made a lot of sense. But I wouldn't say that I have any great passion for the general training dogs in general. I do love it, but to be able to train police dogs, that's a much more intensive process to get those types of certifications. And it's for just a I guess, I don't know, is a career, a job. I'm straddling that line with my dog training because I want to do this for y'all. A good question. Glad to see you, JH. Glad to see you. So this is just somebody who took the course, and then Destiny, Abba, and Preach, or not and Preach, but Destiny, Abba, and Sneako are going to be talking. You need a video in the suit getting take. Oh, the ballista. I would do that. Hell yeah, I would do that. I would absolutely do that. Oh, you did? Really? Can they feel it? Can you feel it at all? Is it like scary to have a vicious dog and trying to jump? That's crazy. That's awesome. That's awesome.
That makes no sense. And the short-sightedness of this course, I feel like, is really displayed in the section where he talks about utilizing all social media platforms. He says to succeed on Instagram, you have to show off. That's what gets the likes and the engagement. That's how they push you in the algorithm. That's just not the case for every single page. There are curating pages and meme pages that have grown on Instagram without showing off. And this has been the case for years now. House of Highlights is the best example of this. On Twitter, Sneako says that you have to be wild and funny. No, that's not the case. People have built followings and have gotten good engagement on the platform by just giving advice to their target audience and being informative. On TikTok, he says that videos have to be fast-paced and there has to be a lot of captions and there has to be someone hot in a video. I actually do agree with the first 2 points, but come on, bro. You don't need a hot person in every single video just for it to succeed. It's truly just...
So again, we're coming back to Jimmy Dean's question about what does Sneako know about the stresses of life. And so even if he knows how to be a good YouTuber for him, he doesn't know enough about other people to be able to transfer that for their personality and their skill set, which is fine. But it's definitely important to know if you don't want to be a creator who is exactly like Sneako.
Sneako explaining how he uses the social media apps for what he's doing. In the course, Sneako spends a lot of time talking about how, as creators, you shouldn't be boxed in. You shouldn't be a X type of YouTuber, X type of creator. You should be yourself. You should make content that champions you for being you. I just find it really, really contradicting, right? That you was talking all that hoopla that I just mentioned, yet you have an affiliate program whose main funnel is going to be, and you've mentioned it in the course that you want people to do this, is to make clips about Sneako so more people can buy the course.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Again, that's even narrowing it even further. So now it's not necessarily about making content that you enjoy and you're good at. It's about making money from spreading Sneako's name. If it were presented more dishonestly after the landing page, obviously it's marketing, it's advertising, whatever. But once you get in, if it promises something different than that, that's a big problem. But if that's all you're trying to do is just make money by clipping up Sneako clips, then it sounds like it works.
Sorry, man, but that just sounds way too similar to Hustlers University. But two, isn't that pigeonholing and boxing in the creators that are taking your course? I'm in the Discord and a bunch of people are talking and conversing about how to make Sneako clips. They should be focused on making their own content and bettering their own content. That should not be the case. So Sneako, I'm just confused. Do you want us to be original or just be your plug channel? So not only is the advice shoddy to me, the actual quality of the videos is not good. A majority of the lectures are just one take OBS recordings. Slight cuts here and there. There's a photo here and there, a clip here and there. But that's about it. Like in the videos, you can see and hear the donation sound on streams. You know what I mean? That sound, like, come on, man, that shouldn't be in these videos. Also,
so Junior says Sneako's doing everything he can to make his bag before the internet moves on and lands him in obscurity. I respect the hell out of the grift. Again, I gotta, I play it straight here. I don't fanboy for anybody, and I'll call people that I like. I will call them out, but I disagree. I think Sneako has always been, somebody who has wanted to get his ideas and his opinions and his whatever out. And he's blown up now. But we've seen, even since we started talking about him on this channel, we've seen him go through a little bit of an arc, so far. So I don't know. I think that I'm not. He's not a grifter. That word is thrown around so casually. It's silly. Like, what is it that Sneako is saying that he doesn't believe in? He says so many stupid things. He says some good things, but he says so many stupid things that to be grifting based on stupid shit doesn't make sense. If you're gonna grift, why would you do shit that's gonna get you canceled? Why wouldn't you grift with LGBT feminists, soy boy? That's what you would do. So unless you're like I don't see it. I don't see how the grift is there. He was already wrong, friend. Wrong, friend. He was already popular. Yeah, he got bigger because of them. But saying once they're done, they will drop him. Even so, he's got his own crowd. He streams every day. The people who are watching him every day are not watching Destiny because they're watching him. They might pop off to watch the Abba and Preach video. They might watch the Fresh and Fit podcast. But they're not on all day. So that's not how YouTube works. That's just not how YouTube works. Sneako says outrageous shit because it's what the audience wants to hear. Don't fully disagree. He ultimately has nothing of value to add to the conversation. That's again, I disagree with that because of who his audience is. He may not have much to offer you as a grown man who already understands the world as it is. You're not going to learn that much from a 24-year-old. But that's not who his audience is. His audience is Gen Z kids who have only grown up in this woke AF world. And I gotta disagree with you. I mean, he's definitely adding value. It may not be the best. Well, that's exactly the point. That's exactly the point. His audience is uneducated Zoomers. He is giving them some sort of frame of how to not just be the typical soft soy boy, whatever. And I'm not saying he is a guru of any sorts, but like you're saying, they are uneducated. They have no one. And better Sneako than nobody. JH says he has to get banned like Tate before people move on. He's becoming a regular on Fresh and Fit, and they are still growing. Yep. And he just put out a stream with Andrew Tate today. I don't think he's going anywhere anytime soon. He's not new to this. He's been on the platform for 10 years. Hey, we got Tyler Smith in the building. Welcome. Oh my God. It's Ned. Ned is here. He said, looks like a fat dude from Spider-Man. Oh my God. Welcome, Tyler Smith. That was a good one. Jade said most people are bots. Indeed, they are. That's another thing, Jimmy Dean, that you don't understand because of exactly the problem with Sneako's course is that he can only see the world from his perspective, is that you can only see Sneako from your perspective. These uneducated Zoomers have a lot to learn. And I agree with you. Maybe Sneako is not the best person in the world to be leading uneducated, lonely Zoomer men. But it's better than nothing. It's better than nothing.
The Discord, people have expressed frustrations with how the video playback buffers like a lot. Then to the point where people are saying like it's unplayable, like I literally can't watch this. And I actually did go through that same experience myself. It's not my internet. I have good internet. People within
literally
in the Discord, a lot of people have complained about having a similar experience. So clearly it's not on us. However, this brings me to an interesting situation that I saw unfold in the Discord. Now, this guy was like the first person that I saw bring up this issue, and apparently he DM'd Moose.
So what if he was a flat earther? That's pretty much the only conspiracy he's not into. But I don't understand how. I don't understand the connection. What is spreading conspiracies have to do with? I mean, you should be questioning conspiracies when you're that age. If you were 35 and you were talking about conspiracies, then that's a different story. But when you're just coming out into the world and you're just learning to question things, we all did this. You didn't, there's no conspiracies, Jimmy. There's no conspiracies that you believed in for a while. And then you kind of learn more about it and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, obviously that doesn't make sense. None? And which conspiracies are you talking about? I mean, there's a lot of people that believe in a lot of conspiracies that aren't necessarily wrong and aren't necessarily stupid. They're not necessarily right, but I don't see the connection.
Who is Sneako's editor and the guy that apparently like runs the Discord, at least from my understanding. Correct me if I'm wrong. The guy asked him like, "Yo, why are the videos buffering? Like they're damn near unplayable. Is there a way for me to get a zip version of the course so I can download it? And if not, like, can I get a full refund?" And the editor's response to the DM was, "Yo, no one else is experiencing this issue. It's clearly a you problem. Like, what do you want me to do with this?" And then the guy talked about the conversation, posted screenshots in a text channel called Testimonials, and y'all know what testimonials are. You're supposed to be able to give feedback on your experience, whether it's good or bad. And in this testimonial, the guy says basically every product you buy these days allow a full refund if the product doesn't work for you. I can't watch these videos because
I'm gonna run that back. Jay just saying he had Zerka, I don't know who that is, Zerka on trying to convince him about the flat earthers. When you say he can still come around, do you mean Sneako could still end up being a flat earther? Or do you mean that with other conspiracies, he could come around and be more rational? And again, I mean, depending on the conspiracy, I mean, the entire COVID regime, according to some, not me, but according to some, that whole thing is a conspiracy. So that doesn't really mean anything. Unless you're talking about something that he has, you're saying he spreads conspiracies. Unless he's spreading falsifiable information, I don't really see an issue with talking about conspiracies. And then I don't see the connection between talking about conspiracies and being irrelevant or I just, you're saying a bunch of things, but I'm not getting your point.
my internet is bad despite having 100 megabits per second download, and so I cannot gain any value.
And I mean, that's fair enough. He's a mid-20s going through the stage of his life where he's questioning things. I have no problem with that. Now, again, I am a 32-year-old man. I am not, watching these streams every day. That's not what we're doing here. I'm not trying to convince you guys that Sneako is somebody that you should be watching every day. That's not what we're doing here. The question is Sneako, well, number one, is his course a scam? And number two, is his presence on the platform some terrible, horrible thing? Because that's what a lot of people are making it out to be. And I just don't agree.
Out of them.
So let's run this back so we can, whatever. It says basically every product you buy these days allows a refund if the product doesn't work for you. I can't watch these videos because, quote, my internet is bad, despite having good internet. So I cannot gain any value out of them. I have asked everyone all the way up to Musa for a refund, and the response I got was surprisingly rude and unhelpful. So I was forced to file a claim through my bank. It's depressing that you guys chose to run your business this way. There's my testimonial. Watch it get removed because you don't unplug kids from the matrix. You plug them into your own matrix. Oh, damn.
Asked everyone all the way up to Musa for a refund, and the response I got was surprisingly rude and unhelpful. So I was forced to file a claim through my bank. It's depressing that you guys chose to run your business this way. There's my testimonial. Watch it get removed because you guys don't unplug kids from the matrix.
Okay. So you saved yourself with the last part, but I agree, obviously, that they both should be allowed, but I see a huge difference. Between Nick and Sneako for one very important reason. Sneako is kind of, the allure of his show, and he even thinks about that way, and he talks about how he does his streams in seasons, and he'll go for a while, and then he'll go in season 1, and he's just like I am. I am closer. I would hope so, but I'm closer to Sneako in this way, in that I'm not trying to be the authority and say, "Hey guys, I've got the answers. Let me tell them to you." What I'm doing is trying to learn stuff, go on a journey of whatever, and bring you guys along with me. That's what Sneako and I are doing in very different lanes. What Nick Fuentes is doing is preaching a political ideology that he has researched and brought a lot of seeming validity to, especially to, again, his audience. So no, they are not horrible in the same way. What is Sneako promoting that is equal to Nick Fuentes thinking we should have an all-white Catholic world? Kind of seems like, leftist snowflake talk.
You just plugged them into your own matrix. And you know what happened? Yo, what happened, Bezos? What happened? Post got removed. The post got removed. The post got removed? Come on, Sneako.
And again, you see, I'm not standing for him. I'm not saying like, oh, Sneako's the best. I'm just, hey, you said some shit I disagree with. But you remove a post, I always do that. The monitor's over here, but the camera flips it. So I got to pretend the monitor's over here. So when you do shit like that, obviously that's some fucking bullshit. Be a man and just give the guy his money back. But I just don't agree with this comment.
Oh, Sneako's product, Sneako server, Sneako team can't be censoring people who are going against their views. That can't be the case. That just can't be the case. And let me just speak on the Discord community real quick. If you buy the course, you get in this community, and it's a pretty active community. VCs are pretty active. There's also community calls every single week. I personally haven't attended one, but I'm assuming it's like an AMA. Let me ask Sneako about the course type shit. I just attended one, and that's exactly what it is. Like, it's cool, it's fine. I just can't. The testimonial thing got me fucked up. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. So everything I've talked about is just what's been on the course. But I'm gonna be honest, there's a lot of topics that are just missing. How is there not a section on titles and thumbnails? Come on, bro. Titles and thumbnails.
That's shady. That is the lifeblood of a new channel. It doesn't matter what you're saying in your video. It does not matter. You could go in the future and watch Sneako's stream tomorrow and recreate it exactly. But if you don't have a good title and thumbnail, nobody's going to see it. So that's sus.
Not even a video. The only portion in the course where they even talked about titles and thumbnails really was like a 2-minute part of the conversation he had with Steezy Kane in a bonus episode.
And for comparison, in the lead attorney's course, there was one video for titles and there was one video for thumbnails, and they were each about 20 minutes long. So, but again, is it a scam or is it just a terrible product? Or is it not? Or is this guy bullshitting? We always gotta, hey, you know what we say? Believe nothing except that anything is possible.
Not be something that's just part of a bonus episode. Same thing with brand deals and brand negotiation. That was like a 1-minute segment in the Jordan Welch video, and the only other reference to brand deals was the fact that Sneako doesn't get any. Like, I get it, you don't get brand deals, but if you're trying to teach people how to monetize social media, ignoring brand deals is dumb. It's dumb. Other topics that should have been no-brainers:
Sus.
Equipment, software, the value of a Patreon, a section.
Wow, this is getting worse by the minute. So we got about 3 minutes left of this video, and then we'll see what Sneako has to say about it. Oh, you are 100% right about this. Even terrible products have refund policies. Yeah, there is no excuse for that. There is no excuse for that. And as if he can't afford to lose $50 a month. Come on, Sneako.
On outsourcing, how people actually get paid on social media, short form versus long form. Heck, let's lower the bar even more. You don't have to explain the code and the actual algorithm of YouTube, but how about just an attempt at talking about the YouTube algorithm and how it works? That's not even there, even though
it's not even there. That's bad. That's bad too, because well, you start with your thumbnails and titles, but how you make them is based on the algorithm. So this does seem like a course on how to use Sneako's name and Sneako's content to make money for yourself, as opposed to becoming a content creator for yourself. That's what it seems like from this one video that we're watching. But we're going to hear from the man himself. So let's finish this one up.
There's a section on the TikTok algorithm and how that works, but the very first lecture in the video is how to get 1,000 subscribers on YouTube, and you're not even going to explain the YouTube algorithm in your lens? Like, come on, bro. And if they're not missing, like I outlined previously, a lot of it is just not fleshed out. There's a lecture in the course titled Monetizing Other Platforms. And let me just ask you, what do you think a video like that would be about? Personally, I think it'd be about all the different ways you can make money on all the different platforms. Like, for example, YouTube has AdSense, Super Chats, memberships, chat subscriptions, donations. You know what I'm saying? TikTok.
So I'm going to guess, based on the tone of this video, that monetizing is getting a channel big enough based on Sneako clips.
As the creator fund, Instagram has IG Reels, brand, you know what I'm saying? Like that type of stuff. That's what I would expect. I feel like that's what you would expect as well. Now, let me tell you what the actual video was about. The actual video was about Instagram. However, it wasn't just about Instagram. It explained how giveaways worked on Instagram, which, to their credit, actually didn't know how it worked. So I did learn how those big giveaways work. Have you ever seen those, like, yo, check the caption to enter the giveaway, and they tell you to go on this page and follow a bunch of, like, he broke down the economics of that. I learned something myself. But that whole lecture, that was it. That was it. Maybe he mentioned, like, how on Instagram you can sell pages, but that's it. That is all he talked about. Didn't talk about other social media platforms and what does it say, monetizing on other platforms. That was it. There is valuable information in this course. It is not all bad information. I personally would not call it a scam. For $50, he told you he was going to get...
All right, so even dude who is out here roasting it said it is he wouldn't call it a scam.
Videos, you were going to get community calls to Sneako, you was going to get access to a Discord, and that is what he delivered. Even with the affiliate program, it's not fully implemented right now, but affiliate programs are normal. There's nothing special about this affiliate program. However, I knew it was coming, but it's not a good product. I'm sorry. I would not recommend getting the creativity kit. The quality of the videos are bad. The course is too niche when it's advertised as not being niche. The majority of the advice is what's worked for Sneako and the creators around him, and not really what can actually apply to every single creator out there. There's too many topics that are no-brainers that are not included in the course. Also, I just want to add, because Sneako's been making this point recently on his streams, and I've seen a couple clips of him talking about how, like, yo, I'm going to update the course as the months go on. While I am glad that they're actually doing that, that is not an excuse for you to put...
Guys, can I get, before we dive into the main video, as this one's ending, if you get to hit that like button, I'll love you forever.
Without an unfinished product. Like if NBA 2K23 comes out and it's trash and it's buggy, you wouldn't just give 2K an excuse just because they're going to release updates every 2 weeks. No, you release the trash product. And until it's not trash through the updates, it's trash. I feel like there's better free resources out there that can give you more objective advice that can apply to way more creators. And then if you want to dive into a specific niche that you're in.
That first one, channel makers. If you guys are interested in making a channel of any sort, channel makers, Nick Nimmin, Roberto Blake, 3 great channels for learning about the algorithm. And then I was going to say somebody else for Instagram, but I can't remember her name. So sorry, but ask me about it if you care, and I will find out.
You're better off just doing independent.
All right, so I mean, this is we get the point. We get the point. So now we can get rid of we can get rid of all of that. We can just watch. So I think
Sneako has all.
All right. Okay, so again, going back, we got Destiny, and Destiny is down here. The video that we just watched is up here. He was reacting to it. I don't know how much of it he watched, but Sneako was in the YouTube chat. Let's see what happens.
Sneako's in the chat. He's mad. Watch out.
DMJesus, who is Sneako's editor and the guy that apparently like runs a Discord. At least understands.
Sounds like mad at you right now, Snake. This guy's destroying you right now. Destroying your whole program, dude. You gonna let this guy stand?
Pardon me if I'm wrong. The guy asked him like, "Yo, why are the videos buffering? Like they're damn near unbiblical. You know, is there a way for you to?"
I don't want to watch. Oh, Sneako joins call. Okay. Sneako joins call. Oh.
Let's talk about other social media people.
Hi, what's up?
Yo, what up? What's up?
Not much.
All right, I just want to double check that. Okay. All right. So when this dude pops in, we're gonna switch off. I got you. I got this. I got this. Struggle streaming. All right. So as I said, that's where we're at. We're watching the video. Sneako's now on the call.
Listen to this guy. Push your program. What the fuck?
Yeah, this is pretty old. This is like a mold. We've fixed a lot of problems since then.
Why is this fucking jumping? God damn it. Let me just reload. Struggle streaming, struggle streaming. Of course, it's gonna just do this. I hate everything.
Other social media.
Please stop.
I would.
Please stop.
Not much. We're listening to this guy roast your program.
Jesus fucking Christ. All right, let's try this again. Take 2.
What the fuck?
Yeah, this is pretty old. This is like a month old. We've fixed a lot of these problems since then. And the fact that all streamers, everybody only reacts to negative things to me. Like, you talk pretty highly about my main channel videos, like,
Oh, he's getting a little butthurt.
oh, it makes good content on the past. But every time another streamer, anybody talks about me, it has to be something negative.
Well, I just react to whatever chat links me generally. Are you at, like, the stuff I've reacted to negatively has mainly been stuff that you've wanted to watch with me, like other guys just talking shit on you.
But every video, every single day, there's another one.
What do you have?
I think how I was just thinking, like, before joining the stream.
And I will be 1,000% honest with you guys. I was super pissed off that 3 different trolls tried to come up on the panel last show, and it threw me off. I wasn't feeling well. I kind of usually I have a nice little drink to loosen me up. I was a little uptight, and I was mad. But I'm a nobody. I'm a nobody. You got millions of subscribers, and you can't deal with reaction videos. Come on, bro.
Drama is just what everyone wants to watch, and it's been pretty eye-opening seeing all these videos. It's like, when you get to a certain point, you probably experience the same thing. Everybody just needs to see something wrong. People like to see you fall when you're up.
Yeah, I mean, negativity sells. Like that's
do you think he's actually posting it? I saw some of that video, and the one part that I did criticize Musa for was deleting that testimonial. I did not know he did that. Other than that, like, what in the video was that valid?
Okay, so again, just going on based on what people are saying. No, see, you're the kind of troll that I want. Somebody who's in the chat, who has a thing and makes it more fun. The trolls I'm talking about are motherfuckers who try to come up on the panel and put porn on my thing so that my channel gets deleted. So you are the only one. And that's why you got your wrench, right? Yeah, that's why you got your wrench. The resident sausage. So you are the one. I wish you were here Monday. I wish you were here. I needed your help so bad. But you live and you learn. I got to do this shit on my own. I got to learn to deal with it on my own. But that's my point, is that we're going on a journey. That was the first time I've been like, oh, whoa, there's a lot going on here. I don't think I'm going to go back to the politics, or no, where was I? The politics section of Twitch. That seems to be just very taken over by like high school children who are not fun. They come in and, can you play this? Can you play that? Like, no, we're watching something. So you are the only one.
Criticism you think we're valid.
I
keep watching if you want to.
Sure. There's not much left. I don't know. It seems pretty fair. It seems like he's worried that some of the advice that was given was like a little bit too specific.
The one part I didn't like was that he's saying that because I'm telling people how to clip up my streams and put it on TikTok, that means it's the only type of content that I'm promoting, and that's not true. Those things don't have to be mutually exclusive.
Fair point.
Okay. I can't speak because I haven't seen the program. Like,
well, what's your take? You've been how long is that video? Like 20 minutes?
Yeah, but I mean, I haven't seen the program. So he says that he feels like you talk about that a lot or too much or whatever, but maybe you don't talk about it too much, but I haven't seen like the other stuff that you talk about, so I can't really say.
Okay.
Right. I don't know.
Even this conversation happening, we would expect a successful streamer, YouTuber, whatever, to be able to see some video like that and just let it roll off your shoulder. That's what you have to do. It is the level of vitriol, especially early on, is 10 times what the support is. So you have to be able to do that to get to where Sneako is. But for whatever reason, this one kind of got under his skin, and he is able to call Destiny and have this conversation, which I don't know if many of you would be able to do that. Maybe you would. Would you?
Turn on my stream. Chat, we're watching some guy talk about the productivity kit. This was a month ago, I think, when we first launched it. It was a one-time payment at the time, and now it's $50 a month. And since then, what we did to circumvent like people saying there's not enough information in the creativity kit, we do 3 calls a week. I do three hours a week. We all do a networking call. I do Q&As. I bring on special guests. I brought on multimillionaires. We talk. And we've even found I got people jobs in the creativity kit. I got some editing job. This guy Steph is cold. Another red pill guy that you wouldn't agree with hopped in one of my streams, and then he hit me up asking for an editor. I went to the creativity kit, asked for an editor. Now he found a full-time guy. So it's a great place to network and develop the skills to make money online. But I feel like your sentiment here and overall like the blue pill ideology is that not everybody can get rich, and that not like that everybody in your chat right now, it's like instead of trying to improve, instead of trying to find a way to make more money, it's like they'd rather just like get in a chat and waste their time and not improve it all. Like, oh, well, everything else is, these are crypto nerds. Like, why don't you try to make some money online instead of watching Destiny all day?
I mean, there are things you can do to like improve yourself, but like trying to learn how to make money online is probably one of the most worthless things you can do for self-improvement.
That's such a dumb thing to say.
Is it though?
Say, because you spend hours online. Like you literally are a professional moneymaker online. Why would you say that it's a dumb way to make money when that's what you do?
Because my job is a 1 in 1 million job.
But there's so many ways to make money online. And you are an example of people who chronically spend all their time on the internet. That's not
First of all, there's not that many ways to make money online. It's pretty hard.
There's so many ways to make money online.
It's a grind. It's very difficult to make a decent amount of money online. Right.
So, but you don't talk about the grind. You rather say like, go to college. I saw you on Adam 23. You're like, go to college.
Yeah, because college is a super reliable course to build
college
yourself.
Is a scam. College is a giant scam.
As somebody, we'll get there.
Majors are a waste of time now. You have to pay $50,000 a year to a lot of these schools.
Why do you think people pay the money?
Because the government pays it for them, and they are too stupid at 18 years old to understand what $50,000 even fucking means. That's why. College didn't always cost $50,000. In case you didn't know, you used to be able to pay your way through college with a minimum wage job. But then the government got involved. And so the colleges were like, hey, if the government's paying for it, yeah, $50,000 a semester.
Because it's an illusion to make them feel like they're productive and they're doing something with the reality. They don't know what they want to do. They're just in there taking up loans, and then they end up at 40 with a bunch.
All of societies, they don't end up with that. They end up out earning people with high school degrees by about $1 million over the end of their lifetime. There's a reason why people pay so much for degrees. It's because they tend to pay for themselves.
You're telling me you don't know a lot of people in your generation that have to pay so much money off in student loans?
I know more people that went broke on crypto than I know people that wasted money on a STEM degree.
That's not the question.
Okay, but why are you advocating for the grind of college but not the advocate?
That's where you need to be able to point this stuff out in real time. That's okay, great. Yeah, a lot of people got fucked on crypto. That's a very valid point. That is a completely different point than what sneako was saying. And if he was a little bit more aware of these tactics, then he'd be able to pick up on it.
Advocating for making money
because college is a reliable path that if you get on the path and you put in the work, there's a guaranteed reward at the end. It's not a competition.
Is it though? Who here went to college and is not working in the field that they have a degree in?
Other people. Competition by
reliable path. What did you go to college?
Kind of.
Kind of. So you didn't even you dropped out and you're telling people to go to college?
Yeah, because I'm a 1 in a million. What I did was incredibly rare. Like, what do you mean? Like, not everybody can take the same path that I took.
See, this is directly relevant to the main criticism, is that this is more of, hey, this is how Sneako made money, and if you clip up his streams, then you can also make money. But it's not teaching you how to be a content creator.
Why are you not advocating? Like, if you know how to do it, why don't you try to tell people how to do it? You're not a 1 in a million. Like, do you think what you did is that difficult?
I was literally the first person in the world to quit their job and do streaming as a profession. Yeah, like I think that's a 1 in a 10 or 100 million or 1 in 9 million. Yeah, like yeah, I think it's an incredibly rare thing. Like even on the Twitch platform, to be somebody that makes a living is like a 1 out of 100,000 thing. What are there, like 10 million streamers on Twitch or whatever? It's some absurdly high number. And I think that like
grind to get it. There's a lot.
It's not just grinding. No. College is a grind that you can grind on and get a career.
College is not a grind. College is not a grind. I mean, maybe my experience was a little bit different because I was in liberal arts. I went for psychology. I'm sure if you do engineering or chemistry, or if you're going to law school or something, college is not a grind. College is figuring out basically how you're going to plan the tiny bullshit you do between all your social events. The reason to go to college is to learn how to be social. If you're not going to be a doctor, you're not going to be an astronaut, if you're not going to be, one of these lawyer, one of these very specific things that does need specialized knowledge, then no. Unless you're dumb, college is not a grind.
Waiting for you at the end. Streaming
That doesn't mean it's easy, but it's just rote memorization, just like high school.
Is a lot of luck. You have to be lucky enough. You have to have
a lot of these people to like figure out that they don't. Okay, they get a job at some office with a boss with a pension, 5 days a week. Nobody wants to do that anymore. Nobody wants to be a slave to that. You don't want to be a slave to that. You do the complete opposite of a college degree.
You see because I'm like the glorious top of the top of the top.
He's good, but slow your roll there, Destiny. Top of the top of the top. Hey, we got Indie Film in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Glad to have you here, buddy. We are here to find out, is Sneako legit or not?
Most people that are trying to grind on online shit, they're doing like this weird esoteric research, constantly refreshing their fucking Amazon page or whatever shop they have to say that they earn like another like $2.84 for the month, like praying to God that they managed to ship a few more things or get a few more clicks or whatever. Like, it's not glorious there. You think most of these people are like, yeah, bro, like I just checked my crypto earnings for the day, made another $2 grand, gonna go down, have a coffee, get on my MacBook and like see if I can make like another 400,000. Like, that's not most people. Most people on this online grind are like unemployed dudes, either in their mom's basement or at home with their girlfriend, like working part-time or full-time, like service or whatever.
They hear advice from you. They hear advice that like, oh, I should go to college. I should give up my time. I should be slow and bored after 5 p.m. and not take any time to invest in myself. Most of the people who make money online, and I'm one of those people, are saying that it's a mindset shift. And if you start thinking like an entrepreneur, you can actually make money doing this thing. There's so many ways to make money online. I just got a guy a full-time editing job from my creativity kit.
If I could find
my Discord, he works a full-time job now.
He didn't get it because he learned something. He got it because he got networked with you. That's different.
No, he learned how to edit.
Okay. So there we go. Now we have a formal argument. This guy got a job. Did he get the job because of what is that? Because he learned how to edit through or is it because of the networking? And more importantly, does that matter? Does it matter how or why he got the job through Sneako? If he got the job through Sneako.
And he emailed Steph is cold. He was the best editor of the 5 people that he selected. You have to get good at editing. There's a lot of skills.
He didn't learn editing from your program. He got networked in your program.
Okay, but
why? So
it's a combination of multiple things.
No, but I'm just saying he paid money to get into Discord, and you ended up recommending him. But again, even that is
okay, and he got the job. What's the issue?
Lucky thing. How many people were in your program that can edit? Like, even that was lucky.
Maybe he learned editing from a film school, from the traditional path, like I did, learning how to edit up for a fucking TV show or movie, and then instead he found out how to make money online from TikTok or from this algorithm, from the new content space, figured out how to use his skill set, and then ended up in the right place at the right time and got a job.
If I were to talk to most entrepreneurs, I think the vast majority of them, if you're asking them what you should do, I think they would say you should go to college. That'd be my guess.
I'm going to call bullshit. Most, he said entrepreneurs, right? Did I miss that?
No. Majority of them.
Yeah. No, that is not true. That is just not true. Most, I've seen I've talked about this before, the number of employers who are now looking at, just your qualifications and almost see a college degree as a bad thing. The number is rising because college is a scam. College is bullshit. College is just a way to do a thing and get a piece of paper that doesn't mean anything. Again, are any of you working in the industry in which you have a degree? Me neither. Neither is Sneako. Neither is Destiny. Neither is anybody else who's about to hop on this call. So, feels over reals, homie.
If you're asking them what you should do, I think they would say you should go to college. That'd be my guess.
You'd be guessing wrong, though, I think. I mean, some would, but probably not. I mean, it doesn't... Why? Why would you... What is it that you could learn in college to be an entrepreneur? Like, I'm not saying you can't learn anything from business school, but if you are that entrepreneurial, then just go do the thing. I've watched Shark Tank. I'm 100% with Sneako on this.
They don't say that. Drop out.
I would have to find real entrepreneurs. Online,
You're an entrepreneur, you
online,
dropped out.
no, but I'm an intelligent person. Online entrepreneurs don't count because
Do you think that
most of
you're
these guys got lucky on crypto and they think they know anything about
I'm an intelligent person. Most of these people only know crypto and like not unlike me.
businesses. I'm sorry, but if you do crypto, you're not an entrepreneur. You don't know anything about business or employees or anything.
I don't remember anybody talking about crypto except for maybe a throwaway example. Sounds like cope to me.
You have no experience with this
think
book.
that
Not you
viewers are
personally.
dumber than you?
Yeah. Do I think that my viewers are? It's not about dumb. It's not just a matter of how smart you are. I think it's a matter of
It's a genuine question. Do you think you're smarter than your viewers?
like in what way? In what sense?
You said that you're an intelligent person. You're 1 in a million. Not everybody could do what you do. Do you?
When I say I'm 1 in a
I'm very interested. So Exile Blue says he is. That's a yes. Yes. Stick to this. Of course. Of course. High IQ. Oh, someone answered it. Let's see.
million, and not everybody can do what I do.
He's actually mentally challenged. May as well pick those horses. We are dumb. Probably most of us.
What I mean by that is that
No. So half of these are trolling, but that's a good question. I'm curious what you guys think. I mean, I'll tell you. But yeah, let's here, I'm gonna play this. Let's put it in the whatchamacallit. I'll put up a poll.
throughout my life, before I was 22, 21 years old, I developed a hyper-specific set of skills, and I wound up in a hyper-select moment in history where a hyper-select amount of technology was available at the time. Yeah, a lot of it was, yeah.
Oh, come on, man.
If I was born 5 years earlier, I would be a full-time carpet cleaner for the rest of my life. And if I was born 5 years later, I would be a full-time carpet cleaner for the rest of my life. The moment that
So then clearly you're not that great at anything. Clearly, it's just about the fact that you are good at talking, and it was just all together. If you were that good, it really wouldn't matter. Maybe you wouldn't be the #1 guy, but apparently you've been doing this so long that you don't realize that there's thousands, probably hundreds of thousands of people who are full-time content creators. Maybe you were the first, but that's not really that rare anymore. Oh, we got a comment here from Indie Film saying having a motor being driven as far more important than your IQ or going to college or high school, as a matter of fact. Having a motor being driven as far. I think you're agreeing with the sense that college isn't necessarily what it used to be, but I don't know what having a motor being driven as far means.
That's my question, though.
What is your question?
Do you think you're smarter than your chat?
Maybe on average, but that's not relevant. There's people that are smarter than me that are poorer than me.
So again, I want to go back to the chat here. Destiny opinion is my. Oh, what a fucking bot! Destiny's opinion is my opinion. Maybe I don't know how. Let's see.
People that are dumber than me that are richer than me.
I think that's the difference between my mentality and yours. Like, I don't think that I'm smarter than the people that watch my stream. I think that I'm capable of getting to a point that everybody watching me can get to if they.
So this is a very interesting exchange. If you don't see what's going on here, then you're in the right place, because I got it all for you. So Destiny has been in his position for so long. He doesn't want to say that he knows he's smarter than most of his audience, because when you get to that size, smart people don't watch like all day streams. That's not what smart people do, at least for the most part. So he does think that hey, we got Positile. Oh, I gotta make sure I get I want to make sure you are a mod, because how do I do that? Oh, you are a mod. Okay. Yo, I needed you here on Monday, bro. The Twitch comments were off the chain, but welcome. Glad you are here, buddy. Glad you are here. Lost my train of thought. What was I saying? I don't know. Let's get back into it.
Apply themselves properly, and if they see that there's a way out of the program.
Oh, So I was saying that Destiny he's been in this position for so long that he can't see that other people could theoretically accomplish something in the same realm as him. Not become him, but do what he does. Be successful as a streamer. That is possible. That is very much, again, he's like, I was the first person to go full time. Is that true? Maybe, probably. I don't really care. But it is definitely not that rare anymore. And so again, looking at these comments in the chat, somebody said, where was it? Oh, I must have gone past it. And they said, why would we listen to somebody who's dumber than us? Which is a good point. So clearly they think that Destiny is smart. But on the other side, Sneako trying to say, oh, I'm just the same as everybody in my chat. It's like, no, dude, you're not. Most of the people in your chat will not have the commitment to start a channel, to upload, to stream regularly, to have opinions, to be able to be charismatic enough to get people to watch them. All of these things. Now, he did specifically ask smarter, and so those things don't necessarily make Sneako smarter, but there is definitely, where's Jimmy Dean's, his audience is uneducated Zoomers. They go to somebody like Sneako because they need somebody like Sneako. And it's awesome to want to be, part of the crowd. But when you're the one on camera, you're the one driving the ship. You're just not on the same level. And it doesn't make you better. Like, I'm not saying, hey, I'm better than you guys. Some of you guys have channels. Some of you guys, but for the time being, what we're talking about, when I'm presenting to you, I have a little bit more of value to present. Otherwise, why would you be here? That doesn't mean I'm better than you. That doesn't mean you can't. You get it. You get it. So, like I said, very interesting conversation going on here between two people at very different stages in their careers.
And their lives. You dropped out of your carpet cleaning bullshit matrix job, and now you have the best job ever. You play video games all goddamn day, sitting here and yell.
You're comparing.
It's so fun.
This is not the average job in the online world. The average job here sucks shit. Even the average streaming job sucks shit. People that have 50 to 100 viewers that are having to like beg for subs, beg for donos, and grind every fucking day. Like, that's not a fun job. That's just as miserable as any other job.
Way. It's work smarter, not work harder. But you can work
not
smarter.
You don't understand, bro. There's a limited amount of viewer hours that exist in the world. You can't just invent people to watch your shit unless you're botting. You can't. Not everybody can be a big streamer. There's just not enough people in the world watching content.
Okay, but don't you understand that there's so many ways to waste money? You're really like pocketing in how many jobs are online now. You know that there's a lot of people. I know people that make money just selling verification badges. I know people making money from crypto.
Listen to what you just said. Listen to what you just said. People that make money selling verification badges. These are people that are highly connected at social media companies.
Okay, how do they get that connection? How do they get that connection?
I don't know. It was either through work or whatever.
Smart.
I don't know how they got.
Again, Destiny is usually so on point and so clear. What I don't understand what the point is. Listen to what you just said. They're well connected. Okay, what the fuck does that have to do with? What are you saying? What are you saying?
Those connections, but I know not everybody can have. Listen. You need to have the economic understanding of what you're saying. The fact that somebody can make a living selling verification badges means that there's a demand for that, meaning the supply is very low, meaning it's very rare to be the person that can sell that service.
Okay, I agree with that. It's rare to be the person that can sell that service. Okay. I still don't understand the relevance to Sneako's message.
Definition, not everybody can do that. All of these jobs are highly exclusive. If everybody could do them, there wouldn't be any money in doing it.
So I think I get it. I think the miscommunication is coming from when Sneako says everybody can do this. Destiny looks at that and says everybody can do exactly what I'm doing. But I think what Sneako means is that I've used my personality to make money online. Whatever your personality is, you can do that too. Whether it's being an editor, whether it's just setting up a channel where you clip up my shit, whether it's this or that, anybody, as opposed to everybody, anybody can get rich online. And I know that now that I'm saying it out loud, we kind of went over this when they were on Fresh and Fit, but they're talking past each other.
Being a high value person that doesn't have to slave away at a college job 9 to 5 is difficult, but you can get there. And saying that there's only a streamer who can do that is limited.
What you're saying, high value, like this is like, I already told my son this, like my kid's not doing YouTube until he finishes college. You want to talk about being a high value person?
What?
Yeah, of course. Building.
Hey, we got a match on Hinge. You guys want to see what she looks like?
Like getting a college degree is one of the biggest investments you can make in yourself. And it's one of the biggest
You
ways
didn't even do it.
I got lucky.
You didn't do it.
I got
How are you
lucky.
advocating for something you didn't do?
Because I'm smart enough to see that I was one of the few survivors of that world. I made it out. I escaped. It's not like I grew from the path that
Why
was
would
there.
you not? Okay, why did you drop out of college?
She's
Because I was
double
working
texting.
full-time graveyard shifts and I couldn't do college and work at the same time.
Did you like college?
Yeah, I wanted my music degree. I have a huge passion for music, of course.
Okay, do you need a music degree to be successful in the music industry?
You don't need one, but it helps.
No, you don't. It's like,
Does it help? Does it help? Really, does it help? Name the top 5 artists topping the charts right now. I guarantee you, most of them are probably industry plants, much less people who actually went to music school. Hinge eats her bust. All right, let's see. She was a little large, but she seemed. Where the fuck is that? She seemed all right. So, oh yeah, I forgot about hold on 1 second. Hold on. So, yeah, she got a little bit of a belly, but once you turn 30, bro, they all do. All right, let's see what she looking like. She looking like this. Can we not? Oh, it's gonna. Okay, let's see how. All right, I'll do that, and yeah. Oh! These lights are in the way. Can you see that? It's not that bad. But she also put up this picture. And it's just like, why did you do that? Like, you would have had me. Oh, my finger's in front of it. Hold on. You would have had me. But that. Oh, god damn it. Come on. The belly, I can't deal with it. It's too much. But we'll see. Anyway. Maybe school librarian vibes. I'm not mad at that. She was doing a video with like a hula hoop, and I told you guys I used to be into the whole gloving thing. So I was like, that's my in. And then genius. One of the questions on my profile is like the you can do a voice thing, and I got a voice. All right. I want you to guess what my nationality is. There's 2 countries I'm looking for. I think you can get it, but let's see what you got. And she guessed. I was from Belize, which is a funny joke if you are a fan of Breaking Bad. I'm not trying to go to Belize, you know what I mean? Any film says, I doubt that most agents and producers went through college and got a music degree. I agree with you, sir. Let's see.
it doesn't help.
How does it not help?
Bro, it doesn't. What did you want to do? You want to be an engineer?
No, but there was a really good saxophone program at my school. Being in that program gives you the
You
opportunity
want
to
to
play
play the
with.
saxophone?
Yeah, that's my. Why do you think I have a
And you want
saxophone
to get a
background?
degree to play the saxophone?
It's not about getting a fucking degree. It's about having the.
That's what you're saying it is.
It's about having the opportunity at school to play with other talented people. It's about the workshops you get connected to. It's about the traveling that your college sponsors. It's about the ensembles that you get to play with and the experience you get to build while being part of that ensemble.
Okay, just because that is all true. About the experience and who you're playing with and the being part of the ensemble, all of that. That does not mean it is necessary. And again, I think if we look at the charts, we would see that most of the people topping the charts today are not formally educated. maybe have some formal education, but they're not Juilliard graduates. And maybe there's some, but it's certainly not anywhere close to a requirement. That is just a ridiculous claim.
Otherwise, what? I'm gonna go busk downtown and hope that a good player shows up.
Can you not do all of those things? You can't do all of those things by meeting the right people.
You can learn how to build an atomic bomb by reading the right Wikipedia articles. That doesn't mean everybody can do it. It's nice having people to tutor you and mentor you and help.
That is a completely non-committal statement. You could do anything by reading it online. That doesn't mean you can do it. Well, if you can read online how to do it, then what exactly is stopping people from being able to do it?
You're saying it's a safe space. It's a comfort zone for people who don't want to.
It's not about a safe space.
You don't need a fucking degree to get to play the saxophone. You just need to know the right people, get in a band, and then go travel, get the experience of playing with other people. There's no, bro, who played the saxophone? Miles Davis? Right? He didn't get a fucking degree. There's not one saxophone player that you look up who went to school for that. Don't you see the
First of all,
college was a safe space for you.
I think what did you say? Miles Davis. I think Miles Davis did go to school. But again, that's not really super relevant. Positive says, I would love to make my living out of social media. Trust me. But I know that jobs outside of social media are more important and necessary. It's important to understand that, hypothetically speaking, if most of the human population is making a living out of social media, society will collapse. That's another good point. We need people to build roads, to pick up garbage, to run the libraries, to do everything else. That being said, if you are not one of those people, like I think what Sneako is trying to present is that, yes, we do need those people. But I don't think that many people dream of that being their path. And so with that being said, now with the democratization of everything that's come with the internet, the decentralization, if you are willing to put in the time, you can do it if you want to. I think that's a very simple message that it's interesting to me that it's so triggering. Because it's simply not wrong. It's simply just factual. But the mentality is, oh, well, you tell everybody's going to think this, and then society's going to fall. Like, no, most people, trust me, most people do not have what it takes. They don't have the commitment to run a YouTube channel. It's a lot of work. And at first, you get $0. Except for some of you guys who hook me up. You know who you are, and I appreciate you to no end. But, I'm just doing this. Not everybody is willing to do that. And even if Sneako is kind of naive, especially because Destiny is the older and more experienced one, I have to agree with Sneako in the sense that he's coming at this from a defeatist complacency standpoint. The fact of reality is that anyone could do this if they wanted to. Not everybody wants to. Not everybody's willing to actually put in the work, even if they do want to. Those are different conversations.
Because you want to become a
firstly, Miles Davis.
It's harder to actually do it. Miles, I don't give a fuck about getting the point. Just someone else play the saxophone. The point is that you wanted to become a successful saxophone player, and instead of applying yourself, you took the safe space in the belief, this imaginary world that going to school for was actually going to get you a fucking job doing it. When that's not true. You need to put yourself in the right situations. You need to talk to the right people in order to become successful. That doesn't matter. A degree for saxophone.
I don't know how to break through your programming.
I don't know how
to break through. No, most people did probably go to school. Just like a lot of great programmers didn't go to school. Great developers didn't go to school. But the reality is that if you're searching online, this is the advice that I give everybody. If you're searching online for something to do besides going to school, you are the perfect person to go to school. That's what you need to do.
If you are the type of person searching online for something to do. I don't disagree with that. I think, actually, let me take that back. Because precisely what I was just talking about is that, everybody wants to be an influencer, a YouTuber, or this or that, but not everybody's willing to do the work. Everybody wants to be a rock star. Everybody wants to be a movie star. But there's more that goes into it than just being placed in that position. And I feel like Destiny's completely just not addressing that at all. Pascal saying, yeah, I totally agree. But I also agree with Destiny. If people at least get an expertise on something. I don't think Sneako was saying not to get an expertise. I think Sneako was saying that college is not the only place to get that expertise.
If you don't need to go to school, you know it. This is the advice I give anybody that comes up.
That I agree with. That I will agree with. If you like the people who don't know, the people who don't need to go to school you can clearly tell they see the world differently. I don't know how to say this without sounding like an asshole, but I definitely did not need to go to college. I'm glad I did because it was a lot of fun. I met some cool people. Met a girl I loved for a while. But, I could have done without it if I had put if I had been given, especially since I went to a private school, if I was just given the money for tuition, and like even if it I was given the money, but I can only use it for business and something like that, I think I would probably be better off. I probably would have had some failed projects, but I already have failed projects. This is my third attempt at being an online person, my second attempt at being a YouTuber. I tried to teach guitar lessons. I tried to do that, have a company where I teach guitar lessons. I did the, I'm doing the dog training thing. I was just, what are we talking about?
To me for programming. If somebody says, hey, I kind of want to get into programming and I need to go, should I go to school or not to learn how to be a programmer? If you're asking me, the answer is yes. If you don't need to go to school, By the time you're 18, 19, 20, By the time you're 18, 19, 20, if you have the skill set to be an entrepreneur, to start a business or whatever, you're not asking people online for advice on what to do. You already know. You're already part of that world. You already have those jobs. You're building those connections. If you got to go to school, get the degree. It's so much safer.
You're smart enough to know that all information is available on YouTube now. You can find.
Why do teachers exist, Sneako? Why do teachers exist if everybody can just learn?
Because most people are not willing to do the work. I know this directly, personally, with some friends who we were all broke together. And I spent the time to learn the basics about crypto because I've been hearing about it. People are getting rich. This is right around the time when Bitcoin was up at 60K. So I'm like, yo, what am I doing? I need to figure this out. And even though I was the one who spent hours and hours and hours watching videos on YouTube to learn about this stuff, I will never forget you, bro. I promise you that. Never forget you. Even though I was the one who was doing all the research, I told him, just download the app. I will help you with this. He wouldn't do it. When it came to red pill stuff, I was like, yo, this is information. He's definitely more, he was not he was never some beta dude like me, but I think all men should still have an understanding of dating red pill information. Sent him a playlist. He couldn't even watch the playlist. So teachers exist for people like that who won't do the work on their own.
Everything by reading an encyclopedia.
Exactly the reason you went to school, to give you a comfort zone, to make you feel like you're doing
different.
something.
I'm different. I'm not the average.
I'm different. I'm better than you. All right, She-Hulk.
Person.
Okay. You were when you were in college. When you were wanting to play the saxophone, you wanted to feel like you were doing something. You really wanted to go be independent, to be an artist, and you decided to take the safe space of college. That's what college provides for you. A zone to make you feel like you're progressing when you're really not. You're just giving money to other people.
You literally are progressing. You're learning skills every single day in a college classroom.
You can learn an instrument.
Are you though?
Learn an instrument from YouTube tutorials.
You could.
You don't need.
Yes, you could, Destiny. That is the point.
School. That's a waste of time. And that's a perfect example. Like going to school for an artistry is. I went to film school. I went to the same shit as you. Fucking misunderstood artist. You know, I was in film school. It's a waste.
Misunderstood artist.
Yeah, you wanted to play the saxophone. You were deep in there. You're trying to swoon a girl with a fedora on. Man, I know where you were. You were probably on Reddit forums and stuff like that. You said my lady, and then you walked into the jazz club smoking a cigarette. You were misunderstood.
We got mini Bill Clinton over here with the saxophone. Oh man. Oh man.
I wasn't misunderstood. I had to work too much, so I had to drop out.
Why don't you play saxophone anymore?
I like the piano more. I had no time to relearn it. If I relearn an instrument, it'd be guitar.
What job do you think you would have got from your degree?
I don't know if I would have gotten one at all. That's why I kept my casino job. That's why when it came time to choose between school or college, I chose
That's
work.
bullshit.
So you're saying you wouldn't have gotten a job?
It's ridiculous to think. Like, I'm not saying I know an alternate timeline, but it's silly to think that if you're doing something that didn't come directly from your college degree, that why would you think that you would be doing something different than you're already doing? The rational thing would be that you wouldn't have gone through trying to do the thing that college told you were supposed to do, and you would have started doing this earlier. Am I wrong?
Saxophone, but you're still advocating for people to go get a job. How does that make sense?
I'm saying that I didn't have the luxury of being able to go into infinite debt and screw around on the internet to figure out if I could make it big or not, because I had bills to pay and I had nobody much to support me. So when it came time to choose between doing school for a saxophone degree versus working full time at the casino, if I live here on my own and I either have to pay my rent or be homeless, I chose the reliable job at the casino. That was my choice.
Would you have found a job if you stayed in school?
Maybe. I don't know. Who knows? I don't know what that path looked like. I didn't get to finish school.
Do you regret it? Do you want to go back?
I don't know. I thought about it sometimes, but I mean, like, obviously, I've now picked up a whole new skill set doing what I do now. Like,
why the fuck?
If you are aware that all this,
why the fuck would Destiny go to school? For what? To what end? Unless you are really, and again, even in, you really just want to learn something. You're a streamer. You will get paid to just learn it on your own stream. I'm pretty sure every single MIT lecture is available online. Yeah, or just admit failure. I mean, you know, exactly. There's a lot of ego going on here, and I'm not really used to that from Destiny. Destiny is usually very in the pocket. I think that's why I like the conversations between him and Sneako, because Sneako gets under his skin, and you don't often see that with Destiny. And the fact that that is the case, and he is just this 24-year-old kid, makes it very interesting to see, you know, what's going on in real time. I don't know. That's what
information is available online. Everything they teach in schools, all the books, all that. Why are you still telling people to go to school? Is it because it's a safe space? Is it because it's a comfort zone to make them feel like they're progressing? Do you really think people aren't dumb enough to go out and seek that information themselves? I learned more in film school from YouTube tutorials than I did in class. I learned more on my laptop. Like,
again, it's not that people are too dumb. It's that people are too lazy.
When I was running home to go edit videos.
That's great, because that's how you learn. I think I learned that way. I think I'm a really good self-directed learner, but most people aren't. That's just the reality.
Why do you think most people aren't like that?
I don't know. It's just it's a thing. Some people have it, some people don't. I don't know. Maybe you learn it in your childhood, maybe what?
You really think it's a difference in brain, or are we just programmed to be bots and to be?
Hold on. I know. Hold on. We might do this. People keep spamming that mute and Apple one, and I'll do it in a second. But I'm not gonna have like a 3v1 fuckfest where we all just shit on Sneako for his fucking opinion on whatever. If you want to join in a second, we can do it. But Jesus fuck, chill.
Actually, we are. So stay tuned.
Sorry. Okay. What were you saying? For programming for
do we really have different brains, me and you, or did we just figure it out? Did we see past the matrix? We figured out a way. No, let me finish. Do we figure out a way to work out of that system? And most people never figured it out, not because of intellect, but because from birth we are programmed to be cogs in the machine.
You have to break out of. You're stuck in the matrix when you think of everything in terms of the matrix. Everybody's a part of the matrix. Okay, we're all part of the matrix. We're all part of society.
Of course we are.
Right. So it's not. Hold on, it's not about. Hold on, wait. Let me. I'm just gonna keep talking to you. It's not about breaking out of the matrix. It's just the simple reality is that some people are really good at learning on their own, and some people have a lot of stuff to learn on their own. Like, I think I'm a really good.
Yo, guys, do me a favor. We've got nobody here. This got 3 likes on it, and this is entertaining. Take this URL, put it somewhere. Send it, DM it to your best friend, DM it to a girl. Do something. Help me out. Help me out.
Self-directed learner. If there's something that I'm passionate about, I can pick up a book and I can learn it. I can do that. Not everybody can do that. A lot of people need teachers to like schedule out what they're supposed to learn, give them like learning schedules, help them through problems or whatever. I'm not one of those people. Some people are, but most people are that thing. If it was the case, otherwise schools wouldn't exist. Everybody just learn on their own.
Most people need someone to tell them what to do.
Most people, need some level of direction. Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Why?
How deep do you want to go on that? What do you mean, why?
You like philosophy? Let's figure it out.
Sure,
Why?
it would be a.
You're setting the precedent that we have different brains than most people, and I don't think so at all. I don't think I'm special.
Woo! Okay, that's interesting. That's well done by Sneako. You can see he is getting better at having these types of conversations. So he's steel manning the claim. You're saying that we have different brains than our viewers, and Sneako is rejecting that. Let's see.
My guess is going to be that most people.
Oh my God. So real quick, before we dive into that, I don't know if you can see this down here, but somebody super chatted, I'm disabled. And Sneako's really speaking of a place of not understanding what life is like for people who can barely even physically move. Yeah. Most people can physically move. Why would he be talking about people who can't physically move unless he's specifically talking about people who can't move? And what is being able to physically move even have to do with being online? Yeah, no. So Pascal says, I agree with Destiny on education. That is a very bland and vague statement. He's been talking about education a lot and said a lot of different things. Any care to elaborate and pick out something more specific? Because I mean, I generally don't agree with Destiny on education, and we could definitely have an interesting conversation on that. Yeah, man, well, it brought you in, so it can't hurt, right? The only way that it won't bring anybody in is if you don't do it.
People work better at getting directions to other people, probably because society works better when you've got a lot of followers and just a few leaders. If you've got a society full of people,
right?
Yeah, if you got a society full of everybody wants to be a leader, too many chiefs, not enough Indians is the saying, right? Then like society would probably fall into fucking disarray. Everything would be fucked, would be my guess.
So you're saying you want your chat to fall in line, be followers, aka bots.
And you want your community to fall in line and pay you to learn how to do dropshipping online. Like, what do you mean? Like, it's not like
No,
you can.
He's got it. Yeah. Yeah. Destiny's right there.
Phrase is how you want. What I want people to do is I want people to take the most likely successful step. No, you're bad faith. You keep saying I want people. You always rephrase these things to this like hyper autistic fucking red pill language because you can't engage with an idea.
You're getting around the point that
No. I'm exactly on the point that I'm making, but you can't comprehend it. So you keep rephrasing. Oh, you want people to be bots. Oh, you want people to be the Matrix. I'm trying to be more. No, fuck, get rid of that toxic line of thinking.
Well, you're saying followers. You think people.
What I want people to do is I want people to take the most likely path to success. If you're going online and you're asking, what do I need to do to be successful? The fact that you even
I can bring in more. Just put me in front of them, bro. Just put me in front of them.
asking that question means you're probably a little lost. And the best place for you is to go to a place that directs you to the ways that you can self-improve to get a job.
No! If you are, see, this is where I go back on the sense that, he was talking about the people who are not sure should go to school. I get that in the sense that, okay, if you don't know what you're doing and you don't go to school, then you don't have any direction. Okay, fair. But if you're not somebody who is like Sneako or Destiny, according to Destiny, and you go to school, that's how, in Sneako's language, you become a bot because they just feed you all of this indoctrination. So if you don't have a unique curiosity to find what you care about and what you would like to do with your life at that age, then going to college will put you in a box. And again, take a survey with everybody you know, and I guarantee you that the vast majority of people that you know, vast majority of people in general, do not make a living with the degree that they earned. Maybe they got a job because they have a degree. That's a different thing. But they are not in the field in which they majored. Most people. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't think I am.
Which is college. That's the best place to do that.
Okay, you're going away from the point that you made earlier. You think most people should be followers because not everybody can lead. We need followers. We need sheep, and we need someone.
You're the one that calls it sheep. That's your word.
No matter what fucking lingo triggers you, that's essentially what you're saying, right?
Yeah, as opposed to what you're saying, where we need a bunch of like big-headed, egotistical, like ineptitude dipshits trying to run around and figure out their own. Like I can phrase it like
you're saying egotistical dipshits because you are like.
Yeah, that again, I gotta go back to Sneako, and that's bad faith. That is not at all what Sneako is saying, Destiny. You're getting butthurt.
That too. You don't follow. You are a leader.
Yo, look at this fucking chat. I am a sheep. Sheepo. Not everyone can lead. He's a bot. I am not a bot.
Why are you not saying that people?
Somebody here, though. Imagine paying $400 for a textbook. I don't have to imagine. Unfortunately. At least it was a little bit harder to procure the PDFs of these books when I was in college. But yeah, why would you pay $400 for a PDF? Just because it's in a book. Similar question. Why would you pay $50K to attend lectures that you can get for free, probably from somebody better, on YouTube?
People can be like you.
because not everybody can fill those roles.
Why?
I don't know why. Because we learn different things in childhood. We have different fucking genes. We have our brain.
So again, they're having the converse. They're talking past each other with anyone and everyone. Anyone can. Not everyone can.
Brains develop differently. We just have a different set of experiences in our adolescent years. We go to different high school. I don't fucking know why the answer is. I just know that's the reality.
I'm trying to get to the next level. You established that some people are meant to be leaders and some are meant to follow, right?
I don't know what I meant to, but yeah, by the time you're like 18, 19, yeah, it's going to be.
Yes. Again, that's, you know what he means. Are meant to be, like, yes, some people are leaders, natural leaders. Some people are natural followers. Some people might be natural followers, turn to leaders. But in general, society needs some leaders, mainly followers. That is what Destiny is saying. Sneako is trying to steel man that. And Destiny is being a little bit of a dick.
Pretty set in terms of like what your path roughly is going to be, probably, yeah.
Right. Do you think people would rather lead or follow?
I think people would rather do what they have the natural inclination to do. If you're like,
this is interesting. Check this out.
The question, do you think
hold on,
better?
hold on, wait. I need you to elevate your brainwaves right now because you are trapped in babyland. You asked me, what do you think people are more likely to do? Hold on, no, hold on.
For you,
no, I'm just going to talk over you.
I'm gonna full screen this so you guys can get a little taste of the chat.
Finish a sentence. If I were to walk into a room with 50 people and I were to say, and I were to ask like, do you think you're meant to be a programmer or a manager? And I've got like 50 programmers and 50 managers. Like the answer is going to depend on what the person has the aptitude for. Most people I think are inclined to follow. They would prefer to be followers. Most people that are inclined to lead would probably be would want to lead. Now there's going to be some followers that want to be leaders, maybe some natural leaders that want to be followers, but in general, that's what
Hold on, not yet.
people are going to want. People, I'll take it a step further. Everybody thinks they want to be a leader, but you can see a really easy test of this even in video games. People don't want to be a
This is a fantastic point.
leader. They want the glory for making good decisions as leaders. But the reality,
I don't even play video games like that, and I know I don't think maybe once or twice have I ever played one of these like new age like what do you call them, like a Fortnite or a Apex Legends or one of these like where you get dropped into a zone and the zone gets those kind of games, maybe once or twice. I mean, I'm somewhat familiar with a lot more familiar with the Call of Duty Halo type of setup. But point being, you always see that everybody is kind of waiting, or if it's already a clan, then there's somebody who is the leader, somebody who will lead, and everybody else is happy to not have to make those decisions. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I don't think that is necessary. I don't think that has to be. Again, they're talking past each other because, yes, on a grand scale, when we talk about people, that is always going to be the case. There's going to be a small number of leaders, a large number of followers. But Destiny's talking about people, and Sneako is talking about individual persons. That's where they're missing each other.
is when shit goes down and shit is fucked in society in anything. If there's a fight, if you've ever seen people circle around, if there's a fire, if there's some shit going down in your video game, what does everybody do? Everybody looks around for somebody to make a decision because most people are looking for a leader, authority figure. No, yeah.
And there's actually a I was going to say scientific, but it's psychological. Kind of, there's a psychological term for that. It's called social loafing. There's an experiment that's been done over and over and over where they'll be in like a urban place where there's a lot of people around, like apartments, as opposed to like a suburb or rural. There's a lot of people around, and somebody will yell for help just out on the street. And you'll see people coming out their windows, on their balconies, whatever, coming outside to check what's going on. Help, help, help. But everybody assumes that somebody else is going to do something. And so when, the most relevant advice I can give because of this social loafing is, not really unique advice, but I do think it's worth repeating. If you're ever in a situation where, somebody is hurt or, whatever, and you need the police called and there's a crowd gathering, do not say somebody call the cops or call 911. You pick somebody out and say, hey, can you call? And because now the finger's pointed at them, they are much more likely to feel obligated to do so. Whereas if you say, can somebody call the police? Then everybody's gonna be like, yeah, somebody probably could, I guess. But when it's, can you call? Can you go get me towels? Can you go make sure? That's how you deal with an emergency.
Because it's hard because nobody wants to be the person making the wrong decision. That's a lot of responsibility. Most people don't want to be leaders.
Be a leader. So you're just, it's hard to be a leader. Let's get against this in my chat, in your chat. Type one in the chat if you'd rather be a leader. Two, if you'd rather be a follower. Let's see what they say. I know all my
This was the part I wanted you to look at.
Would rather be leaders.
They think they
So already we've got okay, so we got some trolls.
want to be leaders, but like if you're playing League of Legends, if you're playing CS,
two follower, twice follower,
Cisco, if you're playing
oh, we got one here. Follower.
Whatever. How many times are you the one shot calling? How many times are you the one making the hard decision? How many times are you okay being the one that makes the bad call and getting like all the responsibility for it? Like,
I just saw. I guess it's in our audience right now. Your chat's all saying two, they'd rather be followers, and mine's all saying one, they would rather be leaders. Okay. So it's just a difference in our ideologies. You are purporting that people need to fall in line.
What do you guys think? What would you rather be, a leader? I'll do it this way because you guys never fucking answer me. You assholes never just fucking answer me unless I put a poll up. Would you? Oh, I can put this.
And not purporting that people need to go and make themselves better. Everyone here wants to lead. They want to improve. Everyone in your chat is just kind of giving up on that, giving up on their dreams. They were once the saxophone player, and they're like, meh, I'm going to go be a carpet cleaner for the rest of my life. My chat wants to go play the saxophone. It's okay if you accept the fact that you want to go clean carpets for the rest of my life, but don't talk down to people who are trying to.
I'm not talking down to anybody. If you want
me to play my
that's projection. He's absolutely not talking down. I take that back. He said like 7 times that he's right. No, he said he was. Yeah, he said a bunch of times that he was smarter than his viewers. He did say it doesn't matter, but Sneako is the one talking down on a entire or any lifestyle that's different than his. Pastel says, so yeah, I don't want to be a bot, but it's not bad to become a successful bot. That is very true. Some people just are not, and no ill will. Some people don't like they're talking about, don't want to make the wrong decisions. They don't want the stress of this, that, and the other that comes with being a leader. Some people are happy to just let somebody else do the hard work and maybe not get as much fame and money and accolades and all this, but life is much simpler. It really is I think a difference in opinion. And again, Destiny is framing it as if Sneako was saying that everyone has to be a leader, as opposed to, hey, any of you, if you want to, you can be a leader if you want to. That, I think, is true, and Destiny is saying it's not. So he's straw manning sneako by saying, hey, all of you together, we can all be rich all at the same time. That's what I think is going on here.
Brainwaves, I need to mature.
I said you need to elevate your brainwaves because you're asking me for like one-word responses to pretty complicated questions.
It's not that complicated.
You asked me what would people rather do, and I would.
What would you rather?
And the answer is people would rather do what they have the inclination to do. Followers would rather follow, leaders would rather lead. You're telling me that like your chat is full of people who want to be leaders, my chat is people who want to be followers. My question is, if you have some leaders in your chat, why the fuck are they watching your streams at 9:30 EST on a Friday night?
It's that they want to.
And they're learning that here. They're not learning skills here to be leaders. You want me to tell you what leaders?
Again, we go back to who your audience is. If you have a bunch of young Zoomers who don't know anything about anything, grew up in a single-parent household, and have never heard of the red pill, then they are definitely learning skills to make themselves better people. They are absolutely seeing things that like, oh, I never really thought about working out before. Whatever. They absolutely are. Absolutely. Whether that message is pure and perfect is, again, another conversation. I got that, and then that. I got this long comment. Is that what you're talking about? Other than that, that's the only other one I got between those two.
You want me to tell you what future leaders are doing?
Because what I'm saying is college is a scam. But
you want me to tell you what future leaders are doing right now? 18, 19-year-old future leaders?
What?
They're working on a project. They might be programmers. They're contributing to big repos.
Didn't we just talk about how a significant amount of programmers have not gone to college or didn't finish college?
Online, they've got some like pet project that they're working on that they might have downloaded illegally fucking books to learn new programming languages for. That might be a guy that's a programmer. Other leaders might be people that are right now at a shop with their dad who owns a business, who's trying to pick up the tricks and trade of whatever the fuck they're doing. Those
notice how none of the things that Destiny is saying is college.
Guys are leaders. There might be other people that are actually out hustling. And when I say hustling, I mean they're actually making the connections they need to do, talking to people they need to talk to. Yeah, they're out there doing shit. They're not watching videos online for like how to be a leader.
Destiny, would you call me a leader?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, of course.
Do you want to know how I got this information? How I learned this?
Sure.
From videos online, from watching videos.
You're dead wrong. This is
Samesies. And Destiny, how can you say you don't that you're dead wrong about what you learned? What do you mean? How were you there when he was 14?
What you are the.
Let me explain it before you go in another.
Okay, go ahead. Careful though, because you're so wrong. Go for it.
Stand-up comedians. I was inspired by people who knew more than me, who got there on their own. I listened to life stories, I listened to information, and then I applied myself. Just because they're on here watching this, because a lot of people watch myself every single day, they're not watching it all. They're not spending all. I tell them to get off the shit too. Don't watch this chronically and think that you're progressing.
When did you start watching Patrice O'Neal?
When I was like 15,
why is that relevant?
15, 16. I started watching Bill Burr when I was like 10. Louis C.K. when I was like 9.
Okay, Louis C.K.
Shouts out to all three of those comics. Goats.
Hey, and Bill Burr are not giving you life. I don't know how much Patrice O'Neal gives, but like
he did. Call to Black Phillip was like a men's health podcast.
None of these people are why you're successful. Okay, how
are you going to tell me?
Because I know why you were successful. Because I can see it. You were successful because you started working on your craft when you were 14 years old. Probably
why and how?
Earlier, I bet it was before you were 14.
These things are not mutually exclusive. The fact that he started working on this stuff when he was 14 is not mutually exclusive from learning and that this can be done and getting the desire to learn how to do it from comedians. Those are not, both of those can happen at the same time. But apparently, that's dead wrong.
Probably 12 or 13, right? That's why you're successful. No.
Everybody has a YouTube channel. The reason I continued was listening to people that inspired me. You cannot continue making art if you are not inspired by somebody. Everybody started a Call of Duty channel at 14. What made me continue? Where did I learn things? Where did I hear other people's life experience? Where did I hear people's life stories? Online. YouTube changed my life.
Another thing we have to account for and pay attention to is how quickly generations just in general are changing. There's a huge difference between the change from boomers to Gen X. That amount of change, let's just call it X amount of change between the generations, the generational differences between the boomers and the Gen Xers. That's a value of X. The difference between Gen Xers and millennials is 2x. The difference between millennials and Gen Z is at least 4x. Because the technology is moving, trends and culture changes so much more quickly. So while a generation, a 20-year period where people are born used to be a very relevant thing in the sense that we all grew up, the millennials, we were the last ones, and the middle millennials like myself. If you're 28 to 32, that's the window of when you had a internet-free childhood and living online naturally. Gen Xers were already out in the world, they were already established people by the time the internet and social media was ubiquitous. Gen Z, of course, never had a life without the internet. He said, "I'm just switching sides in this conversation." That's fine, man. We're within a conversation, somebody could say something dumb, and somebody could say something else that's smart, and the other person, I'm about to bring in two more. The other person can do the same. So this is what we're doing. We're breaking apart. This is what I like to do, and I got away from it because I felt like the stuff that Sneako is doing and reacting to just like dumb people. I'm like, oh my God, how dumb are you? I thought that might be a better way to build the channel, and I don't think that is as valuable as what we're doing here. Is whether you know who these people are or not is irrelevant. I give you enough context before we get into it for it to matter. You know as much as you need to know for the relevance of this conversation. Because the point is, these are two people who are unlike anyone else in the world. And yes, we're all unlike anyone else in the world. But specifically, they're people who have conversations about what they do and think. And so this is a meeting of minds that you can take into the real world. You can take into how you interact with people, and A, do it in a smarter, more effective way, and B, do it in a more palatable way. You can talk to people in a way that you don't have to dig your heels in and only talk about, am I right? I have this opinion. Am I right? I'm right. I'm right. I'm right. I'm right. Did you say I'm right? That's not what conversation should be. And that's what it's turned into. And so that's what we're doing is just breaking down the art of conversation. Who is conversing properly? Who is conversing well? Who is doing what they're supposed to be doing the way they're supposed to be doing it? And so I'm going back and forth too. I'm calling out Sneako on his bullshit. I'm calling out Destiny on his bullshit. I think that's something that we should all be able to do.
A lot of these people I would have never heard about, and that information is stuff I still think about today. I got Dave Chappelle up here. I watched all of his interviews. Stuff like that has still resonated with me to this day, and I was watching it on a Friday night.
Samesies.
If everybody has a YouTube chat, why doesn't everybody become a big YouTuber?
Because they listen to people like you and they fall in line before deciding that they can go do it themselves.
That was a stupid answer, but it was a good job.
And if they want to go clean carpets or to play the saxophone, fuck it. But everybody in my chat wants to play the saxophone.
If you were to take the median income of a group of 100 people that go to college and get degrees versus a group of 100 people that try to make it online.
Again, this is a question about people in general. This is not a question about the multiplicity of individual persons. Sneako is talking about, okay, for each person, not all of you are going to make it, but you can make it, you can make it, you can make it, you can make it, all of you can do it. You're not all going to get there, but you all can. You can all try. It is worth it for you to try if this is something you care about. To me, that's what Sneako's message is. Destiny's message is, well, I got here because I'm smart and I'm better than you, but you can't do it. So go spend money on college and get a safe job. That's what I'm hearing. What do you guys think? Is that what you're hearing? Or what?
On average, which group do you think is making more money?
Probably the college people.
Okay, well, at least you have a realistic look at things.
And do you want to know why that is?
Yeah, because most of the people that try to make it online end up failing out, and then they end up working at McDonald's or 7-Eleven for the rest of
Because
their lives.
everything in society.
Why is it that you can't get a degree, try to make it online, and then if that doesn't work, go get a normal job? Oh.
Is programs that you're a failure and then fall in line like you're doing. They want you to be sheep. They want you to be programmed. They need you to follow so that they can take all the money, take all the resources, do whatever the fuck they want. So most people will give up everything. College, giving your money away. No rich people that I talk to, I don't know about you, all the entrepreneurs that I know, colleges.
Yeah, because the entrepreneurs don't know how to make money. They don't.
Oh, real quick, pause tile. Twitch has been not my favorite platform. Are you in the Discord? If you're not in the Discord, hit me up on Instagram or Twitter or something. I want to make sure we're in contact in case I stop doing Twitch for whatever reason. Yeah, I really appreciate you being here, and just want to make sure we can keep in touch.
Make businesses. They got lucky with some online scam shit. The online world has poisoned your guys' fucking brains. You guys are looking at these fucking retards that got lucky on shit coins and then scam people with rug pull after rug pull, and you think these are the guys that are building businesses. These guys don't do any real. I hate to be the online guy that says this, but these guys don't work with anything. They don't have brick and mortar stores. They don't have fucking customers. They don't have fucking.
That's simply not true, but
employees. These are guys that only exist. Like if the internet were to be deleted, these people would be wiped from existence. They have nothing. Like,
what about you? What would happen if the internet was deleted? What would happen to you, Destiny?
I'm even hesitant to call myself a businessman, but at least I have employees and like actual infrastructure that I can fucking point to. But dude, you're gonna look at these guys that get lucky.
Yeah, all based on the internet. I mean, unless there's other businesses that he has that I'm not. You know what else? What else does he do? That is, I mean, if you stream 8 hours a day, how much else could you really be doing? Hey, we got per usual up in the building. Welcome, brother. Glad to see you. We are this is a very interesting conversation, and I'm right with Positile. We are going back and forth with Destiny and Sneako, and then a bunch of other people are about to join. Looks like we got about 3 minutes left before we can switch to maybe 5. Yeah, about 5 minutes left before we can switch to the other stream where we don't have to watch Destiny's gaming going on.
A crypto coin and then scam the fuck out of all their files over and over again and then sell NFTs, and you're gonna tell me these people can tell you how to be an entrepreneur? Bro,
what movie?
You have to go to the real world and look at how people are actually learning shit. Like if you get off of the online world, off of the NFT shitscape, then you ask real life people, bro, what do you think we can do to like increase our fucking earning?
Okay. I hate to say it, but has he not seen the 1 minute podcast? Sneako only started streaming, what, 6 months ago? But he needs to get out in the world. He's chronically online. I mean, maybe, but in comparison, you know, that seems like a weird thing coming from Destiny. I don't know. So to answer the question, I don't know if I want to be a leader, but I wouldn't want to follow either. It's kind of a weird question. It depends on what I'm following, maybe. You're following a leader. You're following somebody who is leading you. It could be in anything. You know, so let me, where are we at with this? The 100% 100% said leader. So I'm glad that I'm curating the type of audience that I would like. But yeah, you know, the main thing is, again, that same conversation that the two of them always have about whether everyone can get rich versus can anyone get rich. And Sneako continues to talk about how anyone can get rich, but he uses the word everyone. And Destiny doesn't seem to understand that Sneako is correct in the sense that anyone can get rich, but not everyone can be rich at the same time. Okay. Positile, coming in with a novel here, says Sneako is making his living from a platform created by bots in terms of programming. The bots who created computers, cameras, and cell phones, etc. You can say that we don't need to go to school to learn programming, but that people who you learn from social media or other ways are being taught from people that learn their programming skills from an education system. I'm not saying don't try to not become a bot, but it's okay to admit failure and follow the path of being a successful bot. But try first to be someone you want to be. Yeah, 100%, 100%. I mean, yeah. And I think that Sneako is a little bit naive in the sense that they're dealing with that possibility of failure, even though I think he knows it because he is a success story. He only like intellectually deals with the notion of being able to fail, if that makes sense. But again, on the other side, I think because Destiny thinks that he is so amazing and he was so in a whatever that he gets to do this, that nobody else could pull off what he does. Not quite, bro. I mean, you're sitting in front of a computer and having conversations. It's there's a lot of work on the back end, but the streaming part is not that hard. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Oh yeah, great movie. That's oh no, I was thinking of I was thinking of the ice skating movie with Will Ferrell. That was the ping pong movie, right? When the chick is, well, no spoiler. Well, spoiler, the chick is blind.
Potential, like, become better people. At the very least, say fucking get an MBA or go to do some shit and get like your 40-degree college. Like, every single successful entrepreneur will tell you that. Absolutely. Maybe not in the online crypto world, but for real life business people, of course, they'll tell you that.
I don't think so.
Okay, I'm going to Romania tomorrow to go meet with the Tates. Do you think that there was an example of like crypto nerds who just got lucky gambling?
Didn't they get lucky because they fucking like had like a million fucking girls
No, they were kickboxers, or at least Tate was.
that they were taking only
Andrew
that's money from working in the basement of like
That's
a fucking
lucky?
It's not lucky. It was a good business model.
You just said it was lucky.
It was a good business model, but that's not no. Did I say that was lucky? I just asked you how they made their money.
Okay.
But hold on, they didn't make their money doing fucking online shit. They had like real people working for them. They were doing online work, but it wasn't just selling like and buying and selling fucking cryptocurrency. They at least had like girls that they were getting.
They didn't just make money from crypto camps, right?
No, the Andrew Tate. I don't think the Tate brothers made their money off of like crypto shit.
They say the same thing. College is a scam. I'm going to meet them tomorrow. They'll tell you the same thing. All these people who have hustles, who have different businesses, who have their money in different places, all of them told me that college is a scam, and that's.
And there was a stream that Sneako did today that I caught a little bit of. And he was talking to some 22-year-old millionaire and pretty much agreed with everything Sneako said. Doesn't mean that both of them are correct. I'm just saying.
I've always known.
Okay, well, I mean, like, bro, if you talk to like 10 people in that particular world, you must have a really good impression of it all. So I mean, like,
who do you look up to? Like your favorite saxophone players? All of them like didn't go to school. My favorite people I look up to, like Kanye West, dropped out of school.
Kanye West,
famously college dropout. Steve Jobs famously dropped out. Elon Musk dropped out.
Yeah, because you see the
people fucking dropped out. Zuck.
You see, but listen to that. How did Kanye West make it? Right? This dude was making fucking 5 beats a day for 3 summers. Right? Like this dude was doing a fucking ton of work. Like people like Elon.
Again, not mutually exclusive. It is being in college that prevents you from having the mindset to keep going. When you're in college, you get assigned, you need to do this. They will tell you, you need to write 1,500 words. So you write 1,500 words. You have sentences like, well, when I was reading the text, I thought eloquently written. Similarly, my thoughts, as I was reading the book, came to quite an interesting... you just fill up 1,500 words. Doing a shit ton of work, like people like Elon, as he's saying, comes from not being stuck in that system. That is no, like sorry Destiny, no.
Moss, this guy comes from a really well-educated background. I don't know if he dropped out of school. No, I'm not.
He did drop out. He did drop out. So yes,
the difference is that it's the classic mistake. People look at like Bill Gates and they go, that motherfucker dropped out of college, so I'm gonna drop out of college. Bro, you want to drop out?
That's not, again, that's a straw man. Nobody is saying that dropping out of college is the causal thing that will make you successful. Nobody's made that claim. That is a straw man argument. Nobody said that dropping out of college is what makes you successful. Sneako is simply pointing out a correlation. Not saying it's causation. And then Destiny's like, well, correlation isn't causation. Didn't say it was, bro.
College because you're failing algebra. He dropped out of college because college was too busy for the fucking computer company that he was trying to build. It's not the same shit. Like, there are people that drop school because they've got so much else going on in their life and they've got a future in building that. And for those people, yeah, college is a waste of time. If they're like, people will email me.
Okay, so then we fucking agree. Destiny, what are you talking about? Those are the people we're talking about. Do you think that because you're a famous streamer that everybody in the world watches you? Only the people who resonate with what Sneako is saying are watching Sneako. Well, besides the haters who are just farming his bullshit for clicks. But you know what I mean. The people who are going to fail out because of algebra, and even if they do, all the more reason why they need a way to make money without getting a degree. What are you saying?
People mean like, bro, like, I just joined the LCS, or like, well, I'm like a professional streamer, I've got like 700 viewers. Should I go to college, or should I like follow this esports shit, or should I follow this like streaming shit? I'll say follow the streaming shit, bro. You have a once in a lifetime opportunity to do that. But if you're gonna message me and you're like Diamond in fucking Valorant, or if you're like got like 50 viewers, or no, 50 is good. If you got like 10 viewers on stream, you're like, should I quit the rest of my life?
Shit.
I have to try to do this? Probably not, bro. Like, the NBA is not.
We got 5 viewers right now. Should I not be trying to do this? This shit's tough, bro. They don't tell you what it's like. You just see it all. Whatever. Moving on.
For everybody, the NFL is not for everybody. Like not everybody can be a fucking superstar. That you're selling snake oil.
And again, so no, not everybody can get into the NFL. Anyone, absolutely, can get a job working in sports, working with their favorite NFL team. Anyone can do that. You can, I mean, again, I'm not saying that everybody who tries will, but anybody can do that. There is no barrier to entry to being the low-level accountant or you know, the fucking water boy, and you work your way up. I'm not saying that's what Sneako's saying. I'm just saying that Destiny is wrong. Buzzstyle said, do you think Destiny is in a way saying this because he giving a reasonable or realistic point of view for the average individual trying to do what he is doing? Do you think Destiny is in a way saying this because he's giving a reasonable or realistic point of view for the average individual trying to do what he is doing? Like, it's not impossible, but it's statistically difficult to succeed. Like a mature dad. It's a good question. It's a good question. I think so. I think so. I think this is what he's doing. But that highlights the complacency, the arrogance, the liberal elitism. Like, well, yeah, of course I could make a living off this, but you can't. You got to go and get a stable job. And even if that is the case for most people in Sneako's audience and for Destiny's audience, I think that Destiny is coming from a place where he would be more happy. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, they both have 1 million viewers, right? I think Sneako would be happier if 10% of those people became like whatever it is that they want to be. And the rest didn't, because that's 100,000 people. Yeah. I was like, wait, okay. But I think Destiny, given the choice, instead of that, would rather have 40% of his viewership be the successful bot, as Positalo is putting it. Does that make sense? And I think that, ironically, Sneako is the one who is more aware of that in this conversation, because he's the one saying that this is for, this is for me. This is not for everyone. It's for anyone. Whereas, again, Destiny's saying, oh, it won't work. Like they say, shoot for the stars, you land on the moon.
Up on your dreams.
Great question, though, Pazdo.
Put down the saxophone.
No, you should fall into the other line. You get infinitely scammed by people selling courses online, trying to make money off you when you fail over and over and over and over again.
I'm asking your worldview and what you're telling your viewers to do. Should you just follow?
What I'm saying is that there is stuff that you can do to measurably improve yourself as a person, and college is one of those things. If you go,
Is it though? That's where I learned. That's where I became a pothead. That's where I started doing drugs. That's where I stayed with the same girl for 3 years and didn't learn how to engage with women as an adult, and spent the next 10 years after that girl in deep depression. So, is it though?
college, you get your 4-year degree. Like, that's something that nobody can ever take for you. If you spend 5 years trying to learn how to
Take it. I don't give a fuck. Because you know what? Nobody has asked me to see the piece of paper when I tell them that I have a degree in psychology. So if I had just done all of the work that I did in school, mind you, I've said this before, in my graduation gown, I was like, probably should have paid a little bit more attention to that. You guys, speaking of my parents, you guys spent a lot of money on this, and I kind of just was here to party and fuck girls. It's not what Destiny's making it out to be. And I can only assume that now with the wokeism and all of this, that there's even less focus on actual shit that you're learning. And it's all about the social experience, which should be a luxury. It is fantastic. I would not give my college experience back for anything. I had an amazing time. But did I really learn anything that's brought me to where I am? I mean, I guess like I'm a much better writer because of writing papers. But I don't really, I talk for a living now. So
do drop shopping and you fail every time, you've wasted half a decade of your life and you have nothing to show for it. You're a loser. You've literally accomplished nothing. You've learned
sounds like going to college.
Nothing. You've learned an esoteric skill set that's going to be outdated in 2 years.
Yeah, like gender studies and sociology and 2012 psychology. That's not esoteric. That's super relevant, right, Destiny? Because psychology hasn't changed at all in the last decade. Oh, you're bullshit. You're full of shit.
So go to school.
That would be the best advice for most people. If you have to ask, yeah.
Hey, we got Bun Boone in the building. Welcome, brother. Good to see you. Good to see you. How are you? What do you think about kids who don't have direction? Should they go to college or should they try to find something else before they spend all that money? What do you think, Bun Boone?
You should go to school.
All right. And even you're a successful entrepreneur that dropped out. I'm a successful entrepreneur that dropped out. Pretty much all of them. Like, I can't even name you an entrepreneur that graduated school.
Because you don't. Because the only entrepreneurs you know are the ones in the fucking online crypto world. I mean, go.
That's not true.
Okay.
That's not true. Like, everybody who talks about this stuff, like, it's pretty much type of one. Like, don't you always hear that success story over and over again? I dropped out and then I made $1 million.
Yup.
Hold on, these fucking nerds want to do dumb shit.
Okay, I think
how many? But you don't hear about. Here's the problem. You always hear about this. You don't hear about how many people tried and failed on the online world, and you don't hear about like the normies that like tried and succeeded and like got a college degree. You don't hear about those people either, right? Like the fact that you're hearing about people that dropped out and made it should be a hint that it's an exceptional story that you're hearing. Like that's why you're hearing about it. It's
college or no college.
why you always name the same 5 or 10 people.
Exceptional, and people in your chat type too. They want to give up and they want to go clean carpets.
Did Zuckerberg? Does he have a college degree?
No, he dropped out.
Nope.
Okay, hold on. To be clear, okay, Zuckerberg dropped out of Harvard.
Can anyone tell me? I'm going to run this back. And I want to know if anybody can tell me what the relevance is for the specific school. We've been talking about college as a plan for life and what it gives you, all of this. So I want to back this up. And you can see what he's saying, but I want you to hear it. And then, because I have no idea what this means.
Okay, hold on. To be clear, okay, Zuckerberg dropped out of Harvard. Okay, so Zuckerberg was not a failure in school. I'm pretty sure Bill.
When did anybody talk about failing? Failure. We were talking about dropping out. Nobody brought anything up about failing. And then we've already established that failing doesn't necessarily mean you're stupid. It just means that the very strict, regimented, made to send you into a factory way of learning that has been extended to most universities maybe just isn't the way that you learn. So what does Harvard have to do with whether or not he dropped out? Doesn't that go against Destiny's point? It was Harvard, and he still dropped out. I don't understand. I do not understand. If you guys understand what the point that he's making, please help me out. Because I feel dumb as fuck. Unless he's just talking shit.
It's the same. Bill Gates dropped out of Harvard. So these
Why does that matter?
guys are like very good students. They didn't drop out of fucking ASU, okay? Arizona State University. Okay.
Zuckerberg was in Harvard, and he had an actual proof of concept before he started Facebook, before he dropped out, so not a good...
Okay, so I think we can move over to actually have...
example.
Also,
You know,
Musk was
well, what about people that go to a good university, Sneako?
Okay, so that's where we're looking for.
working at a PhD.
Earlier.
Jesus, yeah.
Well,
okay.
Actually, fuck it. So this guy joins the call, and we're moving on. Boom, 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 boom. So this is, I don't know who this is, guy. This is some guy.
Like develop good education, and then also build connections through there. It kind of sounds like this person came to you to like another form of like education, kind of like a college, if you will, like develop a connection.
I said that was like Destiny earlier saying that money was a scam. Was $50 a month. He went to saxophone school.
Well, I didn't say you're. Whoa! I did not say you're a scam. I didn't say it was a scam.
Okay.
Phil, don't
All right.
He didn't say it was a scam.
He didn't say it was a scam, but he's talking down on the creativity of it, saying that it's like a scam. I don't want to like trigger you, but you're saying to network and go to school, which is essentially what college is for, is networking. $50,000 a year to network. Why not pay $50,000?
Well, it's also to learn too, right?
Yeah,
like you're going 4 years to learn a
Is it?
STEM
No, because
degree.
we also agree that all the information in college is available online now. You could just download the books. You don't need to go listen to this guy talking in front of a classroom and go to Zoom classes. Just go watch a YouTube video. All the information is online.
Yeah, but okay, but the thing is, the
benefit of school is the networking. That's what Destiny said. Like, I can play saxophone across the world, meet successful other jazz players, and I can network and work with them. Or you can find an online community full of similar like-minded people and work with them. My shit's $50 a month. Schools K a year. Fuck that. Why?
So wait a minute.
So on its face, is there anybody who disagrees with that line of argumentation? That, yeah, you can network. The main thing of school is networking, and it costs X. And, so you know who Muta is. I have never heard of him before this. But word up! Okay, guess I'm doing something right. The notion being that spending the money to network, spending a much lower amount of money for a more direct experience. Because even if you're networking at college, it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to meet people, like-minded people. It doesn't mean you're going to meet people who, are going to be helpful for you. Yep, $50 a month. which is, and just for the just for reference, it is the same price as the mastermind for the lead attorney, the course that I did take. He has a mastermind as well, similar type of thing where it's a locals community, and he had like MTR. He had a bunch of different people come and do calls. Same kind of thing. $50 a month seems pretty standard. But that's the argument, is that if you're going for networking, this seems to be not only cheaper, but a much more direct way to network, because you're networking with people who are already interested in what you're interested in. Future said some ordinary games is that his channel? Some Ordinary Games? Yeah, I mean, seems pretty smart. But let's see where else it goes. Positile says, yeah, Zuckerberg learned his programming skills from an education system like college. And because of that, he took the opportunity to drop out and be successful. But remember, the base from his success came from what he learned from college and used this information to be creative. Okay, Positile, what year was that? Right around 2000, early 2000s. What is it that he learned that in the early 2000s was very much not available online, that still isn't available online? What books are available from the early 2000s at Harvard that are no longer available? If they're no longer available, then, what is the college doing? If they are available, then you can just buy them. You can just watch the videos online, which you couldn't do. You only can do that because of people like Zuckerberg. And so, yeah, that's my whole point, is that society is changing very quickly. 20 years ago, the list of things that you needed to go to college for was very long, because you couldn't get that information. You really think that people don't know how to program without college? Come on. I guarantee you there's Harvard level programmers from what Zuckerberg was at the time. Whatever level that was, however you want to measure it. I guarantee you can find somebody on Fiverr right now who has those exact same skills. Mark just works really hard. Yeah, really hard to fuck up society.
The scam is so stupid, but then like people like that and be like, go to school. And
did people just download your information and like cut you out of the equation and succeed then?
Yeah,
or do they need you?
3 calls a week. This is why networking is the most important part.
So the old.
So that was that came out quick, but that was meant to be a jab. Mudu was saying, so you can just cut Sneako. We could just cut you out because everything's available online. He said no, because we have calls every week. That's the networking. That's the value. Whether you agree that it's worth $50 or not, no, you can't cut him out, because MTR is not getting on a Zoom call with you. Andrew Tate is not getting on a Zoom call with you.
Guy you go to learn at university. Okay, I'll give you a great example. Like when you're in like computer sciences or computer engineering, the old guy is not just an old guy. The old guy has like decades of experience. They understand the frameworks, the theory. They're the ones that are going to be. They're going to teach you, apply it in a practical sense, going forward into like a big company. So roughly, you and that old guy that's teaching people in the Zoom class or in real life, they're one and the same. Right. Like if you're going to talk shit on the old guy, you have to cut your cut.
So we agree then. He just said you are the old guy in this situation. That is precisely the point. That you don't need to be an old guy who's gone through a college system and read all. You can get all that information on your own. He just made Sneako's whole point. Just in case you missed it.
And that old guy, they're the ones that are going to teach you how to apply it in a practical sense, going forward into like a big company. So roughly, you and that old guy.
roughly you and that old guy.
That's teaching people in the Zoom class or in real life, they're one and the same.
They're one and the same. Yet you should go to college for that old guy. But even though that old guy who was got all this experience, like a decade of being online, you should go and pay $50,000 for 8 months of 3 hours a week? But to use Muta's words, they're one in the same. You can see it still on the screen. I think the math works out in Sneako's favor. Again, am I wrong there? It seems pretty straightforward. If you're saying they're the same and one is cheaper, then why would I go with the more expensive one?
Right.
Like, if you're going to talk shit on the old guy, you have to cut yourself out of the equation. People can just download your shit and go on with it, right?
Sure. They can they can download the book. How much does school cost? What's the average cost of a college?
So he's just going to ignore the networking part where he has the calls that you can't cut Sneako out of.
College tuition.
What do you think? Like 20K a year or what?
It's different in America or Canada.
Right.
So.
For in-state school?
How much is the creativity kit?
I don't know, but nobody's getting a job because
It's
they have the
$50 a
creativity
month.
kit.
No, I just told you somebody just got a job.
I'm sorry, a measurable amount of people aren't getting jobs because they have the creativity kit. Maybe one or two.
Yeah, because every college graduate has a job in the field that they studied. Oh, they don't?
People did.
Have you got some?
I haven't pulled everybody.
I've given a lot of people opportunities. People have run up 100K TikTok accounts, clipping up my stuff, and they show it to a label, they show it to a company. Look what I can do when they get jobs. Or people like Musa can now do $1,000 for 1 hour of call because he's knows the algorithm. Doing clips, clipping my shit up. There you go. Giving people jobs. But this is just... You guys so adamantly want to defend the Matrix and defend paying fucking 100K a year for this.
Okay, but you can't
Kyle
leave
gets
the
more
Matrix.
inflated
Right?
every time you bring up the cost.
Like, I don't understand this. Hold on. Just a side tangent. What is a Matrix? Do you know you can never actually leave the Matrix?
Oh my God. This is cope. This is cope. This is moving the goalpost, and this is cope. He just made a fantastic point. He's a decade younger than both of these guys who are 2-on-1. Made a fantastic point. And says, well, the Matrix thing is fucking stupid. Actually, it's a perfect analogy, and that's why people have been using it for the last 20 years.
Right? We're all part of the Matrix.
Yeah, but you can limit how much you're actually in it.
Okay, but you're still underneath the Matrix. So you said earlier, like, nobody.
How is that relevant to what we're talking about?
The boss they respond to do.
You need. This is something that I think more people need to be aware of. When people move the goalpost, they can. It's very easy, and I won't lie. I'll do it if I'm in a bad spot because most people are too stupid to notice it. Rarely am I in a bad spot because I'm me, but happens to the best of us. Sometimes you get caught, and hey, if you can wiggle around it, if you don't get caught, it ain't cheating. But Muta, you're caught. The Matrix? Why would you use that as an analogy? The red pill and the blue? Nobody's going to understand that. What? Positile says, I am not saying you cannot learn programming from other ways, but the base point is that he learned these skills specifically for Zuckerberg. He learned these skills specifically. Bro, add a goddamn period. He learned these skills specifically for Zuckerberg's timeline from an educational system, but he used to gather information in a more creative way and became successful. But to do this, he had to have a base fact. Nope. Try again.
Everyone's got a boss.
That's true.
I got a
That's
boss.
true.
Destiny's got a boss. You got a boss. We're all.
I realize that I put too much weight on myself to try to figure these out. By the time, you guys it's just us now, but like, I'm not going to be able to stop the show when there's hundreds of people here to do that. Like, it's not that hard, guys.
No matter what
Would you
wrong
rather get a boss? I was just at the Apple store today, and this lady was just yelling at the Apple store employee, and they all hated her. They called her a bitch as soon as she walked away. Whose boss is like, I don't have to see my boss. I don't need to look at her. I can make jokes about her. I can tell her to like, and that's it. That's
Okay,
it.
so when it comes to the Matrix, right? Like, I think the
we're still going on this. Okay.
point is when you go to college or you go to university and you go to like structured education, you're picking a safe spot, right? You're picking a safe way
Are you though?
to have a safer life. But the thing is about like breaking the Matrix, you can't break the Matrix. You can only like succeed well within it, right? And not everyone has the means to do that, right? You can watch a million videos on YouTube about how to run a business, right? Perfect example. I went to this fucking Airbnb in Los Angeles. I opened up this fucking YouTube page, and you know what the YouTube like first results were? How to fucking make money, how to make money fast, how to make money quick. Like the guy bought one property, rents it out, calls it a day. You want to make fucking actual money, you need to have capital to do it, all right? Which not many people have. You can't even go to get a business loan these days because credit.
Okay, how do you get capital? You're having the next conversation. That is a different conversation than the conversation we are having.
Can be so far down in shit. Not everyone has those opportunities. So they go to university, they go to college, to at least get something stable.
Not everybody has the opportunity to spend $50,000 to $100,000. What are you saying? It's really making this Matrix metaphor just pop.
Because like Destiny said, time is finite, okay? If you spend your early years trying to chase the bag and try and make the millions of dollars, you'll find
then you'll be fine if you fail. You will be absolutely fine. Your 20s is exactly for that. Precisely for that. It sounds, these guys are just gatekeepers. These guys are just gatekeepers. I don't know who this Muta is, but Destiny's acting the same way. That they're preaching against the exact thing that they did to put themselves in an amazing position where they don't have a boss. They pick their hours. They make loads of money. But just like every other liberal elite, they think they're so great. And you guys, maybe it comes from I don't know what it comes from, but you're out of touch.
very quickly. It's not easy to do that. But if
nobody said it was easy.
Have 5 years of shit to show for it, like a college education and at least some career, then you can.
Or you said 5 years of education or at least some career. Again, is that not precisely what we are talking about? That some career. That is what he is offering.
Probably do something, safer in your 30s and your 40s down the road, Like, it's called being stable and secure. And some people are cool with that. Most people, I would say, are fine with stable and secure shit.
Yeah, I think too many people.
Very
My
few
idea
people
is that too many people are okay with just a life that's fine. That's just fine. We're sick of that, so they want to go and become better. I think Myron is a good example of somebody who has the main type of capital and then invested into real estate so that he doesn't ever work again. You get a source of income with the skill online and then reinvest it into other places. It doesn't have to be crypto, which makes Destiny so mad. There's so many ways to become independent. And I think more.
And you guys know I am not a fan of Fresh and Fit, but they run that shit like clockwork. Having 17 thoughts in a studio and holding that down, that's impressive. I don't care what they're saying. That part is impressive.
People should know that instead of taking the safe route. You guys are saying take the safe, easy route that they've laid out in front of you that is meant to keep you a wage slave for the rest of your life.
Yup.
And we can agree to disagree. If you want your chat to do that, then fine. I hated doing that. I hated school. I dropped out like Destiny.
I feel like a lot of these courses and a lot of these would make more sense if they taught people that it wasn't just the internet that you're making money out of, but like actual practical ways somebody could jump into, Like, what is so practical about making money on the internet? Like, how are you going to like?
That's such a 1990s question. Like, what do you mean? Everything is on the internet. How do you make money that's not connected to the internet?
You have to have like a high, what should I say? Like, what is the rate of like people that succeed? Destiny, I'm sure you have like the definition for it, but like the people that like succeed, you have to have like a good throughput rate, I guess is what the best thing is, right? Like how many people in your course succeed out of like 100 versus college, right? People are going to pick, which one is a safe option. College and
I think actually I think I remember this.
University aren't easy either. If you're going,
I think he's going to ask the same question.
For a STEM degree, if you're going for anything that's in distance, for instance, that's a fucking big ass commitment. People go to law school and they spend like fucking how many years getting to that position, and then they fucking succeed at the end, hopefully, right? At least like that's the general perception of it. Same with doctors, same with like engineers or anybody in that position. It's like how many people in your situation succeed? How many Musas are there?
So if anybody knows the question that I have in my mind that I think Sneako's about to ask, and you put it in the chat, I will cash app you $10. I'll give it I'll give it until I don't know when this change. Oh fuck, I forgot about that. Oh well, I guess that's what you're supposed to do with that with girls. Is forget about them, right? See, that's the beta in me. Like, oh, she texted me. Oh, she's not even that fucking hot. You don't know who you are. Oh Jesus Christ. Okay, I got an email from my mom, which is never good. All right, we got a comment. That was not the question. Until the minute, I'll give it till the minute changes. By 10:41, if somebody can ask the question, here I'll run it back.
University out of like 100, like good, right? I guess is what the best thing is, right? How many people in your course succeed out of like 100 versus college, right? People are going to pick, which one is the safe option. College and university aren't easy either. If you're going for a STEM degree, if you're going for anything that's licensed, for instance, that's a fucking big ass commitment. People go to law school and they spend like fucking how many years getting to that position, and then they fucking succeed at the end, hopefully, right? At least like that's the general perception of it. Same with doctors, same with like engineers or anybody in that position. It's like how many people in your situation succeed? How many Musas are there versus Musas that go to like MIT or like University of Toronto or like a big.
Last chance. Anybody? And 5. I'll go directly to the YouTube chat. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you suck. Wait, where did that? Oh, so do you have to be lucky to be successful? 75% of you said no. Interesting. So the question is not I wish, and it's not chicken nuggets. Although I do love me some chicken nuggies. I don't. We have too much time left. But 3 times he said the word succeed. How many people succeed versus college? How many people? The question is, what do you mean by succeed? What do you mean by succeed? It depends on what the goal is. I'm sure plenty of people went to college and subsequently became successful in life. But did they become successful in the thing that they studied? And did they become successful because of the fact that they went to college, even if it's not in that industry? And I'm pretty sure he asks. But let's see.
Like engineers or anybody in that position. It's like how many people in your situation succeed? How many Musas are there versus Musas that go to like MIT or like University of Toronto, like a big.
Going in circles like this. Most people will fail because they will give up and they will go back to the safe route as soon as it becomes difficult. People don't have the opportunity to really fully dive into that. It's difficult. I mean,
see, that's how you we talk about maintaining frame. This is not maintaining frame. He is letting the other two run the conversation. This is a conversation about you and your work and your life's work, and something that you are putting your name on as something that's been created from your life's work. Okay, you're 24, but I don't have 10 years worth of work in anything that I could put together. And you're letting them run the conversation. What do you mean by succeed? Plenty of them succeed. Are they all rich and famous? No. But to your point, most of them aren't going to be. Most of them don't want to be. But they are making money. They have income coming from a clip channel. They edit videos for other people. Yes, they are successful. This is how you have to make sure you are not steamrolled in a conversation. And I mean, that doesn't, if you're wrong about something, that's completely different. But success is relative. Success is subjective.
I was able to do it because I've been focusing on since I was 14. I saw from the beginning, from a young, I did not want to be a wage slave. I did not want to be part of the cognitive system. And so I worked hard. But that's what separates the people, the winners from the losers. It's just working hard. Most people are not able to do it. Destiny's encouraging complacency, and I'm encouraging ambition. That's just the
Gotta
difference.
stop.
There's a lot there.
Maybe I just want to be clear. Also, you've got it. The words you're using are so mind rotted. You're like such a bot when you say that. That like a guy can follow a set path in life and be really successful. You can have a good diet, good sleep, have a lot of friends, work out, have a good body, go to college, get a good degree, have a good paying job with good benefits, go on vacation, and you're like, you're so complacent. There's nothing complacent about that. That's a successful person.
I don't. I mean, do you guys think that I mean, maybe he'll say it right now. Do you think Sneako would say that is not being successful, having a happy family, a job that you can pay, and you can go on vacation once a year? Would you think that Sneako would say that person is unsuccessful? Because I don't.
By literally every single metric. Like, I would argue that a lot of the people that chase the online shit are more complacent than the people that have like the dedication to follow through with school and get a real job, rather than the people that are working their side hustle, which is really a job at Burger King or Wendy's, and then they're online trying to get rich, like trading coins. Like, that's complacency. You're too scared to actually take steps and do the real work in the real world.
Projection!
Improve yourself.
You're too scared to actually do anything. But they're not. They're doing it. You're the one telling your chat not to do those things.
Put yourself in a position to get a big job, and instead you're hoping to get rich quick online.
How is that complacent? Like, why do you need to go be involved in your idea of the real world? Your idea of maturity and being adult is just being a part of the system that's in front of you.
It's actually doing, well, you say like being a part of a doctor is a part of the system. A lawyer is a part of the system. An engineer is a part.
So which brings us back to the question, what is success?
Part of the system. Like, these are important people that do important things that make it possible for you and me to do our jobs. But I'm only able to do what I'm able to do because enough people went to school to work on fucking Amazon servers, right? Amazon only exists because college-educated Jeff Bezos started the company and had people that were willing to ship products, like people that were willing to drive UPS trucks, people that were willing to do customer support. Like, these are all real-life people.
Destiny, what's the most coveted job in America for kids?
YouTuber?
Fuck. I was going to try and see if you guys knew it, but...
Yep.
Yeah, and 20 years ago, I was an NBA player. Like, what's the point?
What did you want to do before you went to school? You wanted to be a saxophone player. People don't want to be UPS drivers. People don't want to be garbage men. People don't want to do that. People don't want to be carpet cleaners. You do that because you have other options, because you take a safe route. So you're saying is brain rotted. That's complacency. You gave up. People's dreams is to be a YouTuber. Is to be independent.
Okay, bro. How many people can be Hollywood actors? How many people can be an actor?
Not many.
That's not the point. You see, again, how Amuta's very good at this. Sneako will make a good point. Muta doesn't like it. It doesn't really fit with what he's saying. So he's just going to change the subject. Back to the conversation that we already finished having.
Not many. But so that's why I'm saying complacency. And Destiny can't argue that point. Are you or are you not encouraging complacency?
There you go.
It's only complacency to you because to you, anything less than being a superstar is a failure because you don't know what life looks like to a normal person. You have no.
Ooh.
How many people can?
Like, for you, the only thing that it means to succeed is to have 1 million YouTube followers and everybody else sucks compared to you.
No,
like that's your view on life.
It's being independent and not answering to nobody.
Bro, neither of us are independent. Dude, you're literally sucking off fucking Islam over here because you're worried about getting canceled by a bunch of Muslims online. None of us are fucking independent. All of us are slaves and shit. We're part of the matrix, bro. If you want to talk to me about some independent shit, I want you to go out back and show me a picture of a fucking vegetable garden you're cultivating on your own so you can survive on your own when the apocalypse happens. Otherwise, we're all fucking plugged into the system.
Yes. We are all plugged into the system to a certain extent. But as Sneako already said, I had no intention on taking sides here at all. As Sneako said, like, yes, we're all part of the system, but you can minimize it and not actively buy into it. There's certain things that, as a person who's just born in the 21st century, you can't just snap your fingers and have the entire structure come down, nor would you want to. That is straight cope. Therefore, you should go to college and get a job and not do anything.
There's levels to how much you can be plugged into the system, and you're encouraging a bigger level than me. If my level is not wanting to get killed by a guy named Ahmed, then fine.
Sure, I'll say this. When I worked at my fucking casino job, I sure as fuck never worried about what the fuck I tweeted or what I said in a video game. Bro, I could say some wild shit, man. If my logs ever got leaked, dude, my entire fucking family would get assassinated for the crazy shit that I said online in battle.net. This was before nobody got banned for slurs or anything back then. Bro, you can fucking type people's phone numbers and tell me to come fucking murder their dogs, and nobody gave a fuck back then on the internet. Like, it was a wild world. I didn't give a fuck back then because I didn't care. I got to worry way more about the shit that I say and the shit that I type. So in some ways, I have a lot of freedom. I'm not going to go back to that life.
Are you, again, hit me up somewhere. Because I'm not dropping the link in the chat anymore. We had 3 trolls on the last stream, and it threw me off, and I don't like that. So I need to send it to you somewhere. So if you're in the, I don't remember if you're already in the Discord. I'll drop it in the Discord, or hit me up on Instagram, or hit me up on Twitter. Hit me up somewhere. Who the hell is Carlos? Who's your baby? Who am I hating on? I ain't hating on nobody. I'm here just give it the straight dope, you know what I mean? But welcome. We are talking about it right now. Right now. So we started off with a little bit of a video on who somebody who took Sneako's course, creates kit, and said that it wasn't really so much about teaching you how to become a YouTuber, but rather how Sneako became a YouTuber, and it's more more geared towards people who are looking to clip up his streams, more people who are looking to become editors, as opposed to a course on how to become your own YouTuber. So Destiny was watching that, and now they're arguing about it. Pasta, what do you mean YouTube? What does that mean? There's no private messaging on you. I listed all of them: Discord, Instagram, Twitter. Hit me up on one of those if you want to come up. I'm not dropping the link in the chat anymore. Carlos says, I support Sneako getting his bag, but I don't think it's worth the money. Interesting. What you don't think it's worth the money? What in what way? That he's not getting enough money, or he's doing too much for the money that he's getting? I'm not. What do you mean by that? That's an interesting comment. I'd love to hear more.
See, but in other ways, I'm way more locked out. I got to worry about other shit that normal people don't have to worry about. Like, we're all part of the system in one way or another.
Yes, but I'm telling you how much you're plugged into it and how much you're not. Me having this creativity kit and me having most of my money come from Patreon or come from super chats is being out of it. Or eventually, like if I do get banned, going to a platform that I start or that's independent is me out of that and me not having to answer to anybody. Like, yes, we do answer to some people, but there's levels. Having like an angry Karen that you answer to every day is way worse than doing what we do.
And comparing that to, well, there's still doctors in the system, so you're still part of the matrix. That's cope. That is not engaging with the point that Sneako's making. And it's, I mean, it's just not engaging with what he's saying. So originally, who else? Carlos said, I'm going to go with Carlos. I'm not going to say that every time. So Carlos said, I support Sneako getting his bag, but I don't think it's worth the money. And I asked him what he meant by that. He said, I feel like you can find the info he gives out online or based on trial and error. Absolutely. You're absolutely correct. What Sneako has been arguing this whole time is that much like college, where you can find the stuff that you learn in college, because that's what Destiny's been saying. They've kind of been pitting the two against each other, college versus the creativity kit, is that the same can be said for the information you get in college. And just for the we got No BS Motivation TV. Welcome. I assume you mean, am I enrolled in the creativity kit? I am not. We watched a video from somebody who was who is enrolled in it. So we are taking an outside perspective. So Destiny was watching the video of the person who was in the course, and then Sneako was watching Destiny do that, and he popped in, and then they were talking, and then Moots is coming in, and Abba's coming in a minute. Yeah. That's what I like to see.
Kind of compare the two.
But like, aren't you like tied down to YouTube and Patreon in some way? Like, if what those things went away, what would you do?
Again, a point that was made by Sneako, and then Musa just changes the subject, asked a new question. Let's go back because we were
out of that and be not out of it.
We're all part of freedom. I'm not gonna go back. Bro, you can fucking type of phone number tell me you're gonna fucking murder their dogs, and nobody gave a fuck back then on the internet. Like, it was a wild world. I didn't give a fuck back then because I didn't care. I gotta worry way more about the shit that I type. So way freedom. I'm not gonna go back.
Whoa. Why are we skipping
that life, obviously? But in other ways, I'm way more locked down. I gotta worry about other shit that people don't have to worry about. Like, we're all part of the system in one way or another.
Yes, but I'm telling you how much you're plugged into it and how much you're not. me having this creativity kit and me having most of my money come from Patreon or come from super chats is being out of it. Or eventually, like if I do get banned, going to a platform that I start or that's independent is me out of that and me not having to answer to anybody. Like, yes, we do answer to some people, but there's levels. Having like an angry Karen that you answer to every day is way worse than doing what we do. And trying to compare the two.
But like, aren't you like tied down to YouTube and Patreon?
That's a great point. There's a big difference. And I can tell you, as somebody who hasn't been a YouTuber for very long, and who spent a lot of time in retail, a lot of times working in restaurants with terrible bosses. I'm not even making money for this yet. Not even making money for this yet. And this is way better. This is way better. Instagram and a caption? Why don't you just DM me? Jesus fucking Christ. All right, I'll find it.
Try on in some way, like if those things went away, what would you do tomorrow?
Well, that's why I'm saying that you need to have capital, and then you need to invest in other places that you
Are you cozy?
Can be fully independent. And then I'm just going to be on YouTube for fun, and I don't need to worry about, words that are like what I can say about the election or what I can say about the injection.
I think there's pros and cons to everything, and it's hard to see it all, I think, in my opinion. But
I think you're bigger than the fact that you are encouraging complacency.
Stop saying, bro. Stop saying I'm dodging because you're too dumb to understand what the fuck I'm saying. You're actually triggered.
More projection. Carlos says he was arguing that going to college is a huge waste of time. I agree to an extent. I think it is, and isn't if you know where to look. Well, yeah. Wait, real quick. Pascal, the person who I asked, that is you. So going back to Carlos' question, or comment, yeah, I completely agree with you. We were saying, obviously, if you're going to be a doctor, an astronaut, a lawyer, these are things that you need to go to college and get a specialized knowledge. But that's not what most people are doing. Most people are doing what I did. Get a degree in psychology or gender studies or sociology or communications or human resources or some bullshit. And then you go out in the world, and in the early 2000s, yeah, you can get a job wherever just because you had a degree, period, regardless of what the degree was. Because you had a degree, that just said, okay, you're trainable to a certain level. You made it through college, so okay, we can train you to that level. But now, got you, Pascal. But now, because of the fact that the university mentality has changed so much, it actually dumbs you down in a lot of places. Not everywhere, specifically not the STEM fields. But it's not the same as it was even 10 years ago. Carlos said I'm a photographer. You don't need a degree for that. Exactly. But Destiny would say, well, not everybody's going to be a famous photographer. Famous? Did Carlos say famous? Because I don't remember anybody saying famous. And that's the straw man that Destiny is arguing against. Nobody, Sneako's not telling anybody that you have to be famous, you have to be rich in order to be happy. He's just saying, A, you don't have to be part of the Matrix, which I think is a dumb thing, but it is an accurate metaphor. You don't have to be part of the Matrix. And also, if you want, there are pathways for anybody, not every single person at the same time, but anybody who decides to take the initiative to become successful. It's that simple. But let's go back and see Destiny get triggered a little bit more.
I think you're dodging the fact that you are encouraging complacency.
Stop saying, bro. Stop saying I'm dodging because you're too dumb to understand what the fuck I'm saying. You're actually triggering the fuck out of me. You got me. You triggered the fuck out of me. You did do it, okay? It's not about dodging. It's about being an adult and taking responsibility and growing past age 24 and realizing not everybody can be a millionaire while doing some online shit. That's the fantasy the kid has. That's when you're 14 and everybody's saying, what do you want to do when you grow up? I want to play in the NFL. At some point, you grow up, okay, I need to actually be an adult and I need to figure out, like, I'm going to navigate life. It's not about giving up. It's about accepting the responsibilities of being an adult. It's not about, okay, I need to find an acceptable path forward that I can carve.
It absolutely is about giving up. It absolutely is about giving up. We frame it as growing up and settling and becoming more realistic. But all of those things mean that you give up on your dreams. That is undeniable. That is undeniable. Whether you think it's a good thing or a bad thing is up for debate. But saying that you are going to give up on your dreams to do something more realistic because you are mature and you see that your dreams are, that is still giving up on your dreams. Words matter.
Place for me, my hobbies, what I want to do, and also provides a living, and probably provides some service to a society that isn't scamming people online, selling cheap Chinese fucking silverware in order to make money.
Bro, you keep putting words in my mouth. The reason that you're dumb is that you think maturity in adulthood is giving up on your dreams.
2 in a row. Don't stop putting words in my mouth. Gang, you think maturity in adulthood is giving up on your dreams. I can't wait to hear this. I can't wait. Are we all ready? We all ready? Boom.
Okay.
No, that's your
it's
idea of adulthood.
Okay.
Every time you talk to me about maturity and about being adult, every time you call someone else childish, is it because they're not being a slave? Someone who's not being a slave, and it triggers you. The fact that I get you so upset, you bring me to the stream because I'm a young man full of ambition, and people are getting.
Okay, bro, so hold on. If somebody who gets a job.
See again. Sneako's going off. Hold on. I can't let you say anything, reasonable or smart, because then, I won't have anything to say.
Go give up.
You're not talking about ambition.
Your idea of maturity is just giving up on your dreams.
No, you're not talking about ambition. You're the 2020s version of Amway. That's not ambition. It's get rich quick schemes. That's what you're talking about. Ambition is the kid that's 16 that already said no.
Yo, that was savage. That was funny, whether it's true or not. You guys know what Amway is? Oh no, my internet's fucking shutting out again, even though I'm fucking hardwired. Let me know if you don't know what Amway is, because that is a fucking banger joke. That is funny as shit.
Different programming languages. Ambition is the guy that's like 17 or 18 that can already build a whole fucking engine in a car. Ambition is the guy that's had 19 or 20 and already like the VP of his dad's fucking company. This is what ambition looks like. Being 24, working at Burger King, and then going on and checking your Robinhood app to see if you got rich on some penny stock you got recommended by Andrew Tate. That's not ambition.
He does keep going back to the crypto thing. No, so Amway was the first. I don't know if it was the first, but when I was in school, that was the big multi-level marketing scheme. Like now, every successful dude that you know, and their girls online selling some bullshit, I don't know, vitamins or whatever. All these are multi-level marketing schemes, and Amway was one of the early ones where was Amway the same as Cutco? I think it was Amway and Cutco, but either way, it was an early multi-level marketing pyramid scheme. Yep, hella scam. And yep, I almost did too. Because they're good at it. And then there was one time, what was the company or the project or whatever it was? I had a friend hit me up and texted me. He's like, "Yo, I'm looking for people to get in on this business thing. Like, I'm not telling a lot of people, but I think you'd be good enough. Like, I just, whatever. If you want to come through and talk about it." Dude lived about an hour away from me. I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing shit in my life. Like, fuck it, yeah. I go there, and he's there with his guy who's above him. The guy above him gives the pyramid scheme presentation, and at that point, I'm like, oh, this is a pyramid scheme. But I brought a friend with me because the dude who hit me up, we knew each other in college, but this was a few years after that, and we were like friends of a friend. So I probably should have realized that he's not going to come to me for being a business partner, but I didn't. So I brought a friend. We watched the presentation. My friend signed up. He's like, oh yeah. And it was like $500. I was like, bro, if I had $500, I wouldn't have driven here. Like, what? If I had $500 just give away on no notice, do you think I'd be that desperate for a fucking job?
It's not ambition,
bro. Why are you
Robinhood could just be standard stocks.
That's such a dumb.
Robinhood could just be stocks as well.
All right.
Yeah.
You keep talking about me like I'm advocating for the big crypto guy. When you asked me an example of an entrepreneur who makes money, I talked about my editor who makes money off consultation calls because he studied the algorithm, because he could work with the right people, and he provided value by learning how to edit. He found.
Bring on Moose.
skill, reinvest in other places, and then you keep talking about crypto, but that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. The creativity kit is about learning a skill, becoming valuable, and investing in other places, not working at Burger King.
I agree, but what you're talking about, that guy, that editor guy, he didn't learn how to edit because he took an online course on it. He learned how to edit because he did it.
You know, I
He
learned
worked
how
that
to
job.
edit. You know,
Oh my God. That's not the point. Plenty of people know how to edit. The value that he got from the course was not the editing. It's crazy to me that somebody as smart as Destiny can't understand this. The editing skill is not what he got from the course. The networking is what he got from the course, the creativity course. Is that me or him?
I learned how to edit. YouTube tutorials.
Yeah, when did you start? When you were
Samesies.
fucking 13.
Okay,
So what?
you learned how to
So give up,
you learned
so
how to edit on YouTube tutorials. Do you consider yourself an actual editor that could work in a professional location?
Yeah,
Like
I know that if I ever get canceled, right? That's
Okay, how many programs?
So let him talk then. That's called a question. So when you ask somebody a question, you should wait for an answer. Remember with Henry, when we were talking when I had that conversation with Henry on Darshan's channel, I don't let that fly. If you ask me a question, I'm gonna answer it. And just because you didn't expect me to have an answer, and you expected it to be a rhetorical question to make you look good, doesn't mean I'm gonna stop. Y'all seen that? Y'all seen it.
anybody.
No. I know about bus.
I know how to use Avid. I know how to use Final Cut Pro. I know how
Okay,
to use
Avid Media
Premiere.
Composer. Do you know how to work with DaVinci? Do you know the
Yep,
entire app? Do
DaVinci,
you know
Avid,
Dude,
Premiere,
100%.
Photoshop, all of them.
Nico,
So let me-
I know he could get a job. He could get a job editing for sure.
Oh, he
100%.
could get a job.
Thank
editing,
you,
but it's like, you know,
Destiny.
the
Yeah,
entire
you're saying
like
that
structure
I
of it
was,
too.
Destiny, I was shit at
See, how far off of the line of what we're talking about? We're talking about the legitimacy of the course. And Moon is asking, do you know this program or that program? Newsflash. If somebody wants you to edit something for them, they don't give a fuck what program you use. They just care that it's edited well.
editing for 7 years. I learned how to edit
Real quick, I'm taking a piss and I almost turned my camera back on instead of unpausing the video. That would have been bad.
in a month from YouTube tutorials in college. I wasn't good at editing.
You didn't learn how to.
I
hold
was
on,
shit
stop.
at editing.
You
for
didn't
7
learn
years
how
when
to.
I made change.
You didn't learn how to edit from a fucking YouTube tutorial.
Yeah, I did.
You learned how to edit because you edited. That's the only way that you
Again, two things that are not mutually exclusive. You learn how to edit from a YouTube tutorial. You get good at editing from editing. Where is Abba? Abba is supposed to be coming in to moderate this. Where the fuck is he? Because he is needed.
learn skill set.
Learning
You have
every day
to work
doing
at it. Yeah, this is why I'm saying people that know how to do things don't know how the fuck to teach them. The fact that you would even say that, you learn some shit in a
Remember, I brought that up earlier. Knowing how to do something and being able to teach it to other people is not the same thing. Remember, this all started with Sneako's course being marketed as you being able to become a creator. Not explicitly, but that's the implication, is that you're going to become just like Sneako, where he is a content creator. When really, it's just about how to use Sneako's content to make money. Those are different things. So that we want to give Destiny a little bit of leeway because of the fact that he saw a testimonial from the course itself, but he's still off base.
month. You didn't learn it in a month. You probably began learning in a month on YouTube, but you learned it over the course of your entire life.
Okay.
That's a life. That's your
No.
whole teenage years spent actually editing videos on YouTube. That's what you got the skill, my dude.
Watching-
Nobody's gonna learn in a month how to do it.
watching YouTube tutorials and then grinding every single day.
So and again, what is the point that you're trying to make? If you go to school to learn editing, you still don't learn editing from the class. You learn editing from editing. That is your whole point, Destiny, is it not? So why does it matter where you get the information on how to do the thing to learn how to do the thing? As long as you're getting the information and you can, in fact, do the thing. Which is precisely what I was talking about when I was saying that the number of employers who are looking at things like that is increasing by a lot. People don't care what piece of paper you have hanging on your wall. They care what you can do for them. That's what people care about.
Yes.
Working on my own videos.
But see, that's the thing, grinding every single day. You are opening up and you're working on it
I don't
every
like this
day.
point that you keep making that I have an advantage because I was doing this since I was a kid. When I wasn't good at it and I hated it for most of the time, and then I decided I need to find a skill that makes me different from other people. If I cannot invest all this money into different places like Mr. Beast and buy all these Orbeez and buy trucks and Lego cars, then I need to become the best at editing. So I grinded at it for a month while I was in school. I learned more in that time, focusing on watching a YouTube tutorial, copying what
Okay,
it said,
but like,
in the program.
how much of that time was watching the YouTube
Again, cutting him off.
tutorial? How much of the time was watching the YouTube tutorial versus actually sitting in front with Premiere on and working?
Why is that relevant? Probably less time than spending 4 years in college. I guarantee you that. You know why? Because I was listening and he just said a month. But either way, as y'all are saying, it's not the information, it's the activity. It's doing it that gets you get better at it. So, if only editing makes you better at editing, then you need to learn how to edit. Whether you do that from college, which costs a lot of money, or on YouTube, which is free, why does that matter? And one step further, why would you not want to take the cheaper option? I don't understand how this is an argument. This is all on, and I mean, I hate to say it because he's the one in the right, but this is on Sneako's inability to assert himself. He's absolutely right. He's absolutely right. And both of them are wrong. But, you know, what is he going to do? Carlos said, college made me depressed and wanted to end. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm glad you're here, brother. I definitely have definitely been there. You know, I was straight edge in high school, started doing drugs in college, and that took me down a road that was not fun. But thankfully, you and I, we're here, brother. We made it. We made it.
Project or two. It's like learning programming, right?
What's
like
the point? That's what I'm telling people to do.
But like,
part of the creativity is teaching mindset that you need to work hard and go do it too. So if we agree that you need to go work and do it, why are you telling people to give up? We both agree you need to work hard and all the information is online. And then you guys are all saying, give up.
If somebody wants to work at something like that, that's great. But just don't expect to get rich quick doing it. It's gonna be a lot. You're not gonna become a good.
When do I say get rich quick? When do I ever say that? Why are you implying that to me as if that's my fucking ideology? I've never said that.
Here's a question: if somebody wants to learn to be a YouTube editor, how long would it take them to be good enough to make them decent money doing it?
That's, again, we are so far off base of whether or not the creativity kit is a good purchase for the target audience. We are so far away from that. Oh, Jesus. So I'll run through this relatively quickly. Yeah, I was straight edge in high school. Good thing I wasn't ready to get any tattoos because I definitely would have had a straight edge tattoo. I think some of you guys have seen my drug-free XXX True Till Death hoodie that I now only wear in the house because I'm deathly embarrassed because there was not an ounce of irony when I bought that. But yeah, I was in the hardcore scene, you know, the underground hardcore, you know, moshing and all that stuff. I was in that scene and I didn't have a lot you know, I wasn't very popular. I'm short. I was never really good with girls. And that was, you know, that was where I fit in. And then even further, you know, being straight edge, and if you're not familiar, no sex, no promiscuous sex. I had a girlfriend at the time, so it was not promiscuous. No promiscuous sex, no drugs, no alcohol. And that was like the trend. So you'd see like the X, we draw thick ass X's on our hands and all that. And then we go to shows and it was cool. And then May of my senior year in high school, I went to a party and one of my friends was like, "Hey, you want to smoke some weed with me?" Well, like, all right. And I got high as hell. And I'm like, what have I been doing? This is amazing. I didn't drink until a little bit later. I definitely smoked before I drank, but and I still don't really drink that much. I went out the other night to to commemorate the 9-year anniversary of the death of my best friend. We got my tattoo for Akon, my boy. Yeah, not the singer. The singer stole his name. Adam Marcondiotti. Says family's thicker than blood. So I was out doing that the other night. But for the most part, I really only drink. I'll have a couple of drinks, while I'm on stream with you guys. But weed is my thing. But while I was when I first moved off campus, I was looking for a place with 2 friends, and both of those friends happened to be in the TKE fraternity. Now, I went to Rider University, which is a small private school, and 2 years before I had went there was a dude who died in the frat houses doing like from alcohol poisoning. So they shut that shit down, and it wasn't a dry campus, but it may as well have been. Especially being that we're underage when you get into college. So the frat houses, they would have their on campus frat houses, but like the real frat house would be somewhere off campus. But because it wasn't technically a frat house, it was just a house. There was 3 spots that were opening up in this huge frat house, and that my 2 friends were in. And they're like, "Yo, there's 3 spots. You want to move into this house?" So somehow I ended up getting the master bedroom in a frat house, even though I wasn't in the frat. But met some people there, introduced me to so the first drug I did was ecstasy, and that was amazing. Actually, I forgot to bring up that I did acid a couple times before I went. Or no, I did acid one time in high school, and then I did acid one more time before I became like a druggie. But then I got into opiates. Somebody, a close friend at the time, his stepdad had like this level of pill bottle full of Percocets, and I spent the next 5 years snorting a bunch of drugs. So that was not great. And then eventually I lost touch with that person, and then we reconnected a couple years later. He had ended up becoming a dopehead and was injecting, or excuse me, he was not injecting, he was snorting heroin. And then he stopped doing the heroin and was on not methadone, Suboxone. And I was using that because it was cheaper to just take his extra than to buy the drugs. And little did I know that the withdrawals from Suboxone are way worse than the withdrawals from the actual pills. And so now all I do, I smoke to go to sleep. I drink when I feel like drinking. I love psychedelics, but I don't do them that often. And that's about it. That's about it. That's the story. The rest is history. Carlos says, I used to not smoke, and these fake motherfuckers that pretend to be my friends peer pressured me to try weed. Now here I am. I mean, same, like super same, but also, let's be men. Let's be men. We made our decisions. We made the decision to let peer pressure affect us, and we gotta take responsibility for that. Doesn't mean we're bad people, but it is what it is. Story time over. Let's get back into this.
A month of hard work.
Okay, I would say 6 to 12 minimum. That'd be my guess.
Yeah.
So
I don't know how
you
you
tell
do
people to do that. Why
Wait, let's go back. What's the question?
He wants to learn to be a unique.
say why are you applying that to me as if it's my fucking ideology? I've never said that.
Here's a question: if somebody wants to learn to be a YouTube editor, how long would it take them to be good enough to make some decent money doing it?
A month of hard work.
Okay, I would say 6 to 12 minimum. That'd be my guess.
Yeah.
So
I don't know how you
tell
do
people
that.
to do that. Why don't you tell
I
people?
do. If people want to build other skills and shit, that's fine. That's good. But like, college is so unbelievably reliable. You can learn other shit on the side.
Okay. It's unbelievably reliable for saxophone and for film tool. Like, we're 2 examples.
Not for sax. These are arts. It's way different there.
Hey, Carlos just subbed. Thank you, brother. I really do appreciate that. I am glad you are enjoying the stream. And I just dropped my Instagram in the chat. Thank you so much, brother. And the link to the Discord, party never ends. The link to the Discord is in the description. Bunch of cool people in there, and it's free right now. But eventually, when we get to a certain amount, I'm going to cut it off. Everybody who's in there, you're free. But everybody after that, you have to pay. maybe $50 a month. Who knows?
But even for arts, going to school like that, bro, you ask any professional musician, like if you would have had the opportunity to go to Berkeley School of Music, would you take it?
This is Twitter and Instagram on the screen right now.
Fucking heartbeat, bro. Some of these colleges, you were surrounded by the most
And TikTok. Oh, there's ABBA. Actually, no. TikTok is something different because I got banned, but I don't really care.
talented motherfuckers in the world. You can learn so much.
ABBA's in the building.
Another example.
Those guys give you the best connections too.
They don't.
Forget that.
My sister, for example, she went to Juilliard. She went to the best acting school in the world. She's like 26 right now, and it's very difficult to get an acting job. She's worked.
What did she do? Theater?
No, she's auditioning for movies. She's done theater too. She works, but she's not like you would think like, oh, Juilliard. Let me finish my point. Juilliard, the best school in the world. All these connections. Robin Williams, all these people that go to Juilliard. She'd be the most famous actress ever. When that's not the case, you know what people should do? I think they should make the connections online. I think they should make a short film the way I did, post it on a YouTube channel, and maybe someone will see it, and investors will follow them. My friend,
So, make a short video and put it on your YouTube channel. That works if you already have millions of followers, Sneako. But I could make a brilliant short film. If I put it on the channel, if I put it on this channel, it probably wouldn't even be shown to you guys because it's so different from what I do. Now, if I started making short film after short film after short film, now that's a different story. But yeah, you're at the place where you can just post whatever and people are there for you. And I think for those of you who are here right now, I do believe that you would ride with me. I do believe that, and I appreciate that to no end. But 5 people does not make a YouTube success story. You know what I mean? Carlos said, I'm on this dating app called Badu. I got a warning saying I got reported for misconduct. Well, don't be misconducting your sexuality, bro. No, yeah, I never even heard of that. It's probably it's got to be some woke fucking bullshit. What did you do? Did you send a message? Did you send a picture? What had that going?
And so my friend CC Kane is going to get a show on Hulu or HBO Go because he put in the work on YouTube because he put himself out there. And if you want to slice this,
wait a minute. Your sister. Hold on. So your sister went to
again.
No.
Again, Abba coming in.
Go ahead.
Okay. So your sister went to Juilliard and she's going to acting, right? The thing we said earlier too is just a little 5 minutes ago. Going into acting, how many slots do you think exist to be like a big time actor? Superstar.
This is the same conversation. Oh my god. So you think that everybody in the world could be rich at the same time? This is the same conversation they had fucking a month ago. The same conversation.
Right? Somebody that goes to university for computer sciences, there's so many more slots in the field available for them, okay? So many places. That's what the stability is about, right? Somebody that goes
Look how mad he is. I would be too.
School for something that you have a ton of career slots.
But this is what it takes. This is what it is. This is the fuck what it is. Allow me to go off for a second. Because I would say normal people, number one, don't want to listen to the conversation long enough to have it. And 2, people aren't willing to have the conversation and actually sit there and listen to respond. And that came out wrong. Not simply listen to respond, but listen with the intent to engage and respond. And that's why people like me come to YouTube. Because everybody in my normal life doesn't like talking like this. And so everybody fucking hates me. I have no friends. Because the same way I am here, all goddamn day. That's why I was scared to get that email from my mom. I don't talk to my mom. My dad told me she's scared of me. Why are you scared of me? That's neither here nor there. But I definitely feel that right there. Yeah, you're definitely right. You're definitely right, Positive. Because the fact of the matter is, they're very different. They're very different. Going to school for STEM is simply not even in the same realm as going to school for liberal arts, except for the fact that it's in the same geographical location. There is no other overlap.
in, a lot of stability exists there. There's not a lot of stability to go and go like shit like, acting or whatever. There's really a lot of luck that goes into it. That's, I think, the ultimate point.
Same
right?
shit. Okay, thank you for interrupting me to say that simple shit. Same thing for saxophone, same thing for film school, same thing for all this. There's a very few slots, and it's better to go get that information online and work hard to go get it done. That's my point.
Okay, and my point is, it's like, okay, if you're going to go into those scenarios, right? Like, how many people do you think? How much?
You just asked this question.
Is success right there? Like, if you give that shit to 1,000 fucking people, that information, hey, here's the information, now become an actor. How many of those?
And that's only relevant when you compare it to the people who are doing what you are suggesting. So out of 1,000 college graduates, how many of those are successful? You see how stupid a conversation can get when you don't know how to have a conversation?
We said this so many times in this art. Like, so
how many of those 1,000 people become actors?
Most people will fail. I'm saying that. I'm saying that to people in my chat who are ambitious. Most people will fail. So you need to understand that. Understand why most people decide to be followers and stay in their safe space and work around that and become better than them. And if you don't, you will fail.
Now, if you told the same 1,000 people, hey, go to this university, get a solid, education, solid connections, then how many of those people will succeed versus 1,000 people you teach to become actors?
Depends on what you consider succeeding. And also,
I knew eventually he would get to it. I heard him ask it when I was scrolling through. Finally, you asked a relevant question. What do you mean by success? That is one of the most important things you can do in a conversation, especially a heated conversation, is to define terms. Because if you're talking about success as being happy with your life, and they're talking about success as being famous and having 1 million subscribers, then you're not having the same conversation. So finally, he asks, depends what you mean by success.
Go to this university, get a solid, education, solid connections, then how many of those people will succeed versus 1,000 people you teach to become actors?
Depends on what you consider succeeding. And also,
they have a good life, they make a good paycheck,
but they gave up on their dream. They put the saxophone down. And see, I made this decision too when I dropped out. I wasn't making a lot of money.
Did you notice that? Oh, Destiny didn't say a goddamn word. Listen, because if you weren't here, he keeps bringing up the saxophone because this right here is a saxophone that was Destiny's dream, but he had to stop doing that and work.
To become actors.
Depends on what you consider succeeding. And also,
they have a good life, they make a good paycheck,
but they gave up on their dream. They put the saxophone down.
Ready? You put the saxophone down. Look at this. I'm not gonna do that, but you feel free to, because I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that because he's like gigantic compared to me. So, if anybody, I'm thinking.
And see, I made this decision too when I dropped out.
Did you say saxophone? I wish I could do that.
I wasn't making a lot of money for a long time. I was probably making $2,000 a month, but I was way happier making money doing comedy and doing YouTube.
Bruh, I'll be good on $2,000 a month. I wouldn't be like great on $2,000 a month. I was making more than that. And then, like, apparently, nobody needs their dog trained anymore. For those of you who don't know, I'm a private dog trainer. And now I'm broke as fuck. So, hey.
Two videos, like, I stand up and comedy dollar is worth 100.
Bro, hold on. I just want to be clear for the things you're saying. If you're making $2,000 a month doing stand-up, you're already part of the top 1% of the 1% of fucking comedians. You're already
exactly, and that's what I'm saying. So my $2,000 a month I thought was equal to somebody making $20K a month.
For sure, I agree with you. Yeah, that's amazing.
So that's what I'm saying. So yes, you guys are saying, oh, happy life. Okay, you gotta like wave at the neighbor. Oh, honey, I'm home with your wife. Or you cannot give up your dream. And that's what I didn't do. I said from a young age, this is what I want to do. I would be unhappy if I gave up on my dream, which most people do. Like I said, the #1 coveted job in America is being a YouTuber, and then they drain it out of you and make you think the destiny ideology that you need to go clean carpets when you really want to be a YouTuber. That's the point.
Bro, if my kid wanted to be a YouTuber, I'd be like, listen, I would rather you make $20K a month having a stable career than...
That's not relevant! That's not relevant. Why is he here? He has not said one relevant thing. Per usual, your boy is fucking up this whole thing.
$2K a month doing fuck all with your life.
Okay, a lot
That's what I
of
would say.
people would choose safety, but I'm sick.
Yeah, and then they would have $18,000 a month less.
Yeah,
so how are they
that's
going to be
true.
happy longer? What are they going to
I
pay
know
for?
the reason that I'm successful is because I know a lot of the people watching my stream. It's a nagging thought that they gave up. People don't want to live with regret. Like, yes, you have a stable life, but you still gave up on what you really wanted to do.
Yup.
It
The
eats
issue
away
is that, like, what you're talking about is, like, this is the most toxic aspect of the American dream.
Toxic.
Like, destroys lives. And it's the idea that people need to be fucking superstars to be happy. It's like the worst takeaway.
See? What did I just say? What did I just say? I fucking know this shit. They're talking about two different things. They're having two different conversations. Sneako's talking about finding a level of success that is not living in your parents' basement hating yourself. Destiny thinks that to Sneako, success is only being Sneako. Which is, I mean, before this conversation, that's a reasonable expectation. But you're having this conversation and you're not listening. And it's not a good look. I'm surprised that Destiny was the first one to post this. Like, thankfully, we don't have to watch this fucking video gaming bullshit because Sneako did too. But
the most bastardized version of what it to be successful in the United States. And
Okay,
like,
I'm not saying that you'll be unhappy doing that, but you'll be.
You're saying like, oh, well, you're not a superstar. You gave up. You're part of the call. You're part of the
You did
system.
give up. You did. You gave up on
yeah,
your
you did. You fucking butthurt about it?
saxophone dream. You know you did.
Right.
Did you not?
It's not. It's just.
Look at the sticks in the back, man.
Did you or did you not give up on playing the saxophone?
You still got a little hope, that little dreamer, that little 18-year-old Destiny was like playing the saxophone.
Bro, when I was a
Yeah,
kid, I
because we
wanted to
don't
be
have
an
parents to
astronaut.
carry our part of life. Like, we don't have mom and dad to carry our entire way.
Oh, and there's the liberal victim mentality. Well, I didn't come from there. I'm the most famous streamer in the fucking world, but please, cry for me. I don't think so. I disagree. I'm getting fucking heated for him. I'm getting heated for him. They're coming at him on some bullshit. And Abba's been sitting here for how long? When did Abba pop in? Abba's been sitting there for 5 minutes and only once has jumped in.
Your fucking careers out of shit. Like, I'm sorry, I didn't have that opportunity. That I was fucking 16, trying to figure out my fucking time. Like, yeah, I didn't have the luxury of like trying to do some fucking art because I was thinking.
Yeah, because when you were 16, everybody didn't have cell phones. When Sneako was 16, everybody did. So that's like you complaining that your great grandparents complaining that they didn't get an opportunity to be a streamer, but you did. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Streaming wasn't around. That wasn't a thing. Pazda says, I think success for me is living and surviving life in the most possibly in the most comfortable and these are not sentences. The most comfortable and pleasurable way in society. Okay, but again, do you Pascal, do you think that you would you consider yourself successful by this definition?
YouTube videos when I was 13, making thousands of dollars before I even fucking left the house. Like, we don't all have those same opportunities.
I was never
Like,
making
the point that I'm trying to make to people, but it's hard to understand if you don't have that perspective.
I was working retail since 16. Well, at 16, I was like
Bro,
fucking
you assume that I was rich on YouTube. Bro, I was never.
I'm not
making
assuming that you're rich on YouTube, but like, you're going home at 3 o'clock to make fucking YouTube videos and you're practicing for your future career at 14, and I'm staying after school for 3 hours every day doing janitorial work to pay for my fucking high school diploma. Like, not
Okay, and then what are you doing at 7 p.m.? Because I'm pretty sure school ends at 3 hours. Give it some time to get out of work. Seems like there's more time in the day after that. But also, pretty sure that Destiny's platform is bigger than Sneako's. So again, I ask, what the fuck are you talking about?
everybody has the same opportunities in life.
Yeah,
And then by the time
don't
you're
forget
18,
night school.
19,
They got to
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Destiny thinks he's better than everybody. Got
Be
it.
like, oh shit, like, oh, I just learned all that shit in one fucking month. Like, you didn't learn it in a month. Like, people are preparing for future careers by the time they're in 6th grade. Like, you just don't realize it.
Again, conflating learning something with getting good at it.
Yeah, you think you can just teach it in like 2 fucking months on like an internet course. The fact that
Yes, you can. That doesn't mean people will be good at it in 2 months. I often, as a professional dog trainer, will have between 1 and 3 months of training. At no point is there ever an expectation within the time that I am training with you that we're going to go from you having a dog who is not trained to me being done and be like, okay, you're done, you're good. That does not happen in a month. But what does happen in a month is me downloading all the information I have relevant to your dog and your family so that you can continue to work on dealing with your dog. How is that different? How is that different than what they're talking about? Please, anybody.
think that you can be a YouTube editor and be making like decent money by 1 month of education is crazy. Like, you don't see how much work went into you getting to the place that you're at. You just see that like you succeeded. You think everybody can do it like relatively easily. It's not
Again, who said relatively easily? He has been very clear about the fact that you do have to put in the hard work. He's been very clear about the fact that most people won't make it. So where is the very relatively easily coming in? This is liberal bullshit. Well, if I have to work for it, then what? Yes, you have to work for things, and you know that. Well, yep. So do I. So do I. I agree with Destiny on a lot, and I disagree with Sneako on a lot. But Destiny.
easy. It's a lifetime spent.
Yeah, it's not a get rich quick scheme either, which you keep implying it is. That's not what it is at all.
1 month is quick. I know that you're young, but you're not that young.
Bro, again, yeah, do you know how long? Let's see. Who does anybody here drive a motorcycle? Do you know how long the course is to get your license for a motorcycle? How about I don't know. That's the best example I got. Is the assumption that once you finish taking the course, that you're a professional motorcycle driver? Or have you only learned how to drive a motorcycle? And then you need to get good at driving a motorcycle. Those are two different things. Learning how to do something and learning to do something. Those are different things. And Destiny is unable to separate them in his mind, even though Sneako is over and over and over and over again talking about the same exact thing. So earlier, Positile said, I think success for me is living and surviving in a life the most comfortable and pleasurable way in society. I asked him, does he think he is? Does he feel like he's successful? No, I don't feel comfortable. I have bills. I'm not economically stable. Heard that. I spend most of my days working, and I'm stressed of what the fuck I'm going to do in my life. But I believe these things I'm experiencing right now in my life are beautifully necessary for me to do in order to succeed. Experience is everything. I mean, well said. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good, I think, this is a good idea of what success should be. But in terms of a definition for the purposes of a conversation, this is very vague, and this doesn't really clear it up. Because it about the main thing that I'm seeing here is financial freedom, is not being weighed down by the bills themselves or the work that you need to do in order to pay those bills. And so whether you do Creativity Kit and start editing Sneako clips and monetize a channel through that and then become an editor for this, that, or the other company, or you go to college and do this, that, or the other, either way, those are both paths to success. And Destiny's saying, no, there's only one path to success. At least in this conversation, at least in this context. Your way is not a path to success. But college is the safe bet. The safe bet.
Bro, 1 month to be a pro.
I mastered Adobe Premiere in 1 month.
You
Facts. Facts.
Okay, you mastered it?
I mastered it.
Master
Don't you think it's a little
I
immature
think you
to say
became
that?
very functional to the point where you're very good at using it, but master is a different thing. I will say,
Finally, Abba.
I do agree with Sneako, and that people who have dreams should give it a shot and should
So if you're not familiar with Discord, the green box. Wrong screen. The green box is who's talking. So when it's around Abba, he's
go for it.
100%, yeah.
The one thing
It
I will
depends
also
on the type of person you are.
I will also say though that oftentimes people who try to go and do these things realize that it's not what they actually want. There's the idea of being a YouTuber, which Sneako can understand, and then there's actually being a YouTuber, which is completely different. Right? You guys know this from the back end, all the editing that you have to do, all the managing the channel, all the dealing with the comments, all the researching for the topics. Like once people realize what kind of labor is involved, a lot of them all of a sudden don't want to do it, which is why a lot of people flame out. They stop doing it very early on, or they switch career paths because they're like, I don't actually enjoy doing this. So having a dream and giving up on it isn't necessarily always a bad thing. Sometimes it's not what you actually want. Do you know what I'm trying to say, Sneako?
Yeah.
You agree with that? Because I know for me, originally I wanted to be a professional dancer, moving out to LA, see what the industry was like and see what the professional dancing was like. I'm like, I actually don't want to do it. I hate doing this. There's like
same with me. I very much wanted to be a psychologist, but right out of college, I did an internship, and I was like, first I was working at a substance abuse facility. Thought, oh, this is perfect. You know, who better than somebody who's been there, right? But I go in, all of the patients, because this is a low entry level place, all the patients are people who are actively using drugs and are just there because they're court ordered. And all the people who work there know that nobody wants to be there. So everybody's just kind of going through the motions. And I was like, this is so depressing. And I have to listen to people's stories about getting their kids taken away because their ex-husband, called the cops when she was having a drink with dinner, even though, so yeah, sometimes you get the experience. And it doesn't work out. And so you spent all that money. And you know what I had to do before I became a dog trainer? Take another course. Only cost $2,000 and took about 6 months. So, I don't know what that means, Carlos. But Posdal says, well, when comparing both, it is more likely to succeed in college than social media. And again, that brings us back to what do you mean by succeed? Is it really by what metric are you using to make that determination? How many people have tried to be how many people have made the investment, whether financially or mentally or otherwise, of going to college and then not getting a job in that field versus the number of people times the amount of investment that it takes to sit in front of the laptop or the phone that you already have, start making videos, and determine, this is a lot more work than I thought. The other point that seems to be going over everybody's head is that, again, these are not mutually exclusive. So number one, you can go to college while you do YouTube. You can have a job while you do YouTube. Again, these are not mutually exclusive. So I do not understand the caution around doing something like this. Pay the money, see what it is. If it's for you, great. If it's not, then it's not. But college, you take out them loans, they're with you for life. Bankruptcy? Not here, baby. Now with Mary Kay.
Professional world is actually trash. So for me, the pivot came from there. You can look at me, Sneako, and say I gave up on my dream, but the reality is, if I had pursued my dream the way that you're saying, like, you know, keep going for it, it's like I would have been miserable. So I pivoted to something else.
But once again, so what is a dream? What is a dream? Obviously, it's no longer your dream if you don't want to do it. Seems to me like Abba's dream is being a YouTuber. If it's not, he certainly has enough money to do something else. So either he can do it or he's being complacent, just like Destiny or Destiny is prescribing. Yeah, I mean, you just try it. It's $50 a month. He said 2 months. That's $100. You can't invest $100 in yourself before you want to invest 20, 50, 100K? What are we talking about? It's free. It's free. You don't have to take the course, by the way. It's free to upload videos. You already have a phone. You already have the internet. I don't understand why they're so against this.
Fuck you.
What's that?
You hung up your dancing shoes. Fuck you.
Bro,
I still go out dancing every week, but it's not for me. So that's the other thing I was
you dancing, bro. That was the last thing I expected you to
I
say.
can picture him dancing, bro. Come on.
What, me? I'm fine.
Yeah, I can
I'm fine.
picture him.
Next time I'm in Miami, we'll go to a salsa club.
Ooh.
Bro, he's from Montreal. Those motherfuckers know how to dance up there, let me tell you.
Yeah. But moving past that, earlier you mentioned Myron, how he did his pivot and then had his whole
Here we go.
real estate thing going on that's kind of helped him finance his life. Myron also was like a federal agent for some time, if I didn't fuck that up, and he worked at that office. One good thing that I say about schooling doesn't always come in the form of college. A lot of the greatest saxophone musicians, they got their education through church. They're part of huge choirs for many, many years, and they came on to be the best players in the world. For me personally, the military was like a very functional thing. Like when I was coming out of school, if I were to try to pursue my dreams, I'd probably be involved in just doing drugs every single day. Whereas because I was in the military, that kind of schooling and formation helped me develop some skills that are really good for me now in the artistic world. And Myron's pretty similar.
Well, let's see what this is saying. Ken Kerr. So he's going to his super chat. Let's see what it says. Bro, I'm a professional editor of 15 years. I'm still learning. You don't understand what it takes and how many styles there are. Could you edit scripted material? Do you know how to use timecode to build a script? Well, I went to college, so
In that when you said this, when you went to Fresh and Fit, right? You noticed how everything was organized, how on top of everything he was. He didn't get that because he was an 18-year-old decided he wanted to pursue his dream. He got that from professional development in school and work. Do you know what I'm trying to say? By being part of the cause, you learn the skills necessary for him to be good at his independent shit. Am I crazy for saying that?
Yeah, and it's
I feel like you have to work a few years out of your life to get that structure in. The most successful people are structured. That's what you need in life. And
at 30, he finally found what he wanted to do, and he finally really followed his true calling. And I think it's dangerous for a lot of young men. And I think the reason that I'm doing well right now is because when they hear, like, you guys are all like 10 years older than me, when they hear people like you who are encouraging having a safe place and having like comfort for complacency, that's why a lot of people end up giving up. But we're all agreeing on the fact that it takes hard work. You need to go seek out the right information. You need to network. And so if they follow you guys, they're going to give up. And I think it's drilled out of us that we should give up too soon when you really can make it out. You can. I'm proof of it.
I don't disagree with you.
Bro, I think
I don't disagree with you, Sam.
Even on interrupting Abba, Jesus, or per usual, whatever the fuck your name is. You like this motherfucker? Fuck this dude.
I actually agree with you. What I'm trying to say is that there's a lot of people who go through different journeys to get to that point. They can't just come out of college or come out of high school and then automatically jump into it. Some people don't have the skill set to be successful entrepreneurs. That is things that sometimes you need to develop some folks in a condensed or like closed environment where you learn skill sets. You might.
So let me ask you guys a question. So I'll put it since you never answer me, I'll put it in a thingamajigger. What do you think is the rate of people who are going to watch Sneako stream and paying the money to buy the course who do not have what it takes to do something with it? Definitely some. But $50 a month is not cheap. So there's it's not like everybody's just throwing money. I mean, I don't know. But like there's a certain level of like, okay, I'm going to do this. To even go to the website in the first place. How many this is Sneako's channel, right? Yeah. So out of just this channel, he's got 873,000 subscribers. How many people do we think have even hit the landing page on the creativity kit? Kind of takes something extra, kind of takes something more than just enjoying the stream and listening to the content, right? So that kind of cuts out a lot of the people who wouldn't make it. So you're already funneling from your wide audience the people who are more likely to make it, because those who are not even willing to go to the site are not going to make it. Those who can't invest $50 a month are not going to make it, or are less likely to. Or rather, let me flip it the other way around. If they're willing to go outside, listen to what you have to say. They're willing to go to the website. They're willing to shell out $50 a month. They're willing to spend time in the Discord. They're willing to attend your Zoom calls. They're willing to do all of this, but they just, they don't have enough to, whatever. Why does that make sense? Exactly, Carlos. Thank you. It's probably not that many people who are going through all of those steps and don't have what it takes. They might be lazy. There might be a few. But until I hear people complaining about the creativity kit, then I have to assume that not a lot of people are buying it, because as Destiny and Moods are saying, most people are not going to make it, and they know that, so they don't spend the money. I don't understand. I don't understand why that's such a. Why is this so contentious? Told you it was interesting though.
Be different in the sense that you are very self-taught. You can learn skills on your own. That's great. There's other people who need mentoring and need to learn these skills from other people on hands-on. There's some folks who need to be disciplined. Like, I know some rowdy niggas who, listen, they need a closed space. They need to be in the military for a few years to get that shit beat out of them, because there's no way that they're going to make it 3 years without going to jail. So what I'm trying to say is, I don't disagree with what you're saying. People shouldn't give up on those dreams. I just don't think everyone has to take the same course. For some people, maybe some college, they make some friends, they learn a few.
Who's who's saying everybody has to? Did Sneako ever say this is the best course for anyone anywhere? Maybe he did. I don't know. I don't fucking watch his. I'm a grown ass adult. I don't fucking watch a 24-year-old stream all goddamn day. I don't know. But I would guess no. I would guess that he didn't.
And then they go somewhere else. For some people, maybe it's 5 years in college. For some folks, it's 2 years being a federal agent. I don't know what the fuck it is. I only disagree with you is not in regards to going after your dreams. I don't.
Guys, if I could get 2 more likes, that would make my day.
Like the fact that you kind of always pitch on people as like being formal is bad or school is bad. Like, why is that something you're so focused on?
And so, just as a real quick question on that, I would be so curious, and I'm going to see him answering either way, but I'm curious if we could ask Myron, if you could have skipped being a Fed and gone right into like the YouTube shit, do you think that would have been better if you could have started earlier?
No. I think, in my opinion, me answering that question, no. I think Myron would say the fact that he was in that type of environment definitely made it so that he was able to deal with all that comes with not only organizing a podcast of that style, but the level of hate that comes with anybody that is on YouTube. So College says the reviews I've seen have been mixed. Okay. I mean, I haven't seen any reviews except for the one that we saw here from the guy who was already a content creator, not looking to make money from clipping up streams. And again, if the reviews are mixed, then that kind of goes to all of our points. Some people are happy with it. Some people are not willing to do the work. Some people don't understand it. Sounds like just about everything else in the world. But go to college or else you're gonna fail. You can't be successful without college.
I mean, you don't know what you know now, and like it just started. Or if he thought that like the prior work experience helped him. I'm curious what he said.
No,
he could go either way. He might say that like it was a waste of time.
Myron's pushing fit, yeah?
Yeah, he wouldn't do it. He loved that job. He misses it. He liked the high intensity of it. I don't think he would.
All that
right.
And I think I would say all rich people, all millionaires, would not go change their life path because you need those experiences to appreciate where you're at.
Yep.
So it's
Not just appreciate. Sorry, go ahead.
not just appreciate. You're right. Not just appreciate, but also to learn the lessons and take the L's on the way there. Like all of it is a part of where.
So it seems like Sneako sees the other side, but they don't see his side. Abba's doing a good job of kind of whatever this is, but he's doing that.
You're at now.
Absolutely. Like the skills I learned. Listen, I would never go back to the military, but the limited time that I did spend in there taught me. I didn't have any like mentoring growing up. So me going to the military, it was like a big slap face in a lot of ways, and I had to learn how fucked up I was in a lot. And that afterwards helped me develop all the skill sets I need so that when I went into the arts world, I was ahead of a lot of other people because artists live chaotic lives with zero discipline. So I got ahead very, very quickly, editing skills, learning music editing skills, learning how to film, doing all that, because I was willing to me how to get on top of things. So
How dare you? How dare you? I am so offended. I can't believe he said that. Ethan's like, dude, like, that's so gay. Like, oh no, he doesn't say gay because that would be mean. Dude, like, you don't even have to think about it. Like, there's a whole government body that just tells you what to do. Like, you don't even think about it. So maybe it does maybe in my dumb voice.
what I'm trying to say is that environment gave me the skills I needed to therefore become a great entrepreneur afterwards. Even the guy who runs what's the channel called? Value Entertainment. Dude's got like a net worth of like $200 million. You know what I'm talking about?
He just invited me to go on. Yeah.
We were just watching. I'm in the process of clipping that that podcast up for the one when we were doing it with Andrew Tate.
Okay, him. He was also what, Navy SEAL or some shit. He says that all the skills that he learned from that time in the military helped him transition afterwards into being the best entrepreneur he could be. Yeah. So this whole idea.
Yes, real quick. This is what I want our Discord to look like. This is what I want our Discord to be like, where like just randomly throughout the day, you're bored, you got, 2 hours to kill between, this job and that job, or you gotta pick whatever. And there's people always hanging out in the VC, the voice channel. You just pop in, you're like, hey, what's going on? Oh, we're talking about this. Hey, let's chat. And maybe you just, are interested in sitting and listening. And maybe it's something that, I've been waiting to talk about this. That's what I want. That's what I want for our server. As Carlos said, he met Ethan and Hila, and they're pretty chill. I bet they are pretty chill. Because I would be pretty chill if I didn't know anything about the world. Sorry, I'm not a big fan. I used to be, but Ethan has become, both of them, they've become really not good people. I don't, I'm sure they're nice in the sense that they're not going to be an asshole to you, just, hi, but like, they're not nice people. They're not people who care that they hurt others. They know the size of their platform, the influence of their platform, and they'll call out other people for using their platform inappropriately. But if you look back, maybe last week, we did a whole stream on how Ethan and Hila were defaming people on their show. So, hey, to each their own, but not my cup of tea.
Immediately chasing your dream. Sometimes you're not even in the right mindset to even know what that's supposed to look like. Yeah. You know what I'm trying to say?
I just don't understand the point of like giving up. Like, so I feel like if we were 10 years younger and around Sneako's age, we probably could fucking agree with him on this. We'd like, yeah, chase your dreams, go after it. But like, yeah, we are older. We have been through a lot. We had like life experience.
We did give up already. So
like we've had our structure from other areas built in. I think if I look at Byron being a federal,
but you didn't though. That's not even the thing. Like I was just thinking about what I just said and being like, well, I didn't give up. I'm 32 and I'm just starting out. Y'all are fucking doing it. What do you mean? Y'all are doing it. There's 7 of us right here just watching this conversation because you had it. I'm not making a goddamn dime from this. Y'all are all making money for this shit.
agent, like that structure and that like understanding of the world is what allows him to be a successful YouTuber, right? Like when you mention people in the like social media space, right? I think we agree people who are in here, like there's a level of like structure you have to have. There's a certain grind that you have to be like willing to participate that allows you to succeed, and it goes beyond just understanding algorithms and all that bullshit. When it comes to like having a structure and having like stability in your life that you can then use to chase your dreams 10 years down the road. That I mean, like that's what we're trying to say at the end of the day, right? Like it's not giving up. Sometimes it's like, bro, fucking. You take a certain path in your life, all right, and that maybe that'll give you maybe that'll change your perspective on shit. Maybe that'll change what your dreams actually really fucking are.
This is straight big bro in him. They're just big bro in him. And I've talked about how there's a time and a place when there is clearly somebody is speaking from a lack of life experience. Jimmy Dean brought it up right at the beginning. What does Sneako know? He's selling shit for $50 a month. What does he know? What he knows is 10 years of being an online personality. And what he is selling is something for people who are that age. He is not looking to 35-year-old dudes who have never left home and never done anything and said, hey, this is your ticket. Because those people are not likely to hit the landing page, to have the $50 a month, to do the editing, to do that's the point. The people he's targeting are 10 years younger than you, Muta. They are in the position to chase their dreams. And so the fuck am I. At 32 years old. And you know what? So were you at a certain age whenever you started, and it worked. So I don't understand what the position is. Hey, Sneako, all four of us have done exactly what you're telling other people is possible. But that's bad because even though it's possible, I don't know. I don't understand what the point is.
That's true. Like I always wanted to be a fucking lawyer, but I didn't do that. I ended up being a fucking engineer because I didn't have the fucking money to go to law school.
No, you ended up being a streamer.
I thought, when I look at my life now, I think, hey, would you think that I gave up, or did I take the situation that I had and made something out of it?
Not mutually exclusive. Again.
And now I'm happy where I'm at. What do you think? Now I think I'm in the right fucking place.
Yeah, what do you say to that?
But also, you didn't not give up. So how the fuck would you know what you would feel like if you didn't give up? Okay, you're happy because you're a successful streamer who doesn't have a fucking job, doesn't have a fucking boss. I'd be happy too. That doesn't mean that there are not other situations in which I would be even more happy. And because we don't have a time machine, you're not in a position to compare yourself to another self. Unless you have another self. Carlos says, I don't think anyone above 23 or 25 is buying the kit. I would agree with you. I mean, generally, yeah. I'm sure somebody, but generally, yeah. I don't know. I think that's probably the max age range. I'm thinking it's 16 to 25. Let's call it that. 16 to 25. That's his audience. That's his audience. So what is Oh, come on. No, we're here? Okay, we're here. StreamYard, Jesus fucking Christ.
I want to ask also when Destiny comes back, what do you think is a better place for young men to go to? Do you think it's better for them to hear my ideology or your three? Or you seem to I know you
what do you think is my ideology? I'm curious. What do you think my prescription is?
I think you align with Destiny for the most part.
What does that mean? What does that mean? Tell me what you think I think about this stuff.
That's how you do it. Good job, Abba. Instead of having the conversation based on terms that you're not really understanding, clarify.
Destiny was saying encouraging people to go to college and that it's unrealistic for you to chase your dreams, that you shouldn't try to be an online entrepreneur, that you should get a job, a well-paying job and be part of the system.
That's not my prescription. Okay. That's not my prescription. My prescription is pretty much closer to Jordan Peterson, which is like clean your room or like get your shit together. I think most young men have zero order in their life. Their lives are chaotic. They spend most of the day masturbating, watching anime, or do whatever. I think men need order some sets of discipline. That's what I would encourage. When you get out of the military, get that on the job, whatever the fuck you need. You need to get that shit sorted before you even think about changing the world or doing any of this kind of stuff. I can't take people seriously when they look schizophrenic, but they're trying to. I don't take them seriously. So
you need to be a fucking man first. Yeah. You need to
yeah. So that would be my thing. So I don't care if you want to jump on a fishing boat and spend a year out there getting tuna. I don't care what it is.
Shout out to Catherine Paul.
Men need to get that discipline aspect in their life. That would be my prescription to young men. Do you disagree with that?
No, that's good. Yeah, you need to have something to base that off. I think Destiny would disagree with you.
Listen, Destiny can come back and he can disagree with that. But yeah, I think whenever I speak to young guys, and they're like, I feel lost. I'm like, I understand that because I was lost. Okay, so I can't even pretend. The reason why I joined the military is because I was lost. And I was like, I don't want to go to school. I'm very much money going. I'm a school dropout, but I'm a high school dropout because school's not for me. I can't focus. The classrooms, the speed, the pacing of it.
And how many subscribers do they have? Over like 5, I think it's either 1.5 million or like 5 million. Should have never dropped out. It should have stayed in school.
Not for me. So I wasn't getting paid to waste my time.
So would you tell young men to go to school?
Like, do you have any understanding of what kind of money comes in with 1 million subscribers? That's gotta be at least 6 figures a month. A month. Not 6 figures a year, 6 figures a month. But yeah, no. You gotta go to school.
Or would you tell them to try to seek out a way to make money on their own?
That's gonna be the last question.
The classrooms, the speed, the pacing of it is not for me. So I wasn't getting paid to waste my time.
So would you tell young men to go to school, or would you tell them to try to seek out a way to make money on their own?
Depends on who they are.
Again, it wouldn't be to go make money on their own. What I would tell them to do is assume responsibilities in life.
There you go.
Is responsibilities test your character. And once your character starts to get tested by your responsibilities, then you start to figure out who you are. Once you have a better understanding of who you are, then figure out what your dream is.
Yes.
Honestly, at 17, I was a goofy ass individual. If you asked me what my dream was, I probably would have told you something stupid. Okay. And I'm kind of glad I didn't think of that because I didn't know myself well enough to know what my dream should be. So get responsibilities, be a man, and take care of your shit. So at 17,
once you get discipline, you change as a person too. Your personality.
Don't interrupt him, motherfuckers.
Personality changes. I was not the same person I was when I was like 16, 17 years of age.
All right, wait. We ain't done. We bringing Moose in. So we're still talking. I don't know how much further along in the conversation this is. We could go back and watch the entire thing, but I don't think we missed much. So leave that. Play.
Do you think that your experience is the average experience, or is it the survivorship bias and you're a very...
So this is Moose. This is Sneako's editor. He's 19. I mean, he'll talk.
Like, exceptional individual who succeeded hard in this.
No, I think...
Okay, so we couldn't have missed that much because Destiny hadn't even come back yet.
I'm an average kid. I failed high school. I didn't even get past it. You know what I mean? Like, it's not even like I'm, like, intelligent. Like, majority of people, if you made it past high school, you're smarter than me. You know what I mean? That's how it is. So, I mean,
I know some dumbass high school graduates, but I get what you're saying, bro.
I think it's something crazy. And even then, I make money doing stuff that I don't even like doing. I don't have any interest in manufacturing and supplying clothing, but I run Sneako's whole merch line. I have no interest in doing that. I have no passion for fashion at all. I've got no interest in it. But I put the hours in because I was willing to do the work for money. And that's
right. But even that, having that ability to turn off your brain and say, I don't care that I don't like this stuff. I'm still going to do it every day. And not everyone can. That's why you got people who are engineers.
But that doesn't make it impossible.
I'm not saying it's impossible. I don't think it's impossible.
But Destiny's saying it's impossible for people.
Yes, Moose. Why is the youngest one? The youngest one is the most is on top of it. And again, I skimmed through this already, so it follows. But like that comes, when I like for those of you who know remember Anirudh, when I would Big Brother Anirudh, it's because there's things that it's like, oh, obviously you've never had to live your life without somebody telling you directly what to do. You were a child, and now you're in school still. So, like, no hate, but there's certain things about not having your entire semester planned out to the T that creates certain things that you learn. But here, dude's putting he's holding up.
If anyone's get rich.
Did I really say that? I don't think he said that. Is that your
He said not everybody can get
Okay, thank you.
Rich.
That's a lot different than it's
From the
impossible.
internet. From the internet. You said from the internet, right? You said
Some
not
people
everyone
can, yeah, some
get
people,
rich
not most people, not everyone can.
I'm arguing that everyone can. I think it's possible. It's possible that everyone can do so.
Okay. I mean, it's just not true, but I don't know.
I mean, that's what
That's not an argument. That's not an argument. That's not true. Okay. Would you like to tell me why? Or are you just gonna say things? Come on, this is Destiny. He's the debate guy. What is happening? How are you listening to a 19-year-old editor?
So the thing is, like, do you believe that your experience is literally the average? Because if that was the case, then why isn't like everybody that makes a YouTube channel so successful? Why doesn't everyone
it's not
like,
that.
is at the
It's
top?
because a lot of people quit, right? Now, because they quit doesn't mean that they can't do it, because they definitely can. But it just means that they specifically, that person.
Why did they quit?
Yeah, why did they quit?
Well, it might not have what they initially entailed. Being a YouTuber is a lot more than just uploading videos. You got to be a graphic designer, you got to be a video editor, you got to be charismatic, and then you got to, you know what I mean? Then you got to learn like algorithm stuff.
Well, not everyone can do that though.
Yeah,
Absolutely, everybody can learn that.
Everyone has the ability, and everyone has the access to at least everyone in the West has access to the knowledge to be able to do that stuff.
Right.
But not everyone has the, and this is where it comes into the individual person.
Right.
Not everyone has it within themselves to go forward with all of that stuff.
Right.
I'm not disagreeing.
Exactly. That's the whole conversation right there. It is possible for anyone, but it takes certain things that does not apply to everyone. So when you go on an individual basis, as long as you are willing to do X, Y, and Z, yes, it is available to you. The only reason it's not available to everyone is because not everyone is willing to do those things. There absolutely is a case of I don't know what you would call it, but the notion that obviously if everybody's rich, nobody's rich. But that's so far away from the relevance of the fact that there's certain people who are willing to take the extra mile and certain people who are not. The exact point that when they both asked their streams, when it's just the two of them, do you want to be a leader or do you want to be a follower? And all of Destiny's chat, which is a much bigger audience, by the way, hit 2 and said they wanted to be followers, and all of Sneako's chat said they wanted to be leaders. It's all playing out right in front of our eyes. You would think it's just silly Twitch YouTube drama. Maybe it is. But there's more to it.
I'm just saying a lot of us are built different. So, for example, I know folks who couldn't make it as an infantryman. They don't have the mental. But these same people go on to be doctors. They can go on to be engineers. They can go on to do different skills. Our brains are not all built the same. Not everyone's capable of doing every kind of job in the world. Not everyone has the interest or the passion for it. You described having an insane curiosity to put an insane amount of hours into something. And that's great. I'm very happy for you. Not everyone has that kind of drive. I know for me, I know for me, I can't do school. Could I technically finish 4 years? Sure. But it would be like suicide for me. Okay. Even if you told me at the end of 4 years, I'm going to get a 100% job making $300K a year, all this stuff, it would feel like I can't do it mentally. You understand? But I can spend days and days working on an editing software to learn it. All I'm trying to say is people are built differently. The same way you might not be able to go to school and handle all that stuff, but you can do this editing stuff. Not everyone can do what you do as well.
I agree, but what I'm saying is that doesn't mean that not everyone can do it, because everyone can do it. Everyone has the ability to do so, and everyone has access to the resources to do so. It's down to the individual, but that doesn't make it correct.
I think the deciding factor is the type of information they hear and what they believe in their mentality. And Destiny, I want to ask you this question. Do you think it's better for young men to follow your ideology or mine?
Absolutely mine. It's not even close.
Young men, why?
Yeah. Is it?
Can you state what your ideology is for young men and then Sneakos, so we all know what you guys are fighting on?
Yes.
How is a scam? You should not be a slave.
Little simple things like that. Little things like making sure everybody's on the same page moves this along. Notice how the entire hour before that, all we circled around was, well, anyone, but not everyone. Well, some people, but college. But Abba and Moose come in and they actually have the conversation. And now we're moving on.
If you don't want to work a job, that's just brainwashing. You want to be independent. You want to do whatever you want. And you can do it if you offer a skill and you become valuable and you invest your money in the right ways. And it's very possible to do that. It's the easiest time ever to get rich right now. And courses like the one I'm promoting, like the Creativity Kit, are much better than college, which costs $100,000 a year, which Destiny's telling you to go to.
But you should try as hard as you can through school. It's the most reliable, best way you can be successful through life. If you can identify interests that you have early on or hobbies you have early on, you should work those as hard as you can. If by the time you're 18 years old, you don't see a clear path that you can take where you can be an entrepreneur, computer programmer, or some shit like that, if that path isn't obvious to you at 18, then your best chance for success is probably to go to college, figure out a major that you want to do, and then continue to work down that route.
I disagree.
Precisely.
Don't you think it's a good idea for people to take so the space between, at least in the UK, is you finish like high school and then you have the option to go to university, which is college, right? That gap in between, you don't have to take that step to college or university or whatever. Don't you think it would be a better idea for those people that just finished 18, 19 years old to take some time out and explore other business ventures? That type of idea isn't pushed in itself. They don't push that idea. A lot of people, I tell them like, look, if you're around this age, take a gap year, because if you don't, what are you going to be doing? You're going to be going to university. You're going to be studying for, what, 4 years, 5, if you want to get masters and stuff like that. By the time you come out, you're, what, 23, 24 years old. You're on, what, 30K a year? And then after tax, you're taking home maybe 24? Like, that's not good. And then after that, you then need 5 years experience to start looking at maybe 60K a year. And this is pounds, by the way. £6,000 a year, which is considered a high-end job. But by the time you finish that, you're, what, 29, 28? Like,
You need to be. I don't know anything about the UK, and I already know what you're saying is not true. You're telling me.
Oh, the liberal elitism. Actually, I have no idea what I'm talking about, but I can definitely tell you that you're wrong. How does that work? I wish I had that ability, because I love telling people they're wrong, but I've usually got to know what they're talking about. So I'm listening with both ears open.
You have to be 29, 28 years old on college jobs to earn 60,000 quid a year? No shot. I don't believe it.
So, okay. All right. Okay. Hold the fuck up. Hold the fuck up. It's really not that complicated to figure this out. The first thing you want to do is how much USD is 60,000 pounds. We're talking about barely over the average. And what did he say?
60K a year.
Let's go I want to go all the way back.
A lot of people have other business ventures. That type.
What are you guys saying here real quick? Tyler says the people that I knew who took a year gap had a hard time going back to school. That that goes back to the entire thing about personality. If you are the type of person who's going to need a gap year where you're just I'm just going to play video games every day for a year, then maybe don't take a gap year. A gap year is for doing things other than a regimented schedule that will benefit you. Even if it's travel and it's stuff like that, it's supposed to enrich you. That's the point of it. I understand people just want, I understand people just do this, but that's not what it's supposed to be. And so again, this comes back to the idea that, is it impossible for somebody to take a gap year and then go back and become successful? Of course not. But is it likely? Is it smart? Is it? Well, it depends on what you plan, what your plans are. Destiny and Mucha, they want to make this seem so simple. And Sneako and Moose might have a simplistic idea of it, if you want to make that argument. But certainly, they're the ones engaging with this more faithfully, I guess is the right word. But yeah, I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you guys. Gap year is not a good idea. Go or don't. Because yeah, if you're not gonna go, then don't go and do something else. To be 18 years old and decide that you need time to just be, you just had a whole fucking childhood. Like a whole childhood. So that's that's almost, it's almost not even the yeah. I mean, it's just people make choices for themselves, and sometimes they're choices that are appropriate for them, and sometimes they're just short-sighted choices that, well, I want to do a thing, so I'm going to do it. People do what people gonna do.
Idea isn't pushed in itself. They don't push that idea. A lot of people, I tell them, like, look, if you're around this age, take a gap year, because if you don't, what are you going to be doing? You're going to be going to university. You're going to be studying for what, 4 years, 5 if you want to get masters and stuff like that. By the time you come out, you're what, 23, 24 years old. You're on what, 30k a year, and then after tax, you're taking home maybe 24. Like that's not good. And then after that, you then need 5 years experience to start looking at maybe 60k a year, and this is pounds, by the way, £60,000 a year, which is considered a high-end job. But by the time you finish that, you're what, 29, 28?
He's absolutely on point. Absolutely on point. What are you talking about? That's way too much. To make 65k a year at 29? That's crazy, according to Destiny?
You need to be. I don't know anything about the UK, and I already know what you're
apparently
saying is not true. You're telling me you have to be 29, 28 years old on a college job to earn 60,000 quid a year? No shot. I don't believe it.
I can tell you
bullshit. I have family members that just got out of UFT and they're working at like $80,000 a year.
There's no way that.
Oh, so now we're dealing with anecdotes, are we? The smartest people get caught up in leftism and just believe that they're right about everything. And so I don't know anything about that, but I must be correct.
That's true. And then you end up with this mentality like, oh, any 19-year-old could make £100,000 a year if they just like learn how to edit.
Oh, the projection. The projection.
But it's just like, you don't see like how many thousands of editors, artists, YouTuber, wannabe, thousands, millions of them that are online that just don't make it. And it's not a matter of like, oh.
But they specifically said that they do, Destiny. They specifically said that to you already in this stream. So are you dumb or are you in bad faith? And I know you're not dumb.
They just grind it a little harder, hustle harder. It's just they don't have the personality for it. They're not funny enough. They didn't like whatever.
What kinds of personality do you need to be a fucking video editor?
Stuff that they really.
But that doesn't mean it's impossible. Like,
no one's talking about it being impossible. Bro, life is about numbers and stats and odds. You have to get rid of this like binary, like impossible or possible. Nobody thinks like that. That's not how the real world works.
That's the argument that you're making, though. That's the argument that you're making. That is how this whole thing started. No? I thought that was how this whole thing started. Is that, oh, we shouldn't get sneako's course because that's I mean, a good work, but no good. But you go to college.
You said not everyone can do it. Everyone can do what I do. It's just some people individually might not have the mindset to go through with it.
Right, exactly. But if they don't have the mindset, then they can't do what you do.
And you can adopt that mindset.
Yes,
that's why I'm saying it's better for people to follow, for young men to follow my ideology than Destiny's, because if you don't think that you can program your brain to get out of that mindset and to be independent, then you're just going to be a bot. You're just going to be a wage slave for the rest of your life.
Especially people like me. I'm 19. Like my in the next 2 years.
If you answered yes on that poll and you're not in the Discord, join the Discord.
3 years, every single one of my ideas can be completely different. You know what I mean? Like, because I'm changing so quickly and still doing stuff like that. Yeah. So it's not like, if you're 18, 19 years old, you still don't know what to do, and these are your characteristics, you're cancelling out all of these different opportunities because of how you're thinking at 18 years old. That can't be right.
Yeah, nothing for that, Destiny?
I don't know what I can say to you guys. Like, I mean, like, if you want to get into like a data-driven argument, like I win on the data a million times over. There's a reason why.
Oh my god!
What we said about the mindset, my overall argument is
you're speaking and you sound like a raving like feminist. Like you're giving ideas that I can't prove or disprove. I can't say anything. Like you're saying like this sounds so cool and like everybody can be the YouTuber shit. Okay, let's look at the numbers. Does it happen? Nope, you're wrong. Anybody.
That's not what can means, Destiny. That would be did. Anybody did become a YouTuber would be, okay, now we can look at, is that true or not? Anybody can. Yes, it is an opinion. But it's a fair opinion. And you are choosing to simply not engage with it because you think you're too good for it.
You can drop out of high school. Okay, cool. Let's look at the numbers. You're giving me no. I gotta finish. I'm talking. Okay, you're giving me a feelings over fact argument. I can't argue with your feeling.
Notice where I get some of my tactics from.
If you want to have the feeling that everybody can be an editor, that everybody can be successful, everybody can make YouTube, that's great that you feel that way. But at the end of the day, life is a game of numbers, and you have to look at the probability of like what you can't. You have to cut me off every time I'm giving you an answer for anything. Okay, if you want to go dig into the data, you can look and see who are the most successful people in life. Even when you talk about entrepreneurs or CEOs, like 90% of these people have college degrees. It's not an accident. But you're looking at the 3 or 4 exceptions. And like every brain rotted American that believes in
You're
this
not
toxic
going
idea of the
off
American
what I'm
dream,
talking
that's going to
about.
throw away every
Toxic.
single thing they could possibly even like, that they could possibly even like. And all you're going to do is probably go for that like 1 in a million shot. It's just it's a super horrible ideology. And I see so many people like fall to it.
Can I ask
Wait,
Sneako?
wait, so let me ask him something. You're calling me the feminist, you said toxic. The idea with the
So there's one point I'm waiting for Moose here to make, and then let me I guess I don't think Trey and Indie Foam are here, so I'm going to send the link to Positile. We'll have a little chat. If you'd like to be part of the panel, then hit me up somewhere other than here, and I'll give you the link.
premise of the question was, can you adopt a mindset to get out of the bot programming? Can you adopt a mindset, true or false?
You can do anything. That's not an interesting question.
What is that?
What has this whole conversation been about?
You're making feelings argument. I'm saying, can you, Moose's argument.
You can do anything. Anybody could fucking be a Navy SEAL for you. Could theoretically. It's theoretically possible, but it's not. That's
All right, chill out, man. Look, what I'm trying to, I think about
He told him to chill out. Yo, this is 19-year-old editor came out of Destiny and said, yo, chill out.
a way of presenting Sneako's argument is definitely saying like you're supposed to go against the odds. The odds aren't in people that fails favor. If you think about it realistically, the people that get the reason they say C grade students become CEOs is because the A grade students will go through the system because they're getting A's, and the C grade students, you got to think about it this way: what are their options?
Hashtag Anarude.
I failed. What are my options now? I can't go through the system and get a good job. I'm not really going to be looking at getting a job anywhere that's going to pay me more than £20,000-30,000 a year.
So what do
ever.
you do?
I'll be lucky if I can get £30,000 a year because I'm never going to be able to get a degree. So we're looking at £20,000 a year job, or I have to take a risk, start a business, and that's my only way of making good money now. So if I want to make more than 6 figures a year, I have 2 options: start a business and take the risk and start hustling, or make £20,000 a year. I don't have the option to go and get a degree because I failed.
How many of those C grade students out of 1,000 become CEOs?
Well, the ones that have the mentality.
Okay. How many C students out of 1,000 become CEOs? That's a great question. But it's only relevant to the conversation if you can then compare that to the life satisfaction of the average CEO, to the life satisfaction of the average person who goes through the creativity kit. This is the same point he keeps bringing up over and over and over and over again. We get it. We have said, I don't know why I'm saying we, but they've said, not everyone can do it. We understand that. We are not telling people that everyone at the same time can do it. We're saying there is no one who is unable of doing it. And you are arguing that point. Or you're arguing a straw man. So I think, I think we get the point. There is definitely more interesting stuff here. But you let me know, you guys let me know if you want to keep going or if I should bring up Positile and start the panel and wind down. This is going a lot longer than I thought it would. But you guys are here, so anything for you guys.
We'll go and become CEOs. That's it.
Yeah, but how many of them though? Like, what is it? Do you know what it takes to become a CEO?
Well, I have a couple employees of myself.
A
so
chief
I
executive
wouldn't say
officer of a corporate company with structure.
like
people
a
working
high-
So condescending.
under them?
How many employees do you have, Muta?
whatever, but I have a few employees. I'm running things good right now, but obviously I'm.
Do you consider yourself a chief executive officer?
I mean,
What's this?
What was
It's like you're going with such an idealistic mentality. It's like, okay, so the C grade kids don't understand the fucking craft too well. They fucking failed out. But hey, maybe if they have the right mentality, they can be the CEOs, and all the fucking A grade students will just run into work for them. That's so fucking.
Yes. No, literally, that's what it is. That's literally what it is. I mean, it's cute that you don't understand how limiting the education system is, but I'm done with this. Nice meeting you as well, Carlos. I'm gonna drop the link to Positile. If anybody else wants it, hit me up. Let me know. Where the fuck is the link? Oh, so here, let me play this while I get Positile up here.
Idealistic. Like,
No,
we're trying to
I'm
go for
saying
the
that's
actual
what you said.
average and stability over here. Okay, like you want to fucking.
Are you
if you want to ask me what my
though?
mentality is, my mentality is like, listen, play smarter, don't play dumb. Okay, you have a set amount of time in your fucking life. If you want to chase idealistic shit, go for it. Okay.
okay, so what's
98% of
smarter
that shit
from a C
fails.
grade student? What's smart from a
What's
C grade
smarter
student?
is if you don't know what the fuck you're doing in life.
No BS motivation has got to leave, but thank you so much for hanging out. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe. I would love to see you again. And you were great in the chat. Love to chat with you. And if you really loved it, Discord link in the description. Thank you for hanging out, brother. Have a good one.
Okay, university, schooling, military, a lot of these like structured fields are not bad. If you jump into them, you get some level of structure. Then once you have something to fall back on, chase your fucking dreams. Okay, if I didn't have shit to fall back on, do you think I'd be chasing after the businesses I have nowadays?
Of course,
Fuck
I
no.
understand.
It's
And I
because
agree
I
with
did. No. It's because I developed.
That was a question. Again, he asks questions that are not rhetorical questions and then just keeps talking. Why are you asking questions if you're not done talking?
funds through my actual career to chase the dreams that I have. You think I'd be pissing away fucking money doing anything nowadays? Fuck no.
I don't fucking know you. If I was in that, I mean, I don't know what the fuck you would do. I don't know who you are.
No. That would be idealistic as shit. I had to grind in the system to make a fuck ton of cash, then I could invest that. I would never, ever tell anybody to do what I fucking did if they didn't have the education or the shit to fall back on. That's
There it is again. Well, I did it because I'm fucking amazing and awesome. But you guys can't do it. Like, I mean, you can't do what I did. You think you can do what I did? How dare you? How dare you?
it. That's all I'm going to say.
No, I would like to say I actually agree with that, but I would say that most people in the West have the privilege of their parents to fall back on. If you don't, then I agree. Get a regular job, stack some bread.
Most people don't, though.
Hold up,
Most people don't live with their parents until they're 30 in the West. Yeah. Sure about that? Positive? Surely, you're positive?
Muda.
Yeah.
Let him finish. Go ahead, bro.
Look, most people in the
Yeah,
West,
fucking get up and leave. Fuck that, dude.
they do. They have the privilege. I have the privilege.
You're not lying.
Okay, worst case scenario, I lose all my money and I'm back in my bedroom. My parents are paying the bills and they're feeding me, and that's it. You know what I mean?
Thanks.
So that's my worst case scenario. But most kids have this worst case scenario in the West. That's not like they don't.
Yeah, I don't entirely disagree with you. I think it's very difficult for a lot of people to develop that kind of drive if they don't really have any kind of structure or struggle to really push them forward.
But that's on them.
Absolutely, I don't disagree. Listen, I can't tell you why.
So
A
anyone
lot of
can do
people
it.
are built. Was that?
So anyone can do it. Anyone can make money on them.
You say that, and I see
Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
what you're saying. It sounds very great esoterically, but for whatever reason, we find very different outcomes for a lot of people. Now, you might say it's because they didn't watch the right podcast or they don't have the right mentality and they can develop it.
Yeah.
I'm of the mindset that some people can't develop certain skills. I don't think that everyone can do everything. I just don't believe it. Maybe you guys feel differently, and that's probably where we're going to diverge on the path. But I would say that based off what you said, which I think is very reasonable, if people do have a fallback plan, take a risk. I don't disagree with that. So I think on that point alone, I'm probably with sneako news.
Okay.
Yeah, so I agree. I would you guys on that risk.
So,
if you
what
have
do you
something
think?
to
What do you think? Do you think it's better for young men to follow Destiny's philosophy or mine and Moose's?
I'm in between the both of you guys where I said I think people should structure. That's my thing. I don't think because I don't think it's a good idea. Well, I don't think it's a good idea for people to just throw them. Actually, let me rephrase. If you have the innate thing in you where you desperately want to do this stuff and school's not calling out to you, if you want to go and take that risk, that's fine. Go for it. I would prefer that people take on responsibilities, be it like move out of your parents' place, start paying your own rent, get yourself a job, learn what it is to actually be an adult, be a grown up.
Don't move out. But go on.
That's fine. That's fine. I think
And I would agree with Musa here. Like, if you have the opportunity to live with your parents for some like indeterminate amount of time and like pursue like some online shit or whatever, then yeah, I mean, if you got the opportunity, go for
Bro,
it.
you gotta think, my
Save some money.
dad, I tried to move out. My dad wouldn't let me. He says it's stupid of you. He says just stay home. Everything's done for you here. He says we do your cooking, we do your cleaning, we do everything for you. Like we take care of you. You got a place to stay. You got a nice room, you got a nice house. You don't need to move out. Stay here and stack your bread. That's exactly what my dad told me when I tried to move out. And I was like, you know what? This guy's right. Because if I move out, now I have some sort of risk. Now I have to do it. But realistically, I can go to zero tomorrow. Everything.
That's why we need fathers in the household. Mama would have been like, yeah, get your ass out of here. I'm trying to get a man.
It's fine.
Destiny,
Just
how did you
sleep in
get to
that
that
bed.
point? How did you?
so. Hold on. I won't because they come out further, and then you can get for Destiny. What I was trying to get
Don't
at.
you feel like that's getting babied? Sorry.
Me.
Don't you feel like that's kind of getting babied though?
Really? Don't you feel like that's kind of getting babied by having a supportive family that cares about you? You're like a baby. What did I just see? What did I just see? Let's see if I can find this real quick. Because if I can't, then I'm not going to bother with it. But baby toy. Yes. This is exactly. I'm sure I'm going to get claimed for this, but. Positality, I'm just going to.
If you are between the ages of 3 and 8, please listen closely. Owning a doinkit is now the only proof.
So this is for those of you who are not familiar with Nathan Fielder, Nathan for You, the rehearsal. It's a show about a dude who helps out businesses. And it's from Comedy Central, and so it's like kind of tongue in cheek. And the dude wanted to sell his doinkit balls, his doinkit toys, and so this was the funny idea for Comedy Central. Play the same as this.
Not bad.
Point. How did you?
So hold on. I won't, because they come out further, and then you can go for this. What I was trying to.
Sorry.
Me?
Yeah, do you feel like it's kind of getting babied? If like your dad is starting to move out and like live life a little bit, like make some products?
No, I mean my fair share of fuck ups, but obviously that comes with like it comes with different I still get my freedom. Like once a month I'll usually go to London.
Yeah. So we got Positile in the building.
Yo.
What's good, brother?
What's up, man? I'm just feeling kind of sleepy right now, to be honest, but I'm enjoying
Wake
the
your
stream right
ass
now.
up! It's party time.
It's family time, man. My favorite time, yeah.
So what do you think of all this?
I mean, honestly, I cannot disagree. At first, I was kind of on Destiny's sort of side in a way, but then I started catching up, to Sneako, and especially when he brought his editor,
Yeah.
Which is funny because now that I think about it, it's the same mentality that I had. Oh, I still have before joining the stream. You know what I mean?
No, what do you mean?
Like, it's the same mentality where, like, the same thing where, like, you can try to be, let's say, with Sneako, it's up to you if you want to try, It's up to you if you want to risk either $50 a month, okay? Risk, and maybe your time as well. You're going to risk a little bit of money and time to be part of this successful, whatever he wants to say, social media platform, life, or not social media, but, successful life in terms of anything real estate and all those things. Totally, I agree with him. It's not, you're not risking a lot. But then I was agreeing with Destiny's side, I mean, going for more into it. So the way he was saying, like, either you try or you just don't try, and risk and give more risk to the other option, which is college. You risk way more money, and you're still risking of a possibility of failure. And if you fail, you are going to be in trouble.
Yep, that's another good point that I don't think anybody brought up. That if you try social media and you fail, then like, all right. Yeah. If you go to college and you fail, you're getting that money back.
Yeah, and I was understanding Destiny's point of view. He was trying to be, let's say we have a son. Let's say you have a son, and he's telling you, "Look, Dad, I really want to be a YouTuber." Obviously, in the maybe I don't know, maybe a few years. If let's say I'm 40, I'm gonna have my first son at 30. I don't know, whatever it is. Maybe I'm gonna be more biased and be like, "Hey, man, you really want to try this? Because social media. Like, what are the chances of you actually doing something out of social media?
Well, that definitely makes sense when it comes to the individual, especially if it's your child and that individual and you know that, okay, maybe they're not super charismatic. Maybe they are not willing to, do all the behind the scenes work. Maybe they're not. And because especially at a younger age, I mean, younger age or not, there's just a lot that goes on to run this stuff that you just don't see. All you guys see is the finished product. And we work very hard to make it that way. I mean, I like to give you guys, peeks in and whatever, and the whole struggle streaming thing is something that I stole from lead attorney, but it's tough. It's a lot of work, and so the notion is that there's no one size fits all.
Yeah.
And so what Sneako is saying is, hey, this worked for me, and it can work for you.
Yeah.
I'm not promising it will.
Yeah.
But this is possible.
Yeah. And
it seems like Destiny's saying, no, don't tell people that. Because even though it is possible, you shouldn't tell them that. And that's the piece that I'm missing. I mean, I get it. I get that it's more responsible. But even still, it's college doesn't work that way anymore. Did you go to college?
Yeah. I mean, I took I was in this program. I took college and high school at the same time,
Oh, really?
and yeah, and took another year. But dude, it's funny because I did follow the same path of the editor from Sneako. I took because I love thinking and overthinking things. So I was like,
You're in the right place, brother.
maybe I'm just maybe I'm just an 18-year-old who's thinks he's right, and it's actually he's gonna find out in a few years that he was wrong of all the decisions he made. Might as well take the risk uh today because I'm young. I'm not gonna lose a lot if I fail at my 19s 20s.
Exactly.
So yeah, I took that chance, and I have plenty of friends who are still in college, and sometimes we think like, was it the right decision or was it a good decision? But now I understand way better because what was the guy named the Evo what was his name? The guy who joined later. I don't know what was his
Abba,
name.
the one who didn't came
Eva,
up.
Eva, yeah,
Yeah.
Eva. The way he said, I like the thing he said. First understand yourself, be responsible, understand your responsibilities, and all those things. So once you understand yourself, you know your dream. Which is totally what's happening right now. I'm been getting better at understanding myself and also understanding other people and other lifestyles, perspectives, whatever ideas, anything, which is making me be more have a you can say like a right straight path view and not like it's not like back then like 2 years ago I was just lost. I still believe in God, by the way.
Fair enough.
So think about it. So my idea, yeah, the idea of believing in God. 2 years ago, I believed in God. Now I totally agree of not believing in God, which is scary. Like it's very scary. What are the things that you think right now that you think you're right? That on the future, later in the future, you're gonna be laughing at yourself from yourself right now. Because of the way
Always.
you think, which I thought about it, and I love the decision that I made from leaving college. Now,
Good, man.
I really want to. I mean, honestly, I could go back. I'm a good student, to be honest. I could go back and finish my degree, but that's a plan B. I'm gonna
Well,
keep.
here's the thing, though.
Yeah,
It's like people like you are going to be the type of person who doesn't really matter if you go back to college or if you try something else.
yeah,
There's certain types of people who are like, okay, I'm going to do this, and then you do it.
yeah.
And
Exactly.
there's a whole other class of people who are just like, nah, I'm going to just get in debt. And then, I don't know, maybe the government will take care of it. And then,
Yeah,
and I'm not even talking about like student debt. I'm talking about like, fuck it. I'm just going to run up some credit cards, get on welfare, file
yeah.
for bankruptcy.
Exactly. Yeah.
And hey, I mean, that's what the laws allow. I certainly don't support it, but we live in America. So if you choose to be a scumbag, then it is what it is. But those people, it doesn't matter if they go to college or if they take the creativity kit. They're not going anywhere.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I think that's another point that they're kind of missing is that each person can only take one path in life. And so it's almost not as important which path a person takes, but rather what are they capable of doing, and how confident can we be in any given path that they take?
Yeah.
Some people you can tell that they're just like, oh, if you don't do this, then I don't know what else you're gonna do.
Yeah.
And there's some
Same.
people that are, can just do anything. And it's so unique that for them, that's because if this conversation went differently, if this conversation was more like, hey, Destiny and Muta were coming at Sneako like, hey, I hope you're letting your audience know, because I know that you know, but I hope you're letting your audience know that there's a very small success rate, even though it is possible. And he'd be like, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
That would be the end of the conversation.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
No, I'm not complaining. I needed some content to get me, back in my groove.
Yeah, and that was the whole
Monday,
point. They were missing out on Sneako. He's not saying right away, look, man, follow my kid, in less than a year or 6 months, you're gonna be successful. No, it's just try it. And if you're capable of doing it, then great for you. But doesn't mean it's not impossible. You can try. It is possible. And like he said, he's the evidence of it. And like I'm pretty sure that, and because I love statistics and I love science, like you said, I'm pretty sure in a year, let's say, if it's still going on, the kid, at least there's going to be a percentage of people who succeeded by following that kid, which now you got to ask yourself, why did they succeeded? What was different or why? And then now you go back to the stream that they had,
And
and
here's
it was
another
like,
thing is
yeah.
that all of the people who don't succeed
yeah,
now have experience.
experience. Yeah, I agree. Yeah,
I'm not saying that you should necessarily have to pay for experience, but it's not Sneako's responsibility to know whether or not you've got what it takes. He's offering whatever it is. From this conversation, he seems to be pretty upfront about what it is.
yeah,
So if that's what you're interested in, then either you're gonna get in, maybe go 2 months and you start doing it, and you're like, you know what, I don't really, I didn't really realize what this was, and I don't feel like doing this.
yeah.
Instead of spending 5 years sitting in your parents' basement watching Sneako streams, like, oh man, I wish I could do that. Turns out you don't even fucking want to.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So it's I don't know.
Yeah. Now, obviously, this works with art fields, basically. But I I like to bring this example, because some people do succeed in life, like the editor from Sneako, and the guy telling him, it was because he was good at it. And then the editor is saying, no, it's actually, you can learn what I learned and adapt to it.
It's
And
not hard. It's
well,
not
which is-
like
yeah.
complicated.
Yeah,
It
which
really
is
is
funny.
tedious, but it's not complicated. Like, it's exactly what you would think it is. It's a video file comes in a fucking thing.
Yeah.
And you have the parts that you're talking and the parts that you don't want. You cut out the parts that you don't want. And then, okay, yeah, that's basic editing.
Yeah, man.
Then, okay, you get better at doing some transitions and you add some
Yeah.
things here and you add,
Exactly,
but
yeah.
it's not rocket science.
Yeah, and I have an example. I don't know if this could relate to the conversation. I had a friend. He was very good at art, man. Ironically, at art, drawing. He was very good at it. I'm talking about. He was so good at it. And one day, this girl told him that he was so lucky he was born with this type of skill. And you're so lucky, or good for you for being born with this luck, And then he after the class, we were walking the hallway. He's like, "Hey man, I hate when people say I was born with this skill."
Yep.
I actually
he probably put years into that.
Exactly. I spent hours and I was passionate about it. Actually, I was ass at drawing, you can say. But then I put hours, I put time, I put effort, I put hard work, I put my, everything I could to learn this skill. And I hate when people say that you're supposed to be born with this type of skills in order to perform like drawing. Yeah. Like being good at drawing, which is the same thing here. You're not, it is true. We're born differently and with different brains. It is true. I believe, not everybody will be good at something, obviously, but this only works. And I mean, this should not be considered to everybody. It's
Well, I would say that not everybody is going to be good at everything, but everybody's going to be good at something, and everybody has the ability, which is what I think Sneako and Moose are really talking about: the ability, the potential to be good at something, to find something. Again, they're talking to accomplished people who have done things in their life and are now established public personalities.
Yeah,
as if Sneako's trying to sell to them. It's like that you don't need, this isn't for you. This is for the young kid who has no idea what to do, who hates school, who maybe can't afford college. And instead of taking out all these loans, I go down the whole list.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly. And it's very sad that even if you're, older, let's say 30, 40, whatever, you lose this idea of ambition, of dream, Like imagine you're a real estate guy, let's say. Not a real estate guy, let's say you're an engineer making good money, let's say. Why is it, let's say you're in your 35, let's say 38, whatever. And let's say you're making good money either way, but your dream was always, to be, let's say a streamer, let's say. It's not hard. I mean, you're living good, you're stable, everything you're doing good. I mean, might as well put some time and effort into let's hope it works, but try to become a streamer. And you can, like we talk about, you're not risking a lot of time and a lot of money. I mean, you're risking time, but you're not risking a
definitely
lot of
risking
money.
time, but I'll tell you what,
Yeah,
it
yeah,
is
yeah.
not going to take a long time for you to determine, am I down for this or not? And then, I've been the IndianJesus since October.
Yeah.
So coming up on a year, but before that I was doing the I Didn't Read Your Book podcast for almost a year, not quite a year, before that. And then I wasn't doing anything, and I had a podcast before that. It was audio only, but all of the episodes are available on this channel if you care what I was doing in like 2013 or whatever. Anyway, I mean, I think a lot of people who know me personally would be like, "You're gonna start now being a YouTuber
Yeah, exactly.
at 32?"
Yeah, it shouldn't be like, you know what I mean? Yeah, that's one of the things that people need to understand, there's no age to do something that, you want to do,
Yeah, I'm looking at them like, "You're gonna just sit in a career
exactly.
forever
It's
at 30?"
I mean,
Like, yo, I'm not done chilling. I'm chilling.
yeah, and yeah, it's very, and also the same people who, let's say you want to be a streamer, but this same people are doing something else. Let's say, I don't know, they like playing games, let's say. What's the difference between you following a dream or you risking your time? I mean, yeah, your time, let's say, and trying to do streams, and trying to be a streamer, and a person who's being surprised at you, but also in his free time playing video games, he's also wasting his own time, basically. At least you're trying to do something you want to do, and this person is trying to do something he's enjoying to do. But it's either way, you're both risking time, and who might, in terms of statistically, you might be the winner, here, because
Well, we're
there's
both
no
using time. It depends on,
yeah.
wasting is relative to the result. But
Yeah,
I
using
definitely
time,
hear you.
yeah.
I definitely hear you. Beautifully said, man. Beautifully said. I think that's a great point to end on. Any closing words for the people?
Man, to be honest, I'm happy, man. To be honest, I'm happy right
Good.
now. There's
I'm
so
glad to
many
hear it.
that I think I'm becoming a real person here. But like last when I texted that I wasn't being I didn't consider myself successful. I was kind of, you can say, biased. Honestly, right now I'm living good. To be honest, I'm comfortable and I do have bills to pay and everything. But I believe I'm not unstable in terms of money. Let's say I've learned so many things from now often that teach me how to make money, and I'm trying to get back to the point where I'm so glad I made the decision to not go back to college. I believe if I would have stayed in college, I wouldn't have the same ideas that I have right now, which I'm so proud to have. To be honest, I think it could be a biased thing or unmature thing to say that I'm proud of what I'm thinking right now. I should be able to say maybe I am good from what I'm thinking right now, for now on, temporarily. But honestly, I'm proud right now. and
Well,
and
sounds like
yeah,
you're on a journey, and just like the rest of us. And hey, it's all fleeting. So if you're happy right now, just bask in the happiness and keep being you, brother. You're doing a great job.
yeah,
Can't
man,
nobody
you
else
too,
do it
man.
just like you. Thank you so much for hanging out, brother. Glad I got you on Instagram now, so I can contact
Yeah,
you
but
outside
by
of
the way,
this.
that's my photography. Well, you can say paid. I just do it as a hobby. Hopefully, the algorithm one day, helps me out. Because I'm not trying my best, to be honest. So I'm just hoping for luck at this point.
All right. Well, one day. But if you want me to, I can share some stuff. Let me put something up where you're interested or you're happy with it, and I'll post it everywhere. Oh, Carlos said he's a photographer too.
Oh
Awesome.
man. Well, I
Yes.
am. I am a photographer too, but not a. Well, I hate saying professional because you don't need a degree for photography, to be honest.
Hey, as long as somebody's giving you money for something, then you're a professional.
Exactly. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right about that. But hey, man, I'm glad. Yeah, we're brothers. Yeah, photographer
Always.
brothers.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The photography brothers. Love having you both. Thank you so much for hanging out, man. I really, really appreciate you. And glad to see you as always. And hopefully we'll see you next time.
Yeah, man. Thank you. Goodbye.
All right. Take care. So there's like 40 minutes left of this whole thing, but I feel like we got the point. Especially with talking to Positile and just looking at the nuance of what is a broad message that you want to prescribe to people, and how does that broad message get boiled down. I think it is the responsibility of the content creator. So if I were to tell you you're supposed to do this with your life, I think you should do this, that, or the other, it would be my responsibility to give you the parameters in which that applies. Similarly, if Sneako is going to say, you should not go to college, you should take my course and do this, that, then there should be an if you are of this age, if you don't have this, if you can do this, if whatever the case may be. I think it's even because of the barrier to entry cost to college versus the creativity kit. Even though the creativity kit is far less proven, exponentially less proven than a college degree of any kind, I still think it's somewhat irresponsible for Destiny to be like, no, you should definitely go to college. Simply because of how much money is involved and how many people are now asking NJ all day, baby. Dr. Evil Genius, who I do the UFC fight cards. We do the Filthy Casual MMA watch party. He's from New York City. So yeah, you follow me on Instagram, you'll see that on when I post it. So I been watching so what did I just watch? First I watch Made for Love. Sounds kind of cheesy, but it's like an extended Black Mirror episode. Awesome. There's something else I watched. I was talking about Nathan Fielder. How was I talking about Nathan Fielder? I don't remember. But The Rehearsal, all these are HBO Max, because I just realized I can get on HBO Max with my parents' cable subscription. Yes, they still have cable, like on a TV with a remote. And now I am watching the other two. It's about a 13-year-old who goes viral and has a 29 and 30-year-old siblings, and so that's fun. So check those out. And of course, House of the Dragon. I mean, right? I heard about this too, because I actually heard it on Anthony Bryan Logan. ABL just did a video about how they took the LGBTQ tag off of this series. Actually, I forgot about this. I think I might go with this after the other two. Yeah, I haven't had cable or satellite or anything like that. Probably around the same time. It was what I was living. No, it was my second house. So that was 2014. 2014? Yeah. 2014 or 15. But yeah, apparently the gays don't like being associated with all the gays, just the right gays. But yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of time in this if you want to go watch it. I think, like I said, I think we got the main point. And I think the most important thing is, oh yes, they did. I think the most important thing is for you to understand that it's okay not to understand yourself, that there is a process that you must go through of trial and error that will show you more of what you don't know. You know, they say there's things that we know, there's things that we don't know. There's things that we do know that we don't know. And there's things that we don't know that we don't know. Continue to do things that challenge yourself. Whether you love it, hate it, or otherwise, you're an adult. If you want to quit something, just fucking quit. But do stuff so that you know as much as you can about you. We're talking about, you. You want to know as much about yourself as you can. There's only positivity that can come from that. Also, my dad pays for this tiny internet box thing yearly and has access to a crap ton of channels. I usually just watch ABC 7 and 1 in the morning to watch Rachel Ray, The View, Good Morning America. Bro, what are you, a fucking wine bomb? Jesus Christ. Okay, so you're on YouTube right now. I have a playlist on this channel that I update every single day. It's called If You Care What I Watch. If you care what I watch, that is accurate. Accurate. If you care what I watch, I mean, I love her probably in a different way than you do, though. Check out that playlist. If you care what I watch, there's stuff there that will, one way or another, just pick something that piques your interest. It will send you down a rabbit hole and have you watching better shit than Good Morning America. I mean, no offense, but they pushed the Jussie Smollett story. So, fake news. Not great, but that's all right. That's perfectly fine. I want to thank you guys. I really, after Monday's stream, I was not feeling so hot. There was a number of trolls in the chat. There was 3 trolls that tried to come up backstage, and I wasn't feeling, my stomach wasn't feeling well, so I didn't have a drink, which is silly. But I got in my head, and I was like, I'm a little nervous, and there's more people in the chat, and I want to thank you guys because I felt back in my element today. And, especially Carlos being new, no BS motivation. And the rest of you guys who haven't been here in a minute, JH, I guess JH is gone already, but JH came by, Jimmy Dean came by. I appreciate you guys, otherwise I'm just sitting here talking to myself about something that I've partly already watched. And the difference between that and talking to you guys is huge. That's one of the things that, they talk about behind the scenes. I can't put into words how much different it is knowing that that there's people out there who care what I have to say and are interested in what I have to say. So I promise to keep bringing the fire. I promise. I'm going to always do my best. And as long as you guys come and support me, I know that I will not be able to do anything less than the best. But guys, the party is not over. The party rages on in the Discord server. If you have not done so yet, the link for the server is in the description of this video. And as I mentioned earlier, once I hit a certain number, which I already have in my head, we're going to close it off. Everybody who's already in the server, you're a lifetime member for free. But everybody else is going to have to pay a monthly fee. Because by that time, we will have built an awesome community that everybody will want to be part of. So if that sounds interesting to you, and I mean, this is the Discord voice channel. This is them, in Discord. So we could be doing this whenever we want. Like before HBO Max was a fucking bitch, we were watching the new episodes of House of the Dragon together, but then they blocked out their screens. They wouldn't let me share it. So we did watch the first episode of Game of Thrones. I'm still down to continue that. But we're small. We're a small group now, but we're growing, and it's up to you guys. It's up to you guys. So thank you so much again for hanging out, for being here, for paying attention, for being part of the chat, for coming on up. It all means so much to me, and I hope you had fun. And along with the link for the Discord down in that description. We're not monetized yet, so right down in that description, as well as rolling right across the bottom of the screen in just a second, is going to be that support link. If you want to help out the channel, you can send me some moolah, but you don't have to do any of that. It's completely free to sit and watch. Hey, Mackenzie made it for the all right, the both of you with the NY7, Good Morning America, all that stuff. Mackenzie's in the Discord server. She'll be on replay. Appreciate you as always. You have a great night, Carlos. Thank you for coming through. And like I said, even if you can't support the channel, that's totally fine, because it is absolutely free to come here every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. It's free to like the video. It's free to subscribe and ring the bell. It's free to hit the share button. And it's even more free. Yes, that's a thing. It's even more free to take the URL and go to Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, all of those things, and just plaster it and DM it to a girl you like. DM it to a dude you're like, hey, check this shit out. That's how we're going to grow. YouTube notifications suck. I need you to be the notification. But even if you don't want to do any of that, and you just want to sit at home, think about how great I am and how awesome this channel is, that'd be fine too. Thank you so much for partying with me. Until next time, guys, I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, I am out of here. Peace.